Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. My name is Kismet, and I did not want to get out of the bed today. I did not want to get out of the bed today. Oh, it was a struggle. It was a struggle. I was like, I just want to lay here. But the problem with staying in the bed is you do what you think you're going to do, which is a whole lot of nothing, a whole lot of zero. So I struggled myself out of the bed and put on my partner shirt to inspire me. It actually has my name on the back. See? This side. No, other side. Over here. It actually says Kismet somewhere back there. You can't see it. You can't see it, but it actually says Kismet back there. I got partnered in 2017. This is the shirt I got from TwitchCon, my very first TwitchCon as a Twitch partner. Very excited. It's my favorite shirt. My favorite Twitch shirt, anyway. But I thought I'd put this shirt on, read some of your guys' quotes today, and say, you know what? Come on, let's get something going on today. And so that's what we're going to do, despite me choking to death all day long. Man, I got this real bad allergies that are just making me choke, making me cough. I hate it. I hate it. It happens to me every year. What triggered my whole entire episode, I think, originally. The reason why I am so dizzy all the time. Now, we're also going to play some Stream Raiders, getting totally off subject there. We're going to play some Stream Raiders and, of course, some Satisfactory today. Going to have lots of fun today. Remember, we're going to be working on our oil today. We revamped the whole factory. I'm looking at it right now. It's pretty awesome. It's amazing how we condense all of that machinery down into one single unit, which basically makes one thing. It makes motors. That's all it's doing. And if we're going to be making more stuff, we're going to need more lines of ore and more things we're going to have to run to our main factory to get that going on. We've been doing a lot of underline running where we're running it from underneath up into the main base. Here comes the train coming by right now. We got a train running for our oil right now, which is pretty fun. And we're going to keep it going. We might expand our oil train and see if we can even up the amount of oil. We don't really know what our ratio is for the amount of oil that's coming in to the burners and all the refineries are going to be doing because there's no like consistent way. See, when you run pipes, you know that the pipes are running at a certain rate. But when you're doing your trains, you have to kind of figure it out as you go along. Like, what's the maximum amount of oil that can be transferring between one and another? And we'll figure all that stuff out later on, including having a good time, just relaxing, taking it easy today. Going to be a very chill stream. Again, didn't want to get out of the bed, but I feel like, we'll have to play some games. We'll have some fun. We'll run some battles. We'll get some stuff done today. I feel like we accomplished something today and didn't slouch off. See you in there, Rotisserie G. What's up? Sometimes it's almost impossible to get out of a warm, cozy bed when it's cold and wet outside. It's hard for me to get out of the bed no matter what it is outside. That's for sure. Let's see. Happy Pepper Pot Day for those who think they're soups, casseroles. Like they're soups, casseroles, and stews. Pepper Pot. Only pepper pot I know is the pepper pot from Iron Man. That's the pepper pot I know. It's weird that I even remember that. I remember what her name is. That's astounding to me. Yeah. I don't know. I'm typically into soups only when I'm sick. But the wife does make casseroles and stews, though, from time to time. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably not my jam. I'd say I'm going to call that not my jam, but hey, if it's your jam, more power to you. I say we play some games. Let's go. All right, here we are. We're going to get into it. I didn't press the button, did I? Nope. Hold on, I got to vanish for a second. And I'm back. There we go. Let's get Norbert up there. Get him going on. So I'm over here, so it's not interfering with my Satisfactory here. There we go. All right, let's get into it, everybody. Let's fire it up today. We're going to go ahead and do this battle. And there's those biddies. We're going to go ahead and start this battle. We're just going to start one up. How are we looking on our runs here? Wow, look at that one. That's a... No matter how you go, you're going to get a 3 chest run right there. Go down. Hit that one, this one, that one. We're going to hit this one no matter what if we go that way. Or just go high side? I'm feeling high side on that one. Well, we got to do that first one no matter what, so let's get that one out of the way. Let's go ahead and pull out the Centurion. Wow, they're right in the middle of the battle zone. Well, that's going to make that easy. I'm going to take my Centurion, and I'm going to stick them right up here in their zone, brah. Right there. That's going to make that a lot easier. See, when they're in the battlefield, I mean, you can wipe out the tougher ones because it doesn't say that they're going to appear over time. So you can literally just surround them and then wait for it to start, and then bam, you wipe them out, especially when you have melees or close-up damage, barbarians and whatnot. Bam! There we go. Come and join me, everybody. We're going to play some Stream Raiders. It's going to be fun. We're going to be playing that all stream long. We're not going to do any battle mode or any of that stuff. I'm still considering taking Thursday off now, too. But we'll see how it goes. I just want to rest up and feel better here. Try to get over this allergy/sickness, whatever I've got, as best I can. And I'm trying to remember where I left off. I think I left off, we were working toward doing our plastic. All right, everybody, I got to wipe my nose. It doesn't help also the fact that it's cold, it's hot, it's cold, it's hot, it's cold, it's hot. Constantly in this town, I tell you. We're running something up there, our modular frames, and this was our other stuff. Let's go check out our motors. Speaking of our motors, let's go see how our motors are doing over here. Oh, dang. All right, our motors are still running. Let's see if one comes through. You want to go, yeah, so you want to make sure that you see one coming through there. That means if you don't see one, there's something going on. And so that's looking good. Got to watch out. You don't fall off. Oh, God. Oh, we're all going to die. We're going to splat. Jetpack. All right. And we're running a bunch of stuff under here. As you can see, we're running those motors. There goes another one. Running those motors under there. Our modular frames are heavily complete there. Those are all full. We were running our lines. Oh, that's what it was. I hated the line runs. That's what it was. I hated these line runs from before because they went out. Okay. We're going to have to fix this. That's terrible. All right. Turn this down a little bit. I hated these line runs. These line runs got to be fixed. So let's get into fixing these line runs by running them across. And right at the end, I was like, I could have just ran those across and then came in and just split them just like that, right? That's what you want right there. And then a single run, and it's just feeding up into the thing. Yeah, that's what we need up in here. Now, I just switched to the Mark II pipes. Because screw it, you know, we don't really need it to be at that speed, but whatever. And we're just going to go ahead and try to center those as best we can. We're really going to make these nice. And too bad there's not a way to just auto-center that. Now, I'm going to see, that one's offset. Why are they offset? That one's offset. This one is straight, but these are offset from each other. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm not going to stand for it. There's another problem right there. Man, I was really out of it right there. Yeah, look, I don't even have those lined up. Man. Alright, right, taking that out. I turned that down. I think I turned down a little too much. All right, we need a little bit of better coordination. Man, I must have been really getting loopy there. I think that was the day I was like crazy dizzy. Pretty chill right now, dizzy-wise. I'd say about a 1. Though I did just take this allergy medicine, so I could go back to an 8 at any time. But we'll see how it goes. And again, all these pipe runs were terrible. I absolutely didn't like them. We did them just to get them going on, but I didn't like them. I knew there was something wrong about them, and it was my offsets. The offsets of these were not aligned straight across, and that's what you want. And then you want it to be real easy. Instead of all this other piping I've got here, all of this can go bye-bye. Take all this out, and then we had all this extra piping behind. Running down. What? How many lines of piping do we got? All right. Yeah, all this was terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Now, so you got to recognize when you do something that you don't like right away. And I usually do. I can spot it right away. I was like, ah, man, I really don't like that. Uh-oh. Took out my conveyor belt over here. I can see already. I got to take that out. Put this back up here. And then get the conveyor. Nope. Problem with getting a little too reckless. Getting a little too reckless, that gets going. There we go. All right. So now we're going to try to bring these pipes through here much better. We're going to leave our pump here, which is what's pumping our... we can see this is fuel because it's orange. Over there we can see that's oil because that's black. Coming down, and then we want to run it directly under here. So we probably just want to take this out right here and redirect that this way. Yeah, that's looking good. All right. And then we'll just use this as a reference. Back up so we can see what we're doing. Now I'm looking at the circles inside the pipe, right? So when I move, see, they angle toward me or away from me, or they angled straight, right? So they're going to do this. And that's trying to tell you how you have your piping angled. And so we will need to kind of look at that and see if we can get it kind of straightened as best we can. Something maybe like that. Probably back just a little bit. Yeah, all right. And so if we go forward just a bit, and we align off of that, and then we turn, and then we go, say, 1, 2 forward. Might have something nice there that we can at least attach to. All right. And then we just run it. Okay, we got to run it straight down the thing here, right down this line. And we want to make sure that it doesn't end where that is up there, because we don't want to have that blocking our ability to do a junction. A junction there. Pipe is too long. That's good. That should be good. All right. So now we're going to junction these. See how it goes. See, there's no way to line this stuff up. You're just kind of eyeballing everything when it comes to pipes, which is really tough. So you're just kind of eyeballing, strengthening it out, something like that. And then you're just hoping it looks good. Oops. I put 2 of them in there. You're just hoping it looks good when you're done. Oh, that does look cool. Hey, what can I say? That does look pretty awesome. All right, yeah, all right, I like it. Let's keep going. I'm digging it. Hey, Rigor Mortis, what's up? Thanks for coming in. Allergies no fun. I get them the same way this time of year. Yeah, I don't know what the heck, man. They come on super strong, too. I don't know what the heck. I never had any allergies ever until I moved to Tennessee. And then it's like, they're like hardcore, like really serious allergies, like the kind you could die from. That kind of allergy action, which really sucks. And every year, man, every year I get sick because of them. But this year I'm trying to dodge the bullet. I'm actually taking my proper allergy medicine and hiding inside away from everybody. That one's way to the side. And that one's to the side too. Alright, so now the cool thing is what I can do is just adjust the top one. And just move it over just a little bit. To try to adjust that angle. Until it looks pretty solid. And I can just fine-tune it all day long using the kind of rings on the top pipe. That's just looking beautifully vertical. Alright, this one is not even close. That one's got to go way over. Still left. Let's say there. Yeah, that's cool, man. You get that lined up. Looks great. It's definitely way left. Pipe-wise. Gotta put a pipe down here. It's going to be useful. And so what I do is I line myself up off of the top junction up there. Then I just bring my cursor down and try to line up off that way so it's kind of lined up. Oh, that one's really nice. Wow. All right. That was a dead-on one there. Okay, now that is how our pipes are supposed to run. Not that whole, like, crazy thing I had before. I knew the second I started running, I was like, I don't like this at all. I knew I was going to fix that. That's way better. All right, so this comes down, runs into here, but we could definitely need a pump in there. So we're going to go ahead and pump right over here. We get one in there. Let's say right there. Take our pump line from up here and run it down here. Turn our light on. And we're going to go ahead and, because we're going to need to obviously pump that up into there. Very rare do I use pumps because pumps actually take some of your power. And the whole point of what we're doing here is to do power. I want to see what that head lift looks like. Psh, I can get up to 50 and it's only 9. That ought to be just fine. All right, that's looking beautifully done. All right. I like that way better. And then we can go in and we can add some fun up here at the top where we go in and we do some organization here. We go ahead and add some walkways maybe. See if we can fit some of that in there. Maybe a walkway there. That one's going to need to be probably a crossing. Yes, we can sneak some of this under here. More crossings. Under there. Bet you we could get some crossings under here as well. Not there. Not there, but we can kind of create a bit of a walkway for us to walk along. Now, I actually have stairs, too. So if we wanted to, say, build like a stairway here, say we wanted to come from this side, right? And we're like, all right, we'll come down here. And we want to go up over the thing into the next thing, you could actually build a walkway ramp, in theory, right here and run that up. But it's definitely not going to have enough lift time to get from where I am, right here, up over the thing, or lift distance to get over there. You'd need way more distance to get that in there. But I think I'm just going to use the plates because I like the way the plates look. I think that's going to be pretty nice. Right there. Let's say same thing here. We just do a crossing. And a crossing and a crossing. It'd be nice if they had like custom made ones that go around pipes, right? And I could, I don't think I can do pipe holes in the ground or the ceiling. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever tried doing that. Pipeline wall hole. I mean, they call it a wall hole for a reason, right? You put it in the wall, but it'd be nice if they go in the floor too, right? Because that'd be nice. You put it in the floor, you connect it from the bottom and the top. There's another. See, this game has such a huge. Just think of the amount of things that you can add to this game already. I mean, the expandability of this game is insane. Just that one thing I just mentioned, right? You could do that with floors and whatnot, like they did with vertical power. Like we have our power connected up to the ceiling, and it's like a godsend. That just makes it so easy to network all of your power way out of the way. You don't have all these lines running all over the place. That is awesome. So yeah, I like the plates, liking that. I like that across there. I kind of like that better over by one. We kind of get that because the pipes hits that corner. All right, well that's okay. We'll use what we can, and then that creates a nice little spot there. Allows us to get up here and see what's going on with what's going on. All kind of walkways down here. Kind of a bummer we can't get a walkway right there. See, now you could better center this to adjust for making your walkways, right? So I can move this down just one step down and would probably align a lot better. Very rare do I use walkways, by the way. I very often just don't bother using them at all. Because I know at some point I'm going to reset my playthrough. Because I'm just that way. I like to play through multiple times. But I think I've done every single starting spot, so I don't think I'm going to be resetting anytime soon in this particular playthrough. So we're going to try play a bit of a longer playthrough. More toward the in-game stuff. Oh, I'm out of pipes. No wonder I can't put any more of those down. Let's see, where do we put our stuff? On this side, I believe. There goes our train. I love the trains in this game. They're so good. Okay, pipes. Where are you hiding? Pipes, right there. I have a whole stash of various loot hiding over here for when I need it. And I also have the jetpack. That's how you see me going up and over around stuff. Like that. Ah, okay, I could put that in. That was just because I didn't have enough pipes. Okay, good. Alright, and we're just kind of covering it up, giving it kind of a cool industrial look. Oh, that actually fits under there nice. Look at that. That fits right under there. In that particular spot. Yeah. Huh. That's a good spot right there. And then we can try to go around, but I think it's too close to this edge. We just kind of corner that off. Yeah, see, that makes me want to perfectly center all of those so it can come in between there and not be blocked. And also use a wall hole or a floor hole where you put it in there, or a ceiling hole. Bam, you put it in the actual thing. Or you have one of these, right? One of these coverings that you put on there and you connect it from both sides, and then you will never see it. That would be an awesome addition to the game. Hey, Rigor Mortis again. Hello, what's up? Not much, just relaxing, enjoying my break from shoveling. You need one of those little riding shovelers, don't you? Little riding snow shoveling. Yeah, snow actually laid for a while here, for about 3 days. I think it's the first time I've ever seen it do that and lay for that long. Yeah, definitely those could be better done. This one's not bad. Could be back by one and then up and better kind of centered there. Yeah. Yeah, so that could be pushed forward just enough to kind of cover that in. So you can't cover any of this in because it's just forward enough where, see, it blocks our ability to do that. That's okay. We'll learn that on the next one. Now, right now, these are my fuel generators. And you can see I've got 4 of them going. So I got 4 fuel generators going, and those are producing this byproduct that's running out here. This resin, and that's going to run into the Awesome Sink and just get rid of it so that it doesn't slow my production. And then this is making enough fuel to run all of these power plants over here. And these power plants are additional power We go ahead and see how they're doing, right? Oh, they're rocking it. Plenty of fuel being produced there. Now we need to go ahead and maybe create an extra fuel tank. Maybe way at the end here. Yeah. There's kind of a backlog. Oh, that's a cool spot for that too. Yeah, let's do that. So we're going to make an industrial buffer right here at the end. We'll just line it up like this. And that's going to make any excess is just going to run out of this last pipe into there. Like that. Now the problem is if it does run into there, how does it run back out again? I don't like it. I'm not going to let that fill. The reason why I don't like it is because how would the liquid go back in there? See, when you have like a water barrel, right, the water's going to fill up, and the lowest exit point it's going to go out that bottom thing. But if you have a pipe coming in like this, that exit point's going to be higher, and thus it's only going to drain to a certain point. So you would definitely want to have it elevated up off of that edge. So I would probably elevate that up, both in real life and in game. I would elevate it so that the output point of that would be up real high. So basically, even if I do run out of oil, I would have an excess amount. And it's definitely going to create an excess because it's not burning at full capacity right now. And so we'll back it way up. I think that's the edge. Hard to tell from this side. Let's get over here. Yeah, right about there. And then what's going to happen is it's going to have to pump it up into here. But look at the level at which it could just flow back down. Even if there was no power, gravity would it would be gravity fed, and that motion would cause it to flow back the opposite direction. At least running these last two, possibly the next one, it would create a reverse flow in the other direction. And then also it's backlogging a lot of this excess fuel that's not using. Now, why is it producing lots of extra fuel? That is because we're not using the power. The more power you use, the more coal or oil that it's going to consume to sustain that power, right? And right now, none of this power is being used. It's literally zero. Zero amount of that power is being used. And you're like, well, Kismet, why have the power if you're not using the power? Ah, good question. Good question. So let's go ahead and pull a power line down so we can check our power usage. Right now, I'm using 1,300 power. I've already got 1,800 power being utilized from coal. So even the coal is not maxed out. So this power is really not being utilized, meaning there's going to be producing a ton of excess fuel because that fuel is not being burned up. So you definitely want to have a fluid buffer to sustain that extra fuel that's being produced anyway. And then if something goes wrong, you run out of oil, something gets destroyed, your train goes off the tracks, whatever it is, you've got a ton of extra fuel to fix it, have enough time to fix it, and then be good to go. So we definitely want to have that excess fuel. Now, we definitely want to see also what our lift is, though, down here. Because if our lift now is too strong, it's also going to make it difficult for us to run our fuel up there. So let's take a look at our lift over here. It's at about 11 to 12. I can have it up to 50 with the Mark II. So, yeah, that lift is insignificant. Very much unnecessary and whatnot. Oh, man, I love that much better. Isn't that much better? Put a 1 in the chat if you think that kind of feed line is much better than the way we had it. I knew it the second I started doing it last time. I was like, nah, don't like it. Don't like it. That's not, I don't want that. Now, we could do some nice redundancy here as well. We could go in and add a second kind of back chain piping this way. Like, so if this fills, then we could back chain that into there, into there, into there. So we could go in and just do something along this nature, like we go sideways, and then we could back chain this into there, and so on. like so. I don't know if that's really necessary. Probably redundant if I was going to do that. Yeah, probably pretty redundant. But let's just leave it as is, because that's going to backlog back into there anyway. But we could have that as a fail-safe. So if it does come through here, it fills that up, and then all of a sudden power goes out, or we lose our oil or whatever, it doesn't feed the oil fast enough, then this will go and backchain and fill back in from the top. And when it fills in from the top, it's going to fill to the sides first too, when it goes back to backchain. So we could, if we wanted to, take that and run that back in. Or we could run it out the other side and then have it backchain that way too. I mean, there's a lot of things we could do right there. A lot of options. Unnecessary, I think, but still cool. How are we looking over here? Oh, yeah, we got lots of backlog. Nice. All right, so let's go ahead and... Let's go in and get this going. Let's clean up some loot we got laying around. Good stuff there, too. Fix up our missing items there. There we go. Let's go over here and check in on our stuff. Our oil. Now this train is actually my oil train, so it's going off collecting the oil. Wow, that's full. Holy moly. Okay, is this full too? Whoa, okay. We are not hurting for oil. That's for sure. So yeah, that train is going back and forth, bringing the oil. It's called a push-pull train. Now, a push-pull train is one of the easiest trains that you can do. And what it does, it has two trains on it, one on the front, one on the back. One's facing one direction and one's facing the other direction. And your train stations should reflect the same thing. So this train station is, in theory, facing that way. And on the other end, there's another train station which is facing in the opposite direction. And the reason why you need them to be in opposite direction is because one train goes to this station, and then the train is facing in the opposite direction, then goes to the other station. If you have the stations going in the same direction like this, it doesn't work. So if you're wondering why your push-pull train doesn't work, one, it could be your track. Two, it could be the directions of your stations. So they need to be facing in opposite directions. When you put them down, you'll see a directional when you're placing down your stations. But once you get that going, it works pretty well, as you can see. So that's running tons and tons of oil over here so we can convert it into fuel, and then that fuel then turned into power. Now, I could take the residual residue and take that and turn that into something too. Like we pop over here to this refinery. I like to get up here for some reason. I don't know why. Get up here on the refinery. We can take the refinery and take that fuel, and we can make like residual fuel and whatnot out of that resin, right? Or we could go in and say, okay, we want to use, say, residual plastic. We could take water and that residue and make residual plastic out of it. That's another way of doing it. But I find the easiest way of doing it is just run it into the awesome sink. Any kind of excess thing that you have, it's best just to run it in the awesome sink because it's giving you tickets while you're doing that too. Now it comes at a cost though, because this does consume about 30 power, so it is fairly power hungry. But it does allow your stuff to never stop. If it backlogs that waste material, it will stop production. If it stops production, it stops making fuel. If it stops making fuel, it stops making power. And then it stops making everything, right? So that is always a good thing, just to get rid of all your excess to a single line. Now, eventually, I'm going to tie all of my excess to a single sink, so that we don't have multiple sinks running at the same time. Because you really want to minimize the amount of sinks you have, because they do consume a good amount of power. I mean, they consume manufacturer level power. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, but very useful for sure. Okay, I think we got that going. Now what we need is to start working on our other refineries over here. I'm just going to pick that refinery up, and I'm going to go ahead and take a look. I think we're going to probably put them right in here, and we could probably take this line up. Just use that as a main lane, run line. And maybe sneak them in right there. Now, every time I go to do something, I always find that these boxes are always in the way. No matter where I put them, it doesn't matter. I can put them anywhere. They're always going to be in the way. Look out for the train. So I'm going to move these over here. Put all my stuff into that one. And then we're just going to start taking these back out. It never seems to fail. These are always in the way. Oh, that's my fuel. That's my excess packaged fuel that I use for my jetpack. Put that all on its own one. Take that out, put it into there, and we're ready for a battle. All right, that wasn't too bad. Wasn't too bad. We got that going on. Let's get all of our stuff out of here. And let's see if we can sneak these refineries right in here. Yeah, I think we get them in here. Right next to this. What I'm trying to do is just kind of eyeball where I want to line these up. Now, these particular ones do not have multiple inputs. They have a single input. So say I'm going to create plastic, right? It has a single input of crude oil. And the crude oil is being run right to these big tanks, and then it's being run from these large tanks down below, and then being pumped back up again over here. Now, that is actually a really redundant way of running it. And the only reason we do that is so we don't have to see the pipes, right? But the smarter way, if I was going to run this without doing, because we're doing a lot of, how to do stuff from underneath in this playthrough, but I literally would run that out of there and then just run it down the side, because that's the least difficult thing to do. Now, the same thing with this piping down here that we have. We definitely want to revamp the way this piping's going. And we want to probably create it all into one system. And so we'll probably run a central line straight down. And then everything that uses oil over here will then be pumped along that single line. So that's what we're kind of looking into right now. Because I really don't like having that kind of underfed line like that. Where see how it comes down, then it's into here, then it's up like that. We could easily run a single line all the way down there, feed it from this line, and then run it to all of our other stuff. Much like we did over here, where we kind of fixed that up. We also want to do that with this line too. We want to make this into a single line coming out and running across there. That's going to turn out way better than what we got. We could also readjust this line too, so it's over a bit. It doesn't necessarily have to be centered. I feel like it could be over a bit, then maybe we could get another, we could get a plate in that one. Then we get some more plates in there to try to kind of fix this walkway a little bit better, move that forward. So you just want two central lines running all of the thing with a single pump to make all of that work. Right, so that's what we're always trying to do, trying to improve the style of the way we run lines, running them cleaner, running them down below where you can't even see the lines. Gives you a huge ability to run them any way you want. If you run them up here, well, you got big giant machines in your way, right? I could run them from up above too, by the way. You could run them down. The problem is running them down is quite the adventure, because some of these machines are really tall. So running it from up above is not really that smart unless you take into the fact that it's fluid, right? If I was bringing the fluid up to the top and then running it down, that actually is a better way, because I could store it up on top, and then actually I don't need as many pumps because it would be coming down from up above, right, into the actual thing. So you could totally do that if you want. It's your game. You can play it however you want. Me, I prefer it to be kind of hidden underneath there, and then we can run certain lines. Now, if we want to really optimize this, we could look at the way that we're running these lines and kind of account for that, right? So let's go ahead and start with a walkway. Let's say over here. Say we want to have a walkway along the back here. Now, I'm the type of person that I like to have a walkway, but then once I get to a certain spot, like say the center there, I like to have the ability to walk over to that other side. So I might go with something more like a crossing, like this, and then maybe another walkway on that side. Except for on certain stuff, depending on how far forward you have it, it's not going to let you do that. Now, this stuff is actually really well put right on the edge. It's not too far back to where it is clipping, but it's not too far this way where it's blocking our ability to run our walkways like this. So again, I like to have that kind of corner effect like that. And then you got a nice little walkway. You're walking along here. And then we can go ahead and just put that plate there. That gives us the ability to walk through here and get to the other side. Like so. Very nice. Now on this side, we got a problem. Because just one side or the other. You have to make a choice. We'll do that battle here in a second. You got to make a choice, right? Because they're not perfectly centered. If they were perfectly centered, this one would be back just a little bit further. This one in the front would be back that way just a little bit further, and maybe we could then fit another plate in there. So that's something we can look into, trying to center that a little better on the next one, right? So we'll go over here and we'll look at this, how much this is hanging out on that side and how much is hanging out on this side. So let's go ahead and back this one up just a bit. Let's grab another one there. I'm just going to use my middle mouse button, by the way, is how I did that. We'll just look at that a bit more centered. Let's say something like that. I'm centering it between these two foundations. So let's say a little less than halfway into that next foundation. There's the center of that foundation. Yeah. Now why I made that was to see the length of the pipe that sticks out, and that gives me an idea of the distance, the minimum distance in which I can put a pipe in, right? And that tells you basically the offset of each side. See, that's the offset of each side. So that's almost halfway foundation, and this one on the back is exactly the same. See, this is the halfway point of the foundation right there. So that is perfectly centered, is basically what that's showing us. That's perfectly centered between the two sides. All right, let's go start battle. Let's see how we do. 31 versus 7 today. We're starting off with a pretty fun one. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, yeah, Rotisserie G knows what I'm talking about. Oh, these guys are going to get romple-stomped. Later, Spider. All right, good battle. Start off the day. They got owned. Let's see. Aridin. We got Rotisserie G getting some love. Rotisserie G, MVP again, man. I'm telling you, they should give you points for when you hit that MVP. I'm telling you. That'd be a good game mechanic. All right, what are we feeling like? Flying Rogue, I'm feeling. Yeah, right in the center. Yeah, I'm going to go a little forward here. A little forward. Let's say right there. Now, again, come join us, everybody. We're playing some Stream Raiders as well as some Satisfactory. And we are going to be battling it out all day long. All day during the stream. And this is just regular battles. All the event is over for now. But don't worry, we'll be doing more events in the future. That is for sure. All right, now let's go ahead and see how we look here. If we want to just run a pipe, say, and run it up along the same edge, this back edge into there, kind of keeping our pipe here nice and straight down. Maybe we could even offset it just a little bit, maybe something along those lines. Keep that pipe running right there. And these are perfect right here. These are really nice, the way those run up. I like that a lot. It's just that on the other side, it's a bit too far forward. Then again, we could make a choice too, and we could just run it out further, right? Instead of having it run to there, we could just have it run forward and then down. Because what you can do is you can control the verticality of your pipes. And the way you do that is based on where you start. If you don't know what I mean, I'm talking about when you're running something. If I start there, and I say, okay, I'm going to toggle my build mode, which is up here, toggle build mode, which is R, and I'm going to tell it to be vertical, right? And I'm going to tell it to go right there. Now notice that the pipe has offset forward and then run up, right? That's a feature of your vertical functions. Now watch if I run it in the opposite direction. Remember, I ran it from down there up to here. Now if I run it from up here down to there, look at the difference in the offset. You're welcome. I just showed you something that's very, very helpful, right? That's really super helpful depending on what side I want to run my pipes on. Do I want to run them on that side or do I want to run them on this side, right? In this case, since this is offset out, it'd be better if I actually ran it where it was running outward and then back into there. So I could connect it in such a way that it runs this way, out further, and then go ahead and then connect it back across there. Now, a great little trick, by the way, also, if you want to control how this is going to go down below there, you can add a junction cross there, take out the bottom, right? And then go down to the bottom and then run it like that, and then take this part out, right? Now you got a little bit of a pipe problem there, right? That part's doing that, but that's okay. You just go in and you run it again. And now you've got control over that verticality. Now, obviously, I would line it up a little bit straighter, but you get the idea. Now you have control over the offset of where that pipe is going to run. One of my better Kismet tips right there. That's really useful. Run that back up there for now. That's real useful to understand using those vertical runs and how to do the offsets of those vertical runs as well. And if there was a pipe that was just running in a straight line right there, we could just come up off the pipe and then go into there and it would offset in that direction. So really easy way of fixing that. And then we kind of want to do the same thing over here, right? We want to have the pipe already in there. And that's going to allow us to come in here and basically choose how to run this. I feel like I want a little bit more of this action. Right there, so you can really get in there and look down there. And I feel like that's going to look good. That's looking good. I'm looking at the offset of these plates. Kind of feel like we could maybe get another one in there. Right there. It's kind of a weird plate offset right there. See, there's kind of a weirdness there where this one is offset just a little bit kind of forward there. I can kind of get it in the center. See, you can actually put pipes or plates in the center there, or walkways in the center. One of the few things that have a half step, right? It has a half step move because it should line up. If you're lining it up perfect, it should line up either there or here. But your walkways have a half step that you can put in to center it in between, which is why I like the walkways for that purpose. It works pretty great. And that's pretty nice there. There we go. Allows us to move through here pretty nicely. Like it? Okay, so that's looking good. Now, this definitely needs to be bye-bye. And this needs to go bye-bye. And I think we're going to have a... This is going to block. I'm going to set the precedent of this to be... Yeah, let's say right there. We're going to need to use a pipeline support, though. So we can just kind of get an idea of where we want that to be. Let's say right there. All right, let's go ahead and just turn all this off now. By just saying, nah, we changed our mind. This sucks. Again, the great thing about this game is you can just iterate off of all the stuff that you're doing, right? Just keep iterating and iterating and iterating until you get it really how you want it to be. I'm just going to go ahead and run that straight across there. Wow, I feel like I'm about to fall. Yeah, I was about to fall. Luckily, I got my jetpack on, too, just in case. All right, that's looking good. And again, we'll do the same thing we did on the other one. We'll do this. And then again, we got that nice vertical. Look at that. Look at that beautiful vertical. Ah, so beautiful. All right, nice. And we'll line that up, eyeball it as best we can because we got no snaps on that stuff yet. One of these days, we'll have some beautiful snap action. That will be wonderful. Some beautiful pipe snap action. Boom. Look at that beautiful purple or vertical pipe. Love it. Love it, love it. All right, that's looking good. Now we're getting into it, everybody. Again, last time, I don't know what I was thinking. Apparently, I wasn't thinking. See, look at that. Nice. Okay, now, the same thing down this way. We just keep one single pipe running. We're just running as far as we can. I have it in vertical mode, but it doesn't really matter. It's going to run it straight as far as it can. Oh, a little too long. Gonna just run it straight. That's the important thing. And then we can feed it from over here. Now this one we can change the direction. No reason to run all this extra lines and stuff. We can just go ahead and run it down. Try to eyeball it nice and vertical. Where's the center of that? Right there. Definitely forward by 1 or 2. Oh yeah, that's perfect. All right, beautiful. All right, and we'll stand on top of that so we can try to line up off it. Ah, just so close. This thing right here is in the way. That is a bummer. Now that's okay. We'll take that out. And then what we'll do is we'll just run a nice clean single pipe. Ah, just a little too long. Look at that, just like a micro spot too long. All right, it happens. Run that like that, take this out. Okay, we use that first part just to get it started and get it lined up in a certain way. And then we'll just run that junction. Ah! I moved it right at the last second. That'll drive a grown man crazy. Boom. Alright, there we go. And then there's our primary feed line. Right into there. And then we put our pump back in. Make sure it's going the right direction. And that's too easy, everybody. Too easy. Alright, where's our power connection? Right here. Alright, that is beautiful. Ah, I love it. I love it. I love it. Ah, so beautiful. Alright. Now, let's fix the ugly over here. Let's fix the ugly. We got lots of ugly right here. Come on now. We're optimizing our pipes right now. We're trying to get all of our stuff all lined up and looking beautiful. Ah, I love doing this stuff. I really do. I really enjoy optimizing pipelines and stuff like that and just making it look beautiful all the way down the line. I really feel like this needs to be offset a bit over. And we just fixed this earlier, but I never mind just tearing stuff straight out again. I don't even need this power, by the way. I don't even need this power right now. So if I do cut it out, no big deal. My coal power will continue to keep the power going. So we can go ahead and just take all this out. That stuff down there at the end, not even necessary anyway. And we're definitely going to need to fix these, the way the pipes connect up there. So we'll take those junctions out. And we'll come in and we'll try to optimize those junctions. Now this definitely needs to be offset to line up to all of this. Kind of feeling like, I'm feeling like back here. Say something like that. Optimize all of this. This is more of a way of running it if you're running it up there, or you're running it with those junctions. But here you just want to pipe it into the pipe and then let it push itself down in that direction. Basically just feeding it into a central run pipe here from up above. Like that. Oops, nope, that's a little too close to that one. Too close. Let's fill in the rest of these. Every time, man, I'm telling you, I must have said this 1,000 times on stream, but every time I do these foundations, it's just the most wonderful thing. Every single time. When I go, hey, man, I want to fill that in. Boom, filled in. There you go, easy. Right? It's great every time. Because there's so many games that is not great. That every time you go to fill in those foundations, you're like, hold on, I got to stand and crawl over, got to look over the side, I got to jump down below, I got to do all these things just to get your foundations in. Where in this game, you're just like, easy mode. Easy mode it. That's nice. I like it. Let's see, we need some concrete. I got to have concrete laid around here. I know I just got boxes and boxes of that laying around. A little bit in here. There's just boxes of concrete laying around this entire base. I'm telling you. There we go. Let's get a bunch. What else do I got on me? Pipes. Yeah, all right. Well, that stuff's okay for now. How's my train doing? Train's doing a good job. All right, this is shaping up. Hey, Raz, what's up? Good morning. Wow, 38 months of sub love. Thank you so much for that. Also, Nikonized, thank you very much for that follow, for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, coming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the Kismet channel. Welcome. Birthday's January 3rd. Well, happy early birthday there, Raz. I hope you have a fantastic birthday. Hope you're having a great holiday as well. Hope your family is well. Say hello to your dad from me. Hopefully everybody is well and having a good year. I've actually met Raz and Raz's dad, who's a really cool guy, by the way, at TwitchCon. We had a good time. All right, so we'll go ahead and click this. It was funny because we were walking out of there, and at that very moment, we ran right into him. It was, it literally took us like an hour to get out of there. It was funny because we kept running into people we knew, right, as we were trying to run to go get something to eat. We kept running into people. I never mind stopping and talking to people. I find that's one of my favorite things. But my mods were starving. Poor mods. Poor starving mods. There we go. But that was fun, though. We had a good time. I would have loved to send my mods to TwitchCon this year. I had the best thing ever, man. I was going to send them without me. I was going to send my mods to TwitchCon actually without me. And so they would, look at that. Beautiful. Perfect. So basically they would just carry a cardboard standee of me. And they'd say, hey, where's Kismet at? And it'd be like, right here. And they'd be having to stand on it. I was going to go on vacation for my birthday, but apparently that whole entire idea died. Look at that. I like that a lot. All right, perfecto. I better make sure this thing is straight. Yeah, it is. All right. All right, liking that a lot better. Nicely aligned into the thing. Nice vertical alignment. And let's go ahead and see if we can get these in here now. Oh, yeah. Those walkways under there. That in there nice. It's like an offset. Like a thing offset there. Look at that. See, that should be there. That one there. Why are these so weird? Look how weird the under part of that is. See that? Why are those so weirdly not going in the same direction? I just realized that all my my walkway crossings are being awkward. So you wouldn't really notice that unless you were at the bottom of it, right? Then you would notice that they're going like in weird opposite directions. This game, I don't know what it is about this game. It loves to kind of trip you up with your directions of stuff. All right, that's looking good. Overall, looks rock solid. We definitely need to do something about these conveyors, though. I don't like those conveyors, but this is looking good. I'm liking everything about this. All right, we can take that pipeline support out now, and we can just run this for days. And let's see how we look over on this side. Say right to there. What I'm doing is just trying to visually line that up where it's centered over the top. Too bad you couldn't just roll over this and then it would automatically create a junction from the pipe. That would be an awesome addition too. So you pull the pipe out of there, and when it gets close to another pipe, it turns into a junction instead. That would be a great mod too, all you modders out there. That would be awesome. See, oh, that is just so much nicer. All right, I like all of that. Man, all right, we are really making some big strides today, everybody. Big strides. Yeah, liking it. Like the way it's feeding down, like the way it's feeding back up again. We're definitely going to have to put a pump at the start of this, though, because this is actually coming down. So this is coming down into the pipe, which is adding a positive lift, right? So it's really kind of pushing the fluid down into the pipe. And then over here, it's lifting up into our fuel generators over there, which is also awesome. And it's doubling up in both two directions up there. Why does that look like it's a oil pipe? Oh, God, I hope I wasn't running oil in there. I don't like that at all. Hold on. That shouldn't be an oil pipe. Yeah, these are all reverted back to oil pipes. I guess that's just the default looking pipe. You hear that? They all stop spinning. Yeah, I guess that's a default looking pipe, is an oil pipe. Okay, I don't like it, but such is the way it goes. There shouldn't be any oil being pumped up there. And let's just go ahead and, again, eyeball it by doing something like that. And then we'll run our pipeline some more. Again, you want to make sure that your end piece does not align to that, or you can't put a splitter on it. So make sure that your end piece goes way past where you're going to split it. And then we'll just cut the end of it off, and we'll rerun it up via the top. All right, and we'll line that up again. Again, I just aim toward the thing, try to stand in such a way that I'm aligned by it. There we go. And then we'll just kind of figure a way to make that straight up and down. Oh, this way. We go this way. Yeah, that's exactly what we do. Okay, we line ourselves up by the center of the pipe, and we just try not to move our cursor too much offline. Oh, thanks for that lag there. We'll save lag. I mean, you do the best you can do, right? Since you have no way of snapping that, oh, that is pretty good. Since you have no way of snapping that, you basically just have to eyeball it as best you can, that you're going to get both the vertical and the horizontal correct. And so I'm just using the old eyeball technique right there, just lining it up off the line and then just running it and then hoping it runs nice and vertical. Yeah, so that's offset just a little bit right. I can tell, it's ever so slight, but let's go ahead and just give a little something, something. And then now it's not so like this, right? Now it's a bit more vertical. And that's just cosmetic. Again, everything that I'm doing is a cosmetic thing. It'll work just fine the way I had it, but it'll work even better and look awesome at the same time if you take the extra time to make it look great. So I'm looking at vertical. I'm looking at the way that it shifts at the bottom. And that's not too bad. It looks pretty good. And these are now all feeding in here. Now, here's the thing. That doesn't even need a pipe or a pump. It doesn't even need a pump. It's going through the pipe right now. I can tell you already. And the reason why, look at that, it's filling up. Why is that one filling up with so much fuel? The reason why it's filling up with so much fuel is because it already has a positive lift. And that's because it's coming down from over here and is forcing the fluid up on that side. Fluid seeks an equilibrium, right? So if your fluid is in a barrel up here and you have a barrel over here and your exits are at the bottom, you connect a a hose between one side or another, or a pipe between one that is full and one that is empty. Say this one's up, this one's empty way down here, and this one's full, and you create a connection. What's going to happen is they're going to go like that. And so even if you have it at the bottom, even if you have a pipe at the bottom where there was no water in this one at all, say we're talking about water, they'll automatically secret equilibrium between the two sides, meaning that it'll balance through that tube without any power whatsoever. So if you understand that about fluid mechanics, then you'll understand that's why that this is being forced out of here, and then it's being forced up, and I don't even need a pump at this point, right? But I'm the type of person who likes to have that fail-safe in there, so I'm actually going to put one right here in the back just to push it all the way in there. Now, here's the interesting thing. This actually is going to push it up that way, which it doesn't really need to do. I could move this down to the end. See, so if we do it there, we don't really need any of this stuff here at the end because I'm not running fuel that direction. I'm only running in the one thing. So this is coming down, this is coming down, and that's where the start up is. And so that is where we want our pump to be, right? We don't want to interfere with this positive lift. We want this to kind of go and add to our lift this way. And so we'll go ahead and grab this. Actually, we'll go ahead and get rid of this. We'll make this super clean over here. Now, one of the cool things you can do with power, by the way, is now you can go ahead and put them vertically. So you can go ahead and start a power line. You can go right where this is and go right above it, say right there. And just run that line right down in there. So now you got a nice clean line this run. And the same thing across here, right? We go ahead and run a nice clean line, let's say right to there. And then we can run one, say right over here. Yeah, right there is good. And then a nice short run right to that pipe, all right? Very nice. I really like that. Vertical thing helps out a lot. All right, now I bet you this has even less lift than it did before. It does. Look, it has 9.5 instead of 11 to 12 head lift, and that's because of the way that we've redone our pipes. So we've actually made it more efficient than it was before. So awesome. Awesome. Hey, what's up, Orca? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Appreciate it. Drink your coffee and game. Yeah, slurp, slurp. Slurp, slurp. There we go. Have a little bit of that. Hey, UEG, how you doing, man? Thanks for hanging out in the stream. I see you there in the chat. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Did not want to get out of the bed today, but now we're on a roll, man. I'm glad I did. Now I'm glad I got out of the bed because, man, we're on a roll now. We're getting our pipes all lined up nice. We got a pump over here too, which I bet its head lift is pretty low right now, 9.5. It's gonna get higher in a minute because we're gonna be pumping all of this oil into some refineries here in a bit, into these refineries right here. Now, if we're gonna go ahead and decide that that is going to be the side of it, we could actually probably push this back. There is one of these sides you get through. There we go. We could actually push that back if we wanted to. Now, this actually is not going to have a, or it's going to have a multiple output. So this is going to be plastic. And so we're going to have our heavy oil residue that we're going to have to deal with. And that heavy oil residue is actually going to feed back into another refinery, which is going to take care of that. Now, let's see. We're doing a 240. We have two 240s in theory worth of, right? Is that how much oil we have? I can't remember. You know what? Let's go ride the train. Where's our train at? Train? Wouldn't that be convenient if the train was just there? That train will be back in a minute. We need to ride the train over there and figure out how much our oil was. Did I write down our oil? I don't think I did. So you want to write that stuff down because right now it would be really useful. I think it's 2 lines of 240. I think we had one that was a pure node and then 2 that were normal nodes that we combined into 240, if I remember correctly. Don't tell me. Part of the fun is going and looking. We'll go take a look here when our train comes back. We'll listen for it. In the meantime, though, we can kind of figure this out. So if we did have 2 240s, we could do 20 here. And then 20 here. So it's 2 plastics. We go ahead and do another, let's say, rubber on this one. Not residual rubber, but rubber. And that's going to put us at 20. I'm looking at the residue, 10, and then this will be 10 again. So that'll be 40. Oh, here comes our train. We can see it up there in the radar, as well as here it comes. So that'll put us at 140, and if we wanted to, say, put that into petroleum coke, that would be perfect for that petroleum coke. Get up on our train here for a minute. I love the animation in this game. It's really exceptionally done. I've watched a bit. By the way, while I was out on break, I was watching like just about every single Satisfactory video they have on their YouTube channel. I went back there and watched a lot of the people who are the artists, people who are the animators in here. They got really exceptionally good taste. They're really exceptionally good. In animation, there's a subtlety, right? That is not easy to duplicate. A lot of time, what people do is they just make it move from A to Z, and it's very, in between, right? When you're doing animation, it's like they start here and they end here, right? But when you're doing something, there's like an in, an out, a speed, a rate at which you decelerate and accelerate, and this has really subtle animation, especially like the thing that takes off and takes your resources up in the beginning from your hub. Those animations are really, really well done. And, I'm an animator, so I see that little subtlety in there. So big love to all the animators and artists over at Satisfactory. They did a really fantastic job. Most people would not notice that stuff. I noticed that stuff. But they would notice if it wasn't there, by the way. They would notice if it was very cardboardy style animation. Which you see a lot of people who first start off in animation, they do that kind of just, okay, I'm going to have this ball and it's going to bounce, right? But the ball doesn't squish. The ball doesn't, have a kind of an extra spin on it. A ball doesn't just bounce perfectly. It's got to have like a bit of momentum and a spin on it and all sorts of stuff in the way that it works. And that subtlety is the hardest part of any type of animation. Is putting in that little bit of uniqueness, the character of that particular item that you're animating. It's got to have its own kind of style. Yeah, there's 120 there. Now we're running a 600 pipe instead of just a 300. This is 120 as well. Man, look at that. Look at it empty that entire thing out. Emptied that sucker out. And that's 120 there, and I think this one's the 240. All right, so yeah, so we have basically 480 oil that we can utilize back here. Kind of feel like we should put another tank over here too. I feel like this is producing it faster than it's actually picking it up. So I feel like maybe we could put a tank up at the top. As kind of like a little backup so it can produce more than it's grabbing. Let's get up here. Hopefully I have enough resources. Oh, I forgot to put my hypertube back in. That was the other thing I don't have right here, my hypertube. Well, I got to do without it. All right, I feel like right over here would be a good spot for that extra tank. Maybe a couple extra tanks. Just so it has enough, just so it's generating as maximum amount of oil as it can. And so we'll go ahead and put a couple fluid buffers in here. Put one there. And we'll use that Mark II. Take it out of here. Run it down into there. Take all this out. Run that up into there using that vertical pipe. Kind of makes me wonder if that now has too much of a vertical lift. So I need to go back here and look. How we looking? It's 20. 20 out of 50. That's not bad. That's plenty. So I'm going to have it backlog into here. Now, it's already full in here. So that tells you that it's really producing a lot more than what we're using on the other end. And we got to really start burning that up. Yeah, this is going to fill. I have a feeling over time, by the time I get all my stuff up and running, all 3 of those are going to be full by that time. Oh, our train's back. Diet present on the tracks. You don't want to move when this thing is going full speed. You will go flying. If I go up, boom, the train will be gone. Because I'm at the momentum of the train, which is currently like 100 plus miles an hour right now. 150 miles an hour. It's going to be 130 plus miles an hour when it hits this bottom drop. So if I move, man, the train's just going to come right out from underneath me. So now we know it's 240. We've added some extra tanks over there so it can backlog on that side too. So we'll have plenty of oil for our future expansion over here. We'll just battle here just a second. Whoop, I'm up. All right, do your thing, train. All right, let's do this battle. Let's get it going on. Feeding frenzy. Fired up. Let's get it going. 51 units right now. Let's do it. All right. All right. Open the captain's chest. Grant some rewards. Just sitting here doing some math in my head while I was watching that battle. Keyblade Knight, Rotisserie G, Airden, getting some love. Keyblade Knight MVP, 14 assists there. We're just going for the gold, man. We're going for the gold all day long. You guys go get the gold. I'll keep the boss busy. Ooh, that's going to be a messy one. Let's just go straight down the middle. They're going to attack us from behind right there. All right, cluster together, everybody. We might got this one. Again, I'm just going to pull Wasteland Tycoon. I don't get a scroll for using my Wasteland Tycoon, but that tank really comes in handy whenever you're doing a 4-skull one. It could be a real mess without having a good tank in there. Okay, so I was doing some math in my head right over here. So we got 20 coming in there. We've got 20 coming in there. And this right here is going to end up being petroleum coke. Oh, I didn't mean to change both of those petroleum coke. This one is actually going to be rubber. There we go. Okay, so that's 20, 20, and 20. So this is 60 being used out of 240. So we can do a lot of plastic and a lot of other stuff. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to actually center the output. So I'm grouping. What you want to do in this game is find things that group well together, right? In patterns, right? The math all has patterns throughout the entire game. And if you can master those patterns, then you can basically just cookie cutter stuff and put it in those repeating patterns overall. A great example is 2 plastic, 1 rubber, and 1 petroleum coke. And that's what I've got going right now. And you're like, well, how does that become a pattern, Kismet? Well, here's the thing. First, it's got 10 fluid output on the heavy oil residue, right? So that's the 10 output. And then this is 10 heavy oil because it's the same as the other one, right? Because they're both plastic. And then this one is a 20. So rubber is going to be 20. So if you add 10, 10, and 20 together, that's 40, right? So now you have 40 heavy oil residue that you got to do something with, right? You got to get rid of that heavy oil residue. Otherwise, it's going to stop your overall production. Well, it just so happens that if you produce some petroleum coke, which you could use for coal plants if you want, I just get rid of it, throw it in the awesome sink, but its input is 40. So if you do it in that kind of style, all we need to do is take the residue of those three, put it into this one, and then run the petroleum coke into the awesome sink. Or we could run it into a coal plant for extra power, or whatever you want to do. Now, later on, I actually need petroleum coke to make some other stuff down the road, right? And so usually I backlog a bunch of petroleum coke. In fact, I think I have some. Where do I have that petroleum coke? Way over there. Yeah, it's over there. I actually backlog a lot of petroleum coke to get that fired up later on. I think it's sitting over here. Yeah, there it is. Each of those boxes are full of petroleum coke. Right there. Now I can probably get rid of it now, but I usually keep it around to kind of jumpstart some of my later production because I want to get that petroleum coke in there straight away. But we're going to kind of pre-build it in right here. Now, we also want this stuff to end up in its various places, right? Where rubber, plastic, all of that. We want that to end up above, up there. So we're going to run that underneath and run it back to where we get it. And we're probably going to run it down and to the side here because now we've got all our piping in the way, right? And we're going to use this piping here. But we'll probably run it down this way. And then we'll have it tap into these lines, which we already have run. We could tap it into these bottom lines and then run it along there and run it up into our base. Now this one over here we no longer need because this is the end right there. And I don't think did I not tie it back in? I probably didn't. Take that out. There we go. And we'll go ahead and tie that back into our storage there. Very nice. What's our store? Whoa, our storage is full. Oh, wow. Okay. Lots of extra fuel in there. Okay. That's working perfectly. Okay. All right. So now basically we want these in groups of 4. And so we're only going to be using 20 per. So that's 60. So we could do this again, right? So that would be 120. And then we could do it again and again, right? That's how much of this we could do. A lot, right? A lot of this with that much oil. That's a crazy ton of oil to be used. Now, is there anything else in here I want to make? I can make some liquid biofuel, which is the most efficient form of biomass, but I'm not going to. Really, the only thing I want to make is the first 3 things. And I could make, again, residual plastic from the resin, but then again, I have to run some water into there, and I don't really want to do that, even though the water is literally right underneath where I'm at. I could make some residual rubber, but again, I'd have to run some water and pump it up here and all of that. Really, those are the 3 combos that work the best, I find, is plastic, rubber, and then converting the excess into petroleum coke, and then using that petroleum coke either later down the road or running it into the awesome sink. We're going to run it in the awesome sink. So that's what we're going to do. So now we got to get all of that stuff to do all of those things that I just said. And it's not too hard because we already have the oil lined up behind here. So running the oil in the back of this is going to be real easy because we already have it running. So let's go ahead and just take this out. And we've got it going right there. So let's just start with the easy part first. And that's to line up our input. Now, again, it's only going to have one input. So it should be pretty easy peasy. We just grab it from down here and we run it up there. Now, why do we grab it from the bottom first and not the top? Again, if you're using your vertical, if you grab it from there first, it's going to try to do that, which you don't want it to do. See how it did the kind of down angle and whatnot? You want to go up first, and then that's going to create a nice perfect vertical, right? So you start here and you go there. Otherwise, it does that kind of down angle and then does it, which is not what you want. You want it to be nice and clean looking. Line yourself up as best you can because there is no snap. And just look how easy that is, right? We already got this already set up and rocking. And I just eyeball it each time. Now, see how this one's going the opposite direction? I turned it around for a reason. Is because I'm going to be feeding the excess from the back without having to run it down and run it back up again. I'm just going to feed the excess from the back, and I'm also going to feed it that way. Now this is going to need to feed the access out of here going in the opposite direction. That would be the most efficient way of doing that. But what I'm going to see, though, is I'm going to see the pipes up here in the top side. And it's going to be real easy to do, right? So we can go ahead and just run this pipe, say, right here, where we know we're going to be removing that platform. So we're going to run it, say, here. We're going to offset it by 2. Give ourselves a nice 90 there. But see, when we remove this, that's going to be floating. So we want to take that out, take this out, readjust all of this. So we have that beautiful single pipeline 90 there. And that's then going to feed all the rest of this. And then it's going to go ahead and feed down the line all the way to here and then feed into this. Now, I don't want to do that, obviously, because that's going to go right across where all my stuff is running. We don't want to do that. We want to line it up and then back by 2. Get yourself a nice, beautiful 90 right there at the end as well. So the great thing about piping is pipings are both splitters and mergers. So you can't connect it to sides that might be an output or an input or whatever. Doesn't matter. That's what's so awesome about the piping is that you can line all that stuff up super easy like we're doing right here, right? So we're going to just output that into there. We're going to take this residual here. We're going to run that right into here as best we can. There we go. Residual from there, and there we go. We now got it set up and ready to rock. That was it. That was it. Now all we have to do is our outputs. Right here. So we'll take those out. We'll tell it, all right, we want our outputs to go down. So we're going to go ahead and use our lifters. And we're going to go ahead and say one right to the lower level. And I'm just going to put them there just for reference right now, and then we'll readjust them. Because they're going to be 2 separate items. I don't like to combine items. Combining items is not a good idea. Now, see, we're seeing all of the piping up here, though. That's the biggest drawback of not running it down below, which we could do. We could just run it all down below, run that pipe down below, and then have it run up there. So let's take a look at it. Train! Let's take a look at it like this. Do we like it like that? All right, take a little peek at it. Or do we want it to go from underneath? And really, either way it'll work, right? But we're doing a lot of underneath work for this particular playthrough. So we're trying to, you know, just kind of make it look pretty underneath. All right. And so now we've got these, and these are kind of in the way. But that doesn't mean those have to go that way, right? We could just go in and say, you know what? I changed my mind. I want them to run that way instead. So we'll go ahead and make a call on the direction of our outputs. Now, none of this is running right now because I haven't connected any power to it. I'm really not that big of a hurry. I've got plenty of all of this. But eventually, whenever you're working on something that's at the edge of your kind of resources, meaning like your plastic, you're using a lot of plastic up to make this stuff, right? So you need to get that production going because you're eventually going to run out of that plastic and you're going to want to have that to keep all of this stuff working together. So we'll keep that going. So if we did want to bring our pipes down, again, we would want to kind of look at how our pipes are coming down, how we would want them to get lined up, maybe something like this. That's going to be pretty close. Let's say something like that. Now, I'm just using that as a reference. I didn't really have to worry about the pipe there. I'm just using it as a reference for when I run the line like this, right? And we want to run it all the way to the end here. Like that. And then look at it, one, to see if it's straight. That's definitely not straight. I can see it's curving. Not good. Not good. We don't like that. And that is about halfway into that thing there. And I'm just trying to run it, just trying to run it further than the other pipe. And I just use Mark IIs for everything. I'm the same way with conveyor belts. At some point, I'll just start using Mark IIIs and use nothing else. That's it. I'll just use those until I get past Mark IIIs, until I'm into the highest in ones, and then I'll start using those. All right, that's looking good, right? We need a nice straight pipe there. Nice consistent looking pipe. That's looking good. Probably could take this side out now and rerun it again. And you're like, why are you running it again? Because I'm running it again so that it's beyond the end, right? So I can line it up and have it just be perfectly lined up off of there, and then I'll just cut the ends off. Because it's so smart that it knows that that's a junction there, right? Like when I create a junction, say like that, then I can just cut this whole end part off, and it's perfect, right? It's absolutely perfect in the way that it's lining up. And then same thing there. Okay? And that's because I went from the bottom up, it went and ran a perfect vertical junction there. Like so. Right? Oh, I went the wrong way. Like so. There we go. Now, I got a problem, though, is if I wanted to put plates to cover this up, this stuff is actually blocking, right? It's blocking my ability later on to come back to come in and say, okay, hold on, I want to put in a bunch of these things, right? Oh, God, look at how it's all over the place, right? It's all over the place. We got this, which is in our things, and the other ones, which is out. But there is actually a way to work it so that the pipe can be underneath our lifters because we left enough room down here, right? I do about 1.5 walls high when I'm doing my sandwich level or my what's called the run level where you're running all of your lines and whatnot. So we could, in theory, have that pipeline down here and then just adjust the height of these lifters, right? So let's try something like that. I feel like that might be a little bit nicer, a little bit cleaner overall. So let's go ahead and work with that. And again, we'll go ahead and grab this. We'll pull this down. We'll make a turn this way. And we'll try to see what our minimum turn is. That looks pretty awesome. And then we'll go ahead and use that as our template. Take it right back out again. All I'm trying to do is line up that side. See, I'm just trying to create that one thing so I can use that as a reference and then run a long pipe. And then that pipe becomes the gold standard of how I'm going to line up all of these ones up above, right? So a lot of things are just like you make it and you take it out, and you make it, you take it out. They're just for temporary reference. And let's go ahead and try this. Oh, that is awesome. That is awesome. All right, I'm loving it. If you guys are loving it, put a 1 in the chat. You guys are loving all this awesome Kismet tips, man. I'm showing you my good stuff today, man. You're getting the good stuff. I'm showing you all the sweet, sweet tricks. All right, and that one's going to be going up into there. All right, this one's coming down. Oops, wrong direction. I try to be consistent in the direction running so they all will look the same. There we go. Again, now that we have that junction right there, we can take all the rest of this off. No reason to run it. All right, so those are all going to feed down, run along this edge, and then it's going to feed up at the end. And because of that positive lift, I don't necessarily have to put a pump there. And then this over here. Yeah, lots of 1s in the chat. There we go. So look at that. Now, again, because we can control the lift angle, and that's not going to actually output anything on this side. That's an input. We're not inputting anything there. We can control the level in which it comes down, right? So it doesn't interfere with the pipe. So we just have it go down just a little bit there. Just a little bit above there. And so on. And that's going to allow us to then go back up here. Make this a lot cleaner, right? Make it look a lot nicer with our walkways. We can go ahead and run our walkways along this edge. I can have a little interference there, but we can have some walkways in between our pipes here. And a little bit of that looks nice. Now, we could actually push this forward a little bit more and try to get that where we could run a walkway there. But I so like how our pipes are running over here. But this definitely looks like it'd be pushed forward to help us in the back. Yeah, and I can move that pipe forward by 1. I really like how that pipe matches up to that, but not liking how this is blocking. Let's try running it the other way and see if that actually does have an effect. No, it doesn't have an effect because it's going to be blocking. That definitely seems like it needs to go forward in this direction to make this a bit cleaner on that side. Okay, so let's give that a try. So you do a lot of, sometimes you're just doing stuff just to make it cosmetic. It's not anything other than that. And of course, these are already offset in the right direction, so that really does help us. We need to look at where it's at right now. It's kind of, yeah, not quite, the ladder's not quite lining up with it, but it's pretty close. So let's take that out. Let's put it back again. Make sure we got our inputs and outputs going the right direction. We'll line it up off the one we already have. And then we'll back it up. Let's say by 2. Let's really back it up by a huge offset. Let's see what we can do over here. Alright, and then we'll go ahead and look at our lifts. Going down, turning, doesn't really matter which direction. Then we should be able to slide that in there. Alright, much nicer. Look at that. Ah, beautiful. Okay, and then this down into there. Oh, wrong way, wrong direction. My bad, my bad. This up into there. That's nice. That pipe could be moved over just a little bit now. That's definitely way better. All right, I like that better. And so if I like it, I'm going to keep it. Now, the great thing about this game is, again, you kind of set stuff up like a template. You kind of use the ones that you've already created as a template to create the other ones. And you can use them to align stuff. Like in this case, we can use this first one to align the other ones. And again, we want to make sure our inputs and outputs are going the correct directions. And we're also looking at our offset. Make sure this one's lined right up with that one. There we go. This one's going to go that way. That one's going to go that way. And then this one's our final one, which is going to turn around and go the opposite direction. We can eventually run that into the awesome sink. Like that. All right. Nice. Easy peasy. But this pipe needs to be offset just a little bit more. And what we'll do is we'll go like this, and then we'll just move it over just a bit. Use that as a reference. And once again, take out all of our pipes. Never be afraid to dismantle stuff that you've done, right? To just kind of fine-tune it and fine-tune it again until you get it just the way you want it to be. I take stuff out like crazy. I put it in, I use it as a reference, or I use it just to kind of line stuff up and see if I like it. And once I like it, then I'll go with it. And sometimes I'll get to a point where, okay, I kind of like that, but this is better. And thus, I will go back in and make it way better. See, that's way better because it's offset just enough to where when we're doing that vertical there, it's only going to encapsulate that one side. Again, just trying to eyeball that since there's no snapping. And then this one. Now remember, these are both mergers and splitters. So I can just connect all of this stuff together like that, and it's going to output here, right? All that residue, it's going to input on the end here. Again, let's set these back up again. This is going to be petroleum coke. We can go ahead and put in, actually, let's put in our nice walkways like we had before. Put that in the corner. And then we'll do a nice walkway. Like that. Then we'll just kind of alternate. Man, it'd be awesome to get that in there. Oh, that's offset. Nope, 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 that's wrong. I can see that's offset right there. That's why it feels weird. See, it felt weird when I went to run those lines, and that's because that had an offset. try to minimize our offset distance. And this is our input on this side. There we go. Nope, something wrong there. Those should be not matching. This one should be going this way. Ah, there we go. The way I noticed that was wrong was I looked at it and it didn't have the green arrow. These green arrows mean output, right? So those should all be facing toward me, like this one is. And then that one should have the 3 lines, which is the output. Just checking it out, I could see that those connections were going in the wrong direction. All right, we need to take these out now because these are going to have a different offset. I wonder if we could do it from up here. Let's try. We'll just line up from up here. I don't know if I like it. Hardest person to please is yourself when it comes to making it just so. All right, good enough. Let's keep going. Eyeballing that. Up to there. That one doesn't have an input. It's already going the right direction. Okay, something wrong with this too. This is all funky chicken. All right, let's take that out. Make that a little better. All right, crossing at the end. Then a nice walkway. Boom. There we go. Then crossing. Not going to be able to get a crossing there. Walkway. Crossing. Walkway. Let's just alternate it. Crossing. Now that one I might be able to get a half one there. Nah, that's okay. Yeah, see, it's not going to work out. But that's good enough. Looks nice. I like it. Nice and covered. Only taking one side up. Looks good. We'll go with that. I like it. All right. Okay, so we got everything all set up, ready to rock. Did we tell this stuff to be the thing we want it to be? Plastic. This one's going to be rubber. This one is going to be plastic. Use some walkways right there. Yeah, this could be moved back too, so we get a walkway through there. See, always trying to fine-tune stuff in here. Okay, now let's go ahead and rerun these. Those are probably going to be offset. Yeah, those are offset down there. Let's take those back out again. None of this production is running anyway, so it's no big deal if you take it in and out. Try to optimize it. God, I wish that snapped. Just eyeballing it. It doesn't need to be perfect, but it's good if it is. I like it to be perfect. All right, and boom. And actually, let's send this the other way. And then we can center all this stuff on this other side. We'll send it that way. That'll center all over there. Okay, so nice. Now, we got all of our inputs and whatnot going. Let's go ahead and look and see how our crossings end up here. We could probably get a good amount of crossings underneath here. Ah, why do you rotate my stuff? Don't rotate my stuff. This is all cosmetic here. This is just to make it look like it's not hanging off the side. Ah. Center walkways in there. Oh, this one we get 2 in. Nice. All right. The walkways just give it that industrial feel, right? So if you look at it from up here, the walkways make it look nice. That it's got that thing. Plus, also, it does serve a function. Allows you to walk in between there. It'd be nice to get some center ones in there, but because of the way I've offset it, I could have moved it over just a little bit, maybe got that middle one in there, but that's okay. This right here, we could definitely move back all of that. If we want... Oh, I hear my train. Here comes the train. How's our oil looking now? Still full. Full and more full. We are very full of oil. All right, we're full of it, everybody. All right, up we go into the top part. Oh, lots of ones in the chat, yeah. And then we're going to fly on up in here. And then we're going to make some foundations. Let's go. I don't know how many games you can say that you love making foundations. I would say this is the only one. This is like the only foundations that I love doing. Because they're just... You can be just so precise. Now, I'm imprecise because I clicked too early or I clicked too late. But, man, it is just so perfectly precise in the way that you do it like that. It's amazing. It's just incredibly well done. Someone thought that through, you know? All right, so we also got our connector back here. We're going to go ahead and run this up here. Let's hope that's a nice straight line. That's definitely not straight. So let's go ahead and make another one. Say right there instead. And then what I do is I jump down and give it a little look. See if I like it, all right? That's looking good that way. Oh, it needs to go way back. Way back, Rooney. So let's say... right about... about there. Pretty rock solid. Do that battle here in a moment. See, now we also know how it lines up in that upper part, so we can go ahead and just line it up utilizing that one. And then we can connect them together. I love this vertical power, right? Where you can connect stuff onto ceilings. It's like a huge game changer in this game. And then we'll go ahead and take the center line. Run up here. And we'll connect it actually to our power being produced over here. So it's cross-connected, all that power. Now this one's turned around the opposite direction, so we want to go ahead and take this one and run that straight up. See if we like it. No, it's a little offset. A little offset. Ran out of juice. There we go. All right. Oh, out of jetpack fuel. Wow, I wasn't even watching. I could have fell to my death there. I think I just took a damage. Yeah, I took damage. Wasn't even watching my fuel. My bad, my bad. I got a bunch of it over here somewhere. Right here. Okay, so that's looking good. Those are firing up right there. Let's go ahead and take a look. Yep, off they go. Off they go over here. Let's look at the third one here. Yep. Working on that. This one here. Working on rubber. And we should see this all be purple. Yep. Yep, purple running along there. Purple should be running into this one. This one should be making petroleum coke. Yeah, that one's starting up. Yeah, it's coming up into there. Or is it? There it goes. Yeah, see, I'm wondering if I need a pump for that. It's pretty vertical right there. It does act like it's pumping it through there. I think this stuff is still not quite backlogged in that pipe yet. It's definitely going into the pipe. And see, that's creating, it should be creating a positive head lift, enough to overcome this. Oh yeah, look at it go now. Enough to overcome this, which should eventually feed into this. But kind of feel like I should probably pump it just to make sure. So let's go ahead and pump it. Pump it good. Let's pump it like that. In that direction. So let's go ahead and run ourselves another line. Let's say, all right, to there. And then we'll run it right above this. Keep our lines nice and clean. Yeesh, that's gonna run through my thing. I don't like that. Let's run it to here. There we go. All right, that's definitely gonna push it up there now. This is excess. We can take that out now. We can take this out. We can take this out down here. Sorry for the coughing. Okay. Now it's definitely going to be pumping it up there at a max flow. And then this should now be producing petroleum coke, in which it is. Okay. Definitely need the pump there. Even though there is a positive lift, it would take a while for it to fill that residue up. So what it's doing is it's anything that's in that pipe, it's just pushing it down the rest of that way. So it's coming down into the pipe, and as it fills the pipe across, it hits that pump, and that pump then pushes it up into this last one. And that should work itself out. See, look how that's flowing really slow there. And that's most likely because it's now filled up, going to fill up with rubber there before it can push the rest of that out. This is going to fill as well. All right. Got that going. Now we want to get this running this way. All right. And let's go ahead and this right here doesn't need to be here. This is all done. That's just pumping into there. This is our thing that needs to go into the awesome sink. Now we need to think about how we're doing our awesome sink over here. And maybe bring it down into here and run our awesome sink elsewhere. Maybe put a nice awesome sink right here. Kind of create a little separation. Oh, we need some plates. Ah, train. Some plates. Yeah, thinking maybe awesome sink right here. Invading the clearance vertically? No? No, I don't have enough wire. Like, I don't think there's nothing there. I don't know what that's all about. Boom. There we go. Not enough wire. Let's keep it going. All right, I'm filling the awesome sink right here because this would be a good spot to kind of squeeze that in between these and create a little bit of a separation between this and the next thing that I'm going to do, which may have trouble because there's a big old tree in the way. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Yeah. And then I can just run all my awesome sink stuff right there. We can do a merger down below, and I can just run it all into this one central line. And I think that would be awesome sauce. Right there. And then this is going to run down. Run that across. From here. Into, say, this one. It's going to run into there. And then I need to run that down, run it across, merge it in with this. And with this line. I want to bring this down further. It's just going to help me with the merging later on. So, get my other set. There. Create a nice little 90 under there. Oh, or not. Just gonna run that right to that awesome sink. Let's say I want to do a merge. Right there. Take this out. This way that's one connection right there, one solid connection. And then we got that into there. And then we could bring another one in and run it straight into there. So they're merging at that point. I could merge them earlier, but I can merge them at the end. All right, we got a battle to do too. We'll do that battle here in just a moment. All right, let's clean this up over here. Oh, see, now that needs to go the other way if I wanted to keep those, but that's okay. We'll take all these out. No biggie. No biggie. Clean this all up. We're cleaning up our oil production here. We're running our stuff below. We're trying not to just run stuff, straight up run stuff like that on the surface level. Trying to clean all this up like that. All right, and we'll take all these out. Redo all of those later on. This one is going to be the same thing where we run it down just enough. Let's jump down here. Let's do this one first. And we can combine those two like that. This one down. All right. 4 of those going. We need to merge all 4 of those together into a single line. So let's get our mergers in there, and we're just going to do an inline merge. Aim toward me. Eyeball it. That way. Definitely needs to go forward. Going to use that one as a reference. pretty good. All right, take that out. Bring this down into there. Perfect. All right, nice. All right, let's go ahead and line these up both directions. Make sure we got our arrows going the right way. I'm using that green line, the previous one, as a reference for all of these to merge together. I don't know why I rotate that one. The bottom one's irrelevant. Always put these back in. Oh, that's going to be a little too low. That's going to be too low. The first one works because the pipe's not there. Ah, I should have done it on the second one. All right, let's get the second one going. Second one comes down. But we're going to need that higher lift level. See if we can get it there. Oh, yeah. Gonna need it right there. Okay. Good to know. Let's refix this one. Kismet, how do you know it's right there? Because I can see the arrow from up above. The arrow also can act as an alignment. You don't have to necessarily have the junction there. Take these out. Take these two out. There we go. All right. Now, in theory, we should see some of this coming out of here and going through there. We can't. Get there. All right, nice. And from there to there, here to here. And that's nice, too, because it's really up high. It's clipping a little bit against that edge there, but I'm going to let it slide because, you know, I only play the games. I don't make them. I can only do as much as I can do. Let's see. Walls. We just need a single run. Right through the middle of there. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, oh, actually, we don't need that far of a run. We could probably get away with running it right to there. That's a bummer. That's in the way up there, but such is the way it goes. We'll go ahead and run it down into there. Don't need this. It's going to work out perfecto. We'll run that into there with no flipping. Very nice. And then this is then going to merge into the awesome sink. All right. That worked out good. We had to, do a little something there to make it work. But that turned out nice. All right. Much nicer. Okay, now we got a single awesome sink. That is over here. Jetpack our way out of there. Now we need to put our power. Of course, we ran out of foundations. It's awesome every time. And we'll run our power up. Try to make it look nice. That's pretty rock solid. And we'll just run it. Run it in this line. No, that's a maxed line. Run it across to there. Okay, awesome sink firing up. Now this is okay if it's mixed, right? If it's the awesome sink and it's mixed together, you don't care because this line's a 270 line, and the output of this does not equal 270, right? So that's fine. And eventually it's going to catch up, and then this stuff's going to be running a bit slower. But as you can hear, if you didn't hear it, it actually started back up again. It actually stopped because it backlogged with too much too much of the actual residue. So that's all now started back up again. You can see that this is starting to go down because it's feeding that into our main thing. All right, we got that going. Now we also need to have an output here, and we need to run all of our stuff out of here, or this won't run either. So we want to tap some of these lines. These two we want to merge. This one we want to just go ahead and run there. I think we could get through there, yeah, and then over to there. And then these two we want to merge. So let's get that merge line in there. Let's just hope that that's actually correct. Huh. That's going to have the same problem. That's going to have to go 2 up. All right, we got to go get some resources, though. Oh, train almost got me. Train almost ran me over, everybody. It was a close one. All right. Okay, we'll go back and fix that in a second. God, I get so into it, man. I get into it. It's really fun. Let's do this battle. To battle, everybody. Let's blow it up. Actually, thank you very much for the follow as well. I'm going to stretch it out. Welcome to the stream. My name is Kismet. I'm a Twitch partner here on the Kismet Show on the Twitch platform. I have been partnered since 2017. Absolutely love playing games here, talking with all you, having a good time. I'm wearing my Twitch partner shirt right now. Very fun. It's got my name on the back. Very cool. All right, boom. Oh, look at all these epic rewards for everybody. Bradman, Rotisserie G, Sis all getting some love. Lady Justice coming in, dealing some justice with that 11 assists right there. MVP of that round. Let's go and get another battle fired up. I feel like the Centurion. Yeah, I'm going to get right in the thick of it right here. Boom. Oh, or not. Come on, get in there. There we go. Get right into it. Let's go. I love doing those battles. The battles are really fun. That's a side game we play called Stream Raiders. You find the link right there in the chats for mobile and desktop. Welcome to come join us. Everybody in the chat's playing. You might as well come join us as well. A lot of fun. Let's go ahead and get our plates here. Our Awesome Sync is cranking away over here. Yeah, see how it caught up? It already caught up with the output there of both of those. Very nice. But this is going to stop over here. This is going to eventually run out of heavy oil residue. And the reason why is because I have nowhere for the plastic and the rubber to go right now. We got to get that going somewhere so it can continue to fill up our dealio there. So we're going to have to make this go up just a little extra here so we can try to combine these, merge these two lines together. That is not right. No, it looks good. All right, we'll go with that. Put that in there. And let's see if we can get this to connect together. And then this is all done. And then we can just rinse and repeat the same thing over and over and over. Yep, that'll go right into there. Don't like the way that clips a little bit. But, you know, again, I don't make the games. I just play them. All right. Merge our two plastic lines together. And we'll take this out. And take that out. Thanks for the follow. Sneefy. Scenify. Scenify? Is that even close? I butcher everybody's name, by the way. It's part of my charm. Welcome to the stream. All right, here we go. And now we'll get our plastic lines run. Again, no clipping. All right, well, a little power clipping there. Not liking that. Here's what we'll do. Take it out again. Come on, buttons. And there we go. And we'll do this little tricky move. We run it under. too far that way. Got to run it way under. Way under. Oof, that's touchy. Get in there. There we go. Ah, still touching. Now. See, like power lines are something you can fix because you can readjust them and readjust them to get them so they're not clipping. But certain things like, you know, environmental stuff, that's not always something you can adjust because you can't voxel shape. You can't shape out the world and whatnot. And they said very specifically that they're not going to add that to the game. So you got to kind of do it yourself. You got to make sure it doesn't clip on your own. All right, both those looking good. Now it's easy mode. Easy mode. Let's go. All right. That's going to definitely clip. Why do I have those so weirdly in the wrong position, too? We're going to go ahead and do a little bit of dish. Get in there. Ah, I knew it would flip it right at the last second. All right, hold on. We want this to go here. We want this to come out. Rotate. Do a little like that. Hope that's running the wrong way. There we go. Let's tell it to go the right direction. That way. So you can use that pole as a reference too, right? You can just take out the belts and then change the direction of the pole as well. I want to go ahead and separate those a little bit so they're not clipping each other. I hate it when lines are clipping. Separate that out a little bit. There we go. Now we're going to do something really fun. We're going to go ahead and combine lines. And that should just make it. Oh boy, that's close. Beautiful. I like the way that goes. All right, that goes pretty nice. If you get it all lined up just right, it should line up pretty well and not clip. Yeah, that's perfect. Wow, okay. That all worked out good. And you're like, well, Kismet, why are you running like that? Well, I already have a line run at the top, which is my motors. And then I'm going to run my other ones up at the top just so it's easier to navigate down here and whatnot. I can always adjust it later. But I like to have a lot of lines coming together, and then you're just running them in a nice, clean line together. Let's figure out who's texting me. All right. Oh, people are retweeting. All right. Boom. Make sure to go out and retweet everybody. There's that link in the chat. Let me catch a little bit up on chat here. Hey, Riverdog, what's up, man? Thanks for having my back today. Appreciate you coming in, hanging out in the stream. Show Riverdog some love in the chat, everybody. Backing me up. All right, let's keep running here. Now this is just easy. This is just line running now. Easy stuff. We've already got this structure in place. Unless you run out of resources. But then again, it's really easy to navigate from one side of my base to another because I can literally just walk underneath all the machinery. I don't have to keep jumping over lines and doing all of that. That's why I have my lines elevated so I can just go right under them. And then I find a little spot and boom! There's my resources. Easy peasy. That one's actually empty. We can take that one out. Let's go ahead and get some more of this. There we go. I don't need so much of that, though. A little bit of that back. I always look for the train, even though the train doesn't kill you yet. They said they were eventually, there it goes, eventually going to make it where the train can run you over. So I would not get used to being able to walk in front of the train. All right, we got our resources. We're ready to rock. Now we got a bit of a problem. We're going around the corner here because it's going to clip. But no worries. What you do is you just kind of line it up like so. Run little mini lines. So do a nice little 90. And I find all I have to do is line up off the previous one. So same thing here. Line up off the previous middle of that one. And then like this. Back up just a little bit. And then it'll turn that corner nicely. And then you have a nice 90-degree corners. And I could make it where it kind of more fits this angle too. And I could go in and adjust that angle. But it's good. It's good enough. It's nice. I'm going to leave it like that. That's how I like it. That's how we're going to run it. What I'm doing is I'm running all this rubber and plastic back to my primary base, which is way up there. Now we happen to have a hypertube over here, so we're going to go over there. We're going to find our rubber and we're going to find our plastic, and we're going to run it down to where we are. Now, if you notice, I'm not running every single resource up there. I find at this stage, there's no reason for me to run every single resource up there. I have plenty of extra in every capacity of everything that I'm making. The only thing that I'm really going to be starved for at this stage are these two things, right? And I've already made a ton of each of those. And it doesn't really require that much of these. Plus, I have a bunch of these on me. It doesn't require that much of those at this stage. Just a few of each of those. But we definitely want to get our plastic and whatnot run up to here. Now, it looks like that's not really well offset. Definitely need to work on that. Because when I go in to put this in, it's going to be in the wall, which is not what we want. I should have moved that back just a little bit. Let's take that plastic out of there. And let's go ahead and properly offset that. Let's give that a try. That's pretty nice. All right. Down it goes. All right. Pull all of our plastic back in there. Give us some room for this massive amount of rubber in here. I'm going to put another one over here temporarily. Put all that rubber in there. Align those a bit better. There we go. And then take a single stack. A single stack. Oh, did I get that rubber? Nope. Try it again. There we go. I got a couple stacks of those. Run that down. Be careful you don't fall off. Whoa, God, oh, God, now we're going to splat. Look, aim for the water. Oh, wait, jetpack. Always fun. Bring those down. Nah, we got a bit of a problem there. This is the road I built at the very beginning of this playthrough. Right there. When we were looking for oil. Alright. Got that fixed up. Now we need to get our lines run over to here. Okay, so how can we get our lines over here? Let's first check our double wall. Does not line up to the double wall, that's for sure. You know, I could probably adjust it on the other end to line up to the double wall. Potentially. But we could also just run it from there into there. Oh, that one's a little too far. A little too far on that one. But this one's fine. All right, let's try this. Let's try the 3-wall. Nope, still no. Still no luck. Could shape that the other way. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. All right, let's go ahead and grab it from up here. And then what we'll do is just turn it. Door. Don't need a door. All right, let's see if we can get away with that. Is that going to be too far? Nope, that's good. Not bad. All right, that looks good. Okay, now we just got to get those resources from over there to over here. Separate them a little bit. This one is, first one is plastic. That's going to be that one. And this one is going to be our rubber. Wow, did that work out perfect or what? All right, very nice. Those will start lifting up, filling that up. And that's done. That's GG. Pretty sweet. What's up, Paul? Thanks for hanging out in the stream. Appreciate you chilling out in here. We're just running a bunch of resources around. That turned out pretty sweet. All right, so easy peasy running that stuff all the way up there. I see this one's disconnected. Oh, that was our line there. We didn't need that anymore, apparently. I don't know why I disconnected that. That doesn't seem like me. Normally, I would at least still leave it connected just in case I grab some out of there. Probably was fooling around with something and accidentally took it out. So let's put it back in. Let's hope that's the correct box. This one over here is is most likely my plate. So that's probably the correct box. Okay. So we reran all of our pipes. We reran all of our stuff. Man, that turned out amazing. That turned out amazing. We got all of our residuals running to the same awesome sinks. We're not using extra power. We got tons of petroleum coke and residue. Let's watch for that residue. Kind of like Xanadu, but with residue. Come on, resin. Ah, there you are, my little resin. Get in there and make me some tickets. Alrighty. Train. All right, we got our awesome sink integrated in with our oil production here. And so there's like two components in your oil production that gets in your way. The one is going to be your resin. That gets in your way. So you want to awesome sink that or convert it into something else. But eventually it sometimes backlogs if you're not using it 100%. And then the other thing is this residue that flows out of here. Right here, all of this heavy oil residue, which runs down into these pipes, and then those pipes then pump that up into this one, which is converting it into petroleum coke, and then that petroleum coke gets run into the awesome sink as well. So it never backlogs. It doesn't backlog with heavy oil residue. It doesn't backlog with resin, but it does come at a cost of some power. Like this right here is coming at a cost of 30 megawatts. You've also got the cost of your awesome sink over there, which actually doesn't tell you its power consumption. Like if you go over here and say, well, where's this power consumption? What you need to do is act like you're going to make one, right? And you're going to put it down, or you can go ahead and just look in the builder here anyway, and it tells you it's also 30 megawatts. So you actually, to get rid of the residue, you have a double cost of 30 megawatts. So to run all of this costs us 60 megawatts just to have that continuously run. Totally worth it because I have so much power running right now that it's not really that big a deal. So I'm going to grab a line. I'm going to run it down here so I can go ahead and just check it from time to time. But as you can see, I'm at 1,400. I haven't even used up my coal power yet. And I am still able to produce oil products and whatnot, still using my coal from down below. Now, I've lucked out and found this particular spot. Now, I've done all the starting points, and I've done this particular spot where I found 3 pure coal nodes. If you find pure coal nodes, forget about it. You are styling. Now, watch out, we're all going to die. We'll be fine. But as you can see, I have a bunch of coal plants running over here. I have 12 on this side and 12 on the far side, right? And of course, as you are building things along the way, you're building this up and building this up. This is 1,800 power. This rivals nuclear power, which is 2,500 power for one nuclear power. And it has no radioactive waste, by the way, which is awesome. Now, I do have 3 nodes of it, so I could do this twice again. Right, so I could do this and then again and again if I wanted to. But I'm using that coal also for other reasons, for making steel and other things we're going to be making down the road. But this is the thing that's really running my factory right now. Now, on top of all of this, I'm also making a bunch of oil power, which I'm going to need very soon because I'm going to be really powering this up. We got to come back and use our explosive on that sucker. We'll come back later on that. So let's go ahead and use our hyper tubes. And look at this. We even got empty levels of stuff we can build later on. But for right now, we'll go ahead and look at this. Look at all this factory expansion space we've got. What do we got over here? Yeah, actually had something in it. What's in there? Oh, a whole bunch of piping. All right, we'll take that with us. We'll take it with us. Ain't doing us no good down here. Go add it to our little spot over here. Let's go and put our skates on to speed itself up just a little bit. Right there. Lots of stuff. I'm gonna find one that's not so full. Nah, screw it. We'll just make another one. All right. Now I try to keep resources on different levels. That helps me kind of micromanage it. Or build on those particular levels. But at some point I'll come through and just sweep away all of the previous resources I had laying around and utilize them elsewhere. Like I'm doing now. Now this is all the Christmas stuff over here. We've already finished the Christmas event and whatnot, but we still got to check our Advent calendar. Want to get this stuff squared away first. Get our plastic and our rubber going because we were going to run out of plastic because I was using it to make the plastic production. But that's a pretty rock solid production. Very well organized all together. All the pipes are run really nice. They're all run underneath. That turned out. Now again, look at the difference. Remember how we had it before with all the pipes out, right? And now we've got the pipes inside. So let's go ahead and look at it now. Look how clean that is, right? There's no pipes running back and forth. There's no stuff running all over. Nice and clean, running underneath. And, of course, we got our awesome train running back and forth, bringing us that oil, which we're going to utilize for this. Now, all of this that we're doing right here, we could just do this again and again and again, right? And that's exactly what we're going to do in a moment. First, we're going to look before we cross the railroad tracks. And then we're going to run over here and take a look at some of our production over here. Now, we also have a bunch of production running over here. Now, see all these machines here? Think about those. Then we have a bunch of machines running over there and over here. We got some backlog of materials going right here, just in case we need a little bit of that. We got a lot of that. We got a lot of that backlogged in there, just in case we need some of that. But all of this machinery, all of that machinery, all of this, plus all of this back here, all of that, all of this over here, and all of this stuff in the back here, all of this beautifully run from beneath. Look at how it matches up in the center perfectly. This looks so awesome. All of that right there is, all of this machinery is producing one thing. right? So it all adds up over time, and all the resources that we're using, 240 of this and 240 of that, all pushing forward, all working together as it progresses through that production line to produce the final product of this particular production line, which is way over here, and it's also using that stuff over there, which is our copper production, and it's running right all into one line, which is this right here. All of that stuff ends up being a product that goes into here. Rotors and stators, and it's making motors. So all of that basically is making motors. So that's what I love about this game, is once you understand the mechanics, you run things that I talk about, like the rule of 8 early on in the game, when you're using merging and scaling, right? Once you understand how the numbers work, you can then just kind of carbon copy that same thing over and over, and you can scale it up and scale it up to the level in which you need later on. Now we have a bunch of production going on in the back here, which is our copper wire and all of that. You can see we've done it on the surface level and not underneath. And we can see we've got a good amount of deuterium wire back there as well. And we've got quartz running over there. But all of this stuff needs to be moved a bit closer to the rest of our production over here. So we can add that over here and just literally take everything that we're doing on this side out. Right, because this was only temporary to get to a point in which we could utilize those particular objects. Now over here we can see we're also using some materials coming in, which is sulfur. That sulfur is then being produced into black powder, and that black powder being run into there, which we've got lots of black powder. Now why am I making black powder? Typically for research and whatnot. You can also see we got an awesome sink sitting out here. We can take that out now, because you can see we were running that extra quartz crystal into that awesome sink, or whatever that was. Now all of this needs to be redone, because we can take this now, run it underneath, and then run it into the center of our factory. Now we could just add more production of whatever it is that we're doing over here, but really these production lines over here can be kind of condensed into single production lines over here. And since we can run it underneath, we could run it all the way to the main part of our factory over here, which is currently being used by our other stuff. Oh, we gotta hold on now. We got a little safety concern here, everybody. We got to deal with our safety concern real quick here. Let's do it. We don't want to get fined from the safety inspector. Let's go ahead and just put in some fencing here. There we go. That'll keep people from falling in there. It won't. But hey, there you go. We fixed it up at least. We tried. All right, you can see we've got a whole bunch of stuff running here, but we could actually physically move that stuff over here, because look, we got all this space we could utilize for our quartz production and whatnot. And we'll take our thing out. But before we get into our quartz production and doing more oil production and eventually working on our space elevator, which is the thing that we really need to kind of finish up, because we're in tier 6. And I stopped at tier 6 just to retool my factory in such a way that it will allow us to continuously make stuff. Now, if you're really trying to make an industrial amount of every single item along the way to be its own separate thing and then combine some items, you want to get a lot more nodes than I got. I only have just a few nodes. A few nodes got me all the way to tier 6. You don't need to get 50 nodes and run them in unless you really want an assembly line for every single thing, which I rarely do. I make a whole bunch of it. Really, all you need is about a box of each thing, and then you're good. Then you want to start making the tougher stuff, right? The modular frames, your reinforced iron plates, those would get a little bit tougher at those levels. Steel, super easy. These are a little bit tougher because they run slower. Your industrial beams, your motors and your stators, these are a little bit tougher now. And then you get into the real tough stuff, which is what we need to get to, at least at this stage, which is our computers and our heavy modular frames. And really, when you get into that, you're going to need plastic. So that's why we have to get our plastic and rubber and all that stuff set up. We got a little bit of stuff left over here from our circuit boards and our smart plating from when we were doing computers earlier. Obviously, we've done computers at some point because we got a box full of them. But that was all Spaghetti City. So we took that out, and now we're replacing it with this. But again, before we get too distracted, let's go ahead and look at our advent calendar, see where we left off last time. Looks like I left off at number 22. No, 23 was where we left off. Let's finish this up. Let's see. Where's number 24? I thought it was in the sky somewhere. There's 24 over there. 25's in the sky. All right, we got some bows. Let's get that. That's looking good. And number 25 is a fused modular frame, a corrosion-resistant, nitride-hardened, highly robust yet lightweight modular frame. I think that's some foreshadowing right there. Foreshadowing. I think that's it. 25 days of Christmas, right? I don't think there's any more days other than that. So, yeah, that's kind of a cool thing that I'm never going to use, at least until next year. They are going to come out with a new update next year, by the way. So, we will get some of this stuff. But I'm just going to literally just get it out of my inventory so it's not sucking up my inventory. Let's get rid of all this excess stuff that we just have sitting on us here that we don't really need at the moment. I'd say that's pretty good. And we don't need our boosters right now. There we go. All right, let's put all that in there. Cool Christmas stuff is now complete. Now, if you leave your Christmas stuff, it will stay there until you feel like taking it out. You'll just lose the recipes. But guess what? Christmas over, bro. I'm one of those people. I'm ready to take the tree down right away. But my wife likes to leave it up, so we'll leave it up. Now, I got a lot of power being used on production that I don't really need, and so bye-bye, sucker. No, okay, let's not get too crazy. Let's not get too crazy, because there's a bunch of stuff in all these boxes. We don't want to do that. But we can go ahead and get rid of the ma'am here. We can get rid of our crafting bench. We can go ahead and find a little spot for our kind of Christmas stuff here. I feel like we might be able to stack them along here and not be too obtrusive. Let's go to the end here and grab a bit more of this back. We got to find a place for this stuff so it's out of my way. I feel like we might be able to tuck it under this road right here. And we made a nice... Oh, God, I'm glad I put that road in there. We made a nice road there. We could probably take this one out. Move that over. And just tuck this Christmas stuff under this road out of the way. I don't think I'm going to build anything under there. Yeah. Maybe a little bit forward, though. We're definitely going to have another road running along on the other side of our thing here. So let's put that there. Back it up just a little bit. And then what we'll do... just create a nice little spot over here. That's all my petroleum coke. Man, it's like one thing or another I don't got. Always something. Alright, what do we got in here? That's all that extra stuff. There's a bunch right there. Alright. It's always one thing or another. Let's organize all of our Christmas stuff off to the side here, because we're just going to end up with crazy tons of Christmas resources and whatnot. And we'll go ahead and just... Do we want to put them individually or all in one? I'm probably just going to put it all in one. Just put it all together and then probably eventually run it all in the Awesome Sink. You know what? I think I'm just going to run it in the Awesome Sink. That's an even better idea. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm running this stuff to the Awesome Sink. Let's go, baby. Alright, first thing we need is we need an Awesome Sink. That's going to be a good first step. Power poles in the way. Alright, Awesome Sink. Get in here. There we go. We need a nice temporary Awesome Sink. Then we're going to need, for sure, some serious mergers. Let's just throw them in there. Like that. And then we'll combine them into this one. We can make multiple awesome sinks if we want, but I'm just going to make one. And we'll run this to a power connection. There we go. Bye-bye Christmas stuff. Let's go. Yeah. No. I don't know if any of these... Some of these are probably empty. So I'm going to probably just take those out. But all the rest of this, I'm just going to run it. If there's anything in there, into the awesome sink it goes. Alright, why is this not running? Can you not run that stuff in the awesome sink? Oh! Come on! What? I can't run in the awesome sink. Oh, that sucks, bro. What, am I just going to keep this stuff forever? I cannot run it in the awesome sink. Ah, that's heartbreaker. All right, well, we tried, everybody. We tried. Wow, how do I get rid of that if I can't run it in the awesome sink? I have to manually go in and throw that stuff away. Oh, that's a serious chore right there. That's a lot of stuff being produced too. Again, see, after Christmas, I'm good, right? You know, throw the Christmas thing away, throw the candy canes, the bulb. You know, I don't let it linger. All right, we got to really stop this thing from running, because this is telling me that this is going to be a lot of work. So first thing we do, take out all the connection lines, cut the power. If I can get it to cut. I really like this event, though. I think the event was really probably one of the best events that I've seen. But we got to do what we got to do. We got to stop them presents from coming out of there. Stop them presents from coming out of there. We got to cut these other lines off. We got to tell it to stop making stuff. Stop making stuff. Yeah, I thought, well, I just cleaned it up by throwing the awesome sink, but apparently that's a big fat no. I don't want to take that out because that runs to other stuff. I want to see a bunch of red lights. That's what I want to see. I want to see red lights as far as the eye can see. Alright, so we've learned that some stuff does not go in the awesome sink, and just imagine how much resources are sitting over here now. Wonder if presents can go in the awesome sink. Let's find out. I'm gonna have a crazy ton of this. Nope. No awesome sink for any of that. Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm going to have to clean all that up myself. All right. Well, you know, life is what you got to do, right? You got to, if you see you got a big chore ahead of you, you roll up your sleeves and you go to work. That's what you do, everybody. And that's exactly what we're about to do here in a minute. We got to roll up the sleeves. I was going to put that stuff off to the side, and then I realized I don't want to put all that over there. That's just going to sit there forever in my playthrough, and I don't want it to. I want it all out of there. Forget that. Forget that. I don't want to leave stuff laying around in my base I don't need. Forget that stuff. Get all that out of there. All right. So, awesome sink, useless. You're out of there. All right. We're going to need to get busy. All right. First things first. Okay, that canister is empty. All right. That's easy. How about this one? God. That's got a bunch. All right, well, this is what we're going to be doing then. We're going to be having lots of fun doing this for about an hour. All right, well, while I'm throwing this stuff away, cleaning up my base from this Christmas event, just like taking out your tree at the end of the year if you got a real tree. I don't have a real tree. I have a awesome. I got a really nice fake tree. It's got LEDs in it, and it spins and does all that kind of cool stuff. Got it many years ago. It's cool because you can put ornaments on all sides of the tree, right? On the entire thing all the way around, because it turns, the whole entire tree turns, and it blinks different LEDs and all that. Pretty cool. Open Captain's chest there. Bam! Let's see. Techie, Wicked, Breadman, Riverdog, and Keyblade Knight. Wow, lots of rewards on that one. Getting some love. And Taco coming in, 13 kills. MVP. Let's keep it going. Oh, we got a tough one coming up. This is going to call for the Wasteland Tycoon coming in. I feel like we're going to go a little left on that one so we can try to push up through that. Let's give it a go. Another battle going on. Now, again, I'm going to be here taking this stuff out. And this is going to be a lot of production here. There's going to be a lot of dragon stuff. To the trash can. You're like, well, Kismet, why'd you keep all that Christmas stuff? Again, I don't get too attached to stuff. You get too attached to stuff, and it just becomes stuff in your garage. That's how stuff works. Or in some storage that you're paying for, and then you pay for it so long that the stuff in your storage is actually worth less than the actual cost for you to store it all of that time. I've done that as well in my life. I put stuff in storage because, I ran out of room, and then I had it in there. And then I had it in there for like a year. And then the stuff that was in the storage, I could have bought all brand new for the very cost of storing it for that long. Not a smart idea. The best thing to do, get rid of it. Get rid of it. That's the best thing to do. You got not only the space of not having it, but also you don't have the worry of micromanaging it and moving it around and have to pay to store it and all of that. It's best just to get rid of it most of the time. Unless it's like a family heirloom or something that, of intrinsic value. But if it doesn't have a real big value, as something like a toaster or something like that, you can always buy later on. The cost of storing that toaster is way beyond the value that you'll ever get out of it, ever, usually. It's really, you got to make the call, right? You got to make the call. Am I going to get the value out of this thing? If it's been in your garage for 5-10 years, I would say no. I would say it's in there too long. You definitely need to get rid of it. All right, that's not too bad. We used up a lot of those resources. That wasn't too bad. Let's hope we don't have 5,000 candy canes backlogged in here. Yup, we do. We do. All right. You know what? Roll up your sleeves. Get her done. I hope they bring this back next year, and I hope they add sweaters. I really wanted a FICS sweater, right? That would have been awesome. I wish they had put that in the store. Maybe they'll get it next year. They're a little busy, taking a break, relaxing for the holidays. But man, they should have fully went to FICS sweaters. They would have sold a fortune of those suckers. An absolute fortune worth of FICS sweaters. I know I would have bought one for sure. Hands down. Straight to it. Yeah, FICS MAS sweater would have been amazing. Amazing. Just gonna see if I can just pull it without even trying to be too precise. Glad you couldn't highlight them, right? Just hold down a shift and highlight them, and then do them all at once. That would be great. Yeah, we tried to put these in the awesome sink. Didn't work. So we're manually throwing them away. Alright, this is going faster than I thought. That's what's so great about the awesome sink. See, this problem happens in the past too, before they added the awesome sink. And that is the problem of having too much resources. And then you start backlogging all these resources, and then you have to manually go in and delete them. And you could have not only like 1,000 resources, you could have 100,000 resources, right? Or 500,000 or 1,000,000 of a resource. And then you're like, oh God, I gotta get rid of this stuff because I want to build something here, but I don't want to micromanage 1,000,000 of some resource. And so that's what's so genius about the Awesome Sync is the Awesome Sync allows you to get rid of all that excess resources that you don't use. You don't have to do this, what I'm doing right here. This is only because of the Christmas event. And this has been over here just like keep on cranking these things out. I'm glad I thought of it, though. Otherwise, it would get even worse and worse. And let's see. Well, we made a bunch of extra stars there. That's nice. Certain things I don't want to throw away, but there we go. Right over there. All right, holiday's over, bro. Let's clean this up. Let's put our tree away. And clean up all of our stuff. Getting ready for the new year. Alright, this is going to be fun. Let's get up here on our hypertube. Oh yeah, this is going to be a good one. You know what? Actually, let's get up on our lookout tower. Even more fun. You can use this lookout tower to build, but you can also use it to just go boom! Bye-bye, suckers! And you might take out a foundation or two. Especially if you don't care, if you lose all of that, but it dismantles 50 things at the same time. There we go. And we're just going to make a big old mess. Just going to keep taking stuff out. Boom. Always put the foundations back in later on. Grab what we can. All this has got to go. Same thing over here. And you can be very precise, by the way. Oof, that was a big jump. You can just hit control, just like press control, and that'll get it. But me, I just go a little crazy. Oh, look out. Look out right there. We don't want to hit anything down there. That's our power down there. Oh, look, see, I'm dropping stuff now. I'm dropping stuff. We need to go back over here. Oop. Nice lag at that moment in which I was trying to stop myself from landing. We got a lot of stuff that we picked up there. So let's go ahead and put all this back into there. And then all this other stuff got to go bye-bye. We're cleaning up for Christmas, everybody. Very fun stuff. Highly focused. Just dawned on me. They should put the trash can at the top. Why should they put the trash can at the top? This way when you hit sort, it puts it at the top and then the trash can's right there and you can drag it right in there nice and easy. Though, you don't really want it to be too easy to drag it in the trash can because you know there'll be somebody out there who will accidentally drag it into the trash can. And they'll be like, why'd you put the trash can right there? That's exactly what would happen. I'd probably be one of those people. Alright. Not the complaining, but the person who drags it in the trash can by mistake. That's for sure. All right, let's take all this out. Restore our beautiful base back without all this stuff in the way. A lot of work to put it up, but it's also a lot of work to take it out. Really should be taking these trees out up here too. Let's go do that next. Come back to this. Let's take these trees out. They're like, why are you going to take the trees out? Well, the trees... Oh, I left my jetpack stuff down there. The trees are generating the presence. So you got to get rid of the thing that's generating the very thing you're trying to get rid of. So we need to take out the generators themselves. This is one of the few things in this game where you have control over the generation of that object. So you're generating presence, which is pretty crazy. It's like being able to generate your own coal, right? All of a sudden, you can just have an infinite amount of coal or whatever. It really is a cool thing when you're doing the event, but not so cool if you have just a crazy ton of it just running and running and running. Actually, I'd get up here. Get up there. Just do a little inline taking out there. Oh, I heard some production kick off. Take all this out. What was all this up here? I think this was our copper. That could be running the awesome sink. Let's see. Let's see. We just put one up here. Awesome sink. Nope, don't have the resources on me right now. That's okay. We'll fix that later. Okay, now when we just hit control, let go, and then boom. It's like magic. It disappeared. What do we got over here? That's just an empty container. How about this one on the top? Those are both full of that. We can get rid of that. Alright. It's kind of like an after Christmas cleanup. Man, I wish I had my skates. Wish I had my skates right now. Skates. Alright, control down the middle. And we'll try to hit some of these on the side. Might cost us a few foundations. But we'll put them back in easy peasy. Control. Control that one, control this, control that wall, control these beams, control that walls over there. Boom, and off it goes. Don't need to run that. That can be removed. Walls can go. That splitter. Yeah, a little stand there. Ah. Dang it. With my poor mouse clicking. Put that back in. This can go. Those can go. Alright. Look at that. Clean that up. Lickety split. No problem. No problemo. Put that back in. Take that power pole out. Alright, now we got to figure out why it made that noise like my production stopped. Those all look good. Green over there. Green over there. It might have been just when I pulled it from over there. That's fine. 'Cause all it takes is one of those power lines for me to accidentally take out, and then there's a portion of my base not running, and then it actually affects the end product. Even if it was just one thing, like concrete or whatever. That would not be good. Holy moly. Settle in! Time to get rid of some stuff here. Alright, that's going to be some serious loot saloony. How we doing on this battle? Another 16 minutes. How do I start a chainsaw and what is its fuel? That is a fantastic question. It uses leaves and other stuff like that, and other biofuel that you make. So, chainsaw is one of the first things I suggest people work toward. Chainsaw is super, super useful. So what you're going to do is you're going to unlock your different biofuels as you're going through your progression in game. So you definitely want to get that going pretty early on. Right now I'm just kind of cleaning up our holiday event here. We're clearing it all out, trying to get it to stop making stuff because we can't run that stuff into the awesome sink. So we want to go ahead and just get rid of as much of this as we can. There we go. And so we can throw it all in the trash before it makes any more. So now this is how you used to have to get rid of stuff, and it sucked. It sucks real bad because you have thousands and thousands and thousands of a resource. You're just sitting here dragging it in the trash can for an hour. In fact, what most people would do is they wouldn't even bother. They would just leave it in a box for the whole rest of their game. And I could have done that with this, but we'll clean it up. And then we'll have a nice space over here to work on our other resources that we need. This takes time and effort. But yeah, you're going to make some biofuel. That's what you want to look for in there, and then you should be off and running. And it comes from leaves and trees. Trees, obviously, you can't take down trees until you have your chainsaw. But everything else, you can go ahead and just run around, collect leaves. And then sometimes when you're collecting leaves, it'll also collect a bit of wood as well. And then you combine those together into biofuel, put them in your chainsaw, like this. And it looks like that little symbol down there. And then you're off and running. I think you'll figure it out. You'll get it going on. Right now we're taking out, again, our Christmas stuff here. Put back in our foundations as we go. A lot of stuff to get out of here. Look at this. Woo, lot of stuff still to take out. Ooh, and let's do another little sweep. I'm trying to get just above the foundations so I can sweep a bunch of this. Get the stuff up in the sky, usually pretty easy. Some presents blocking me. Oh, a bunch of stuff we don't need no more. Watch where you're aiming this, though, because you might hit something that actually you don't want to take out. And you won't, and a lot of times, too, you don't even know that you took it out. Right? It'll be something way off in the distance that you took out by mistake. Oh, I got a bunch of stuff on me. That you took out by mistake. And now you're paying the price because you don't realize it. And about an hour later, you go, oh, God, my whole thing hasn't been running this whole time. So I try not to aim it toward my actual active factory, even if I'm really far away. Again, since we can't awesome sync this stuff. And I can understand why they don't want you to awesome sync this, because you have an infinite input when you're using your trees. So obviously you can make an infinite amount of tickets. But tickets aren't that hard to make in the first place. We made a bunch of this, didn't we? We made a bunch of all of this. Oops. Come on. Filling up my trash can. Filling up that trash can. All right. What do we got over here? These are our other temporary resources. Put all that in there. Let's see if we can find my fuel so that thing stops flashing. There we go. Let's look at that flashing thing the whole entire time. All right, a little bit more. Up here, we got stuff up there. Again, I'm just holding down control. Control allows you to Get a whole bunch of stuff at once. Really great addition to the game, by the way. There was a point in which they didn't have control either. Where you didn't have the ability just to take a bunch of stuff back out, and you had to do it one at a time. Way long ago. But this game is an 11 out of 10. This is an insta-buy. Absolutely. Even in early access, it's already better than 99% of games that have been released. It's that good. I highly recommend it. Incredibly well done by the devs. Already a fantastic game, and it's not even out of early access yet. Just in the fact that its building is second to none. All other building games should take note on the way that it does its foundations, on the way that you can tell it to go that way, do this one over there, maybe connect to this one, to that one, be in the center of this one, maybe that one way over there, the center of that one, maybe way up there, I want to build up there. It can instantly tell it exactly where I want to build with that kind of precision, which is really, really good. Incredibly well done building system. Highly recommend it. Suggest you put it on your wish list. Never know. Some nice person might get it for New Year's for you. Oh. There you go. Yeah, chainsaw. Boom. Lots of mixed loot in there. But we are making big progress. Look at that. There's something really cool about when you take stuff back out again. You have like all this empty space with lots of potential. Right? All this potential to build stuff along that line. I'd like to tell Home Office to stop dropping presents on my beautiful base. Hey! Stop dropping stuff! Christmas event is over. Stop. Stop dropping presents in my beautiful base down here. These actually do disappear eventually, by the way. I learned that last time. They will eventually vanish. You just ignore them long enough. I really did like this event, though. I feel like it's probably one of the best events. For sure. Really, really good. Can't wait to see some of their other events. You can tell they put a lot of time and thought into it, too. That's what I like about good devs, right? They put really into, like, what would be really fun to do, right? They don't just say, let's just slap it in there so we can make $1, right? Like some devs do. They just slap it in there just so people keep playing their game. Where they put it in there and they made it like a whole thing. They had an advent calendar. You start with a certain tier and you unlock it as you go through the different steps in the MAM. Really good. Really, really well done. And it's also separate from the rest of it, so you could just completely ignore it if you wanted to. It's not totally integrated into your progression. You can just completely ignore it. But I thought it was a lot of fun. And you didn't have to collect the presents the whole time, by the way. You didn't have to run down if you didn't know that. I think someone came in and said that in my chat. If you didn't know that you didn't have to go and collect the presents the whole time. You just collect them enough to where it unlocks the present generation tree, and then you can just have those create presents. And then you can unlock all sorts of interesting things that allow it to snow. I had the candy cane thing there. But I'm good. You know, after Christmas, I'm ready to move on, right? I'm ready to move on to what next big adventure we have coming up. All right. Got rid of a lot of that. Let's get rid of this final stuff laying around. And we can bring our other production over here, which is what we really want to do. Whee! It's funny that, you know, they're floating in air, but they still work. Pretty awesome. These require no power. That's why they're awesome. I wonder if they're ever going to add power to conveyors. If they do, holy mackerel. That would be some serious power costs just to run a factory. What do we got hiding way over here? Yeah, a little bit of presence there. Cleans up nicely. Alright, not much in there. We'll take that out. Don't need this. Don't need that tower. Alright, much nicer. Yeah, there we go. Got that cleaned up. Looking sharp. Alright, now we probably got a few more Christmas goodies on us here. You're like, well, Kismet, you should save a little bit of it. Nah, again, I'm not very nostalgic. I don't save tons of stuff just so I can say, look, I have this Christmas thing. I feel like that, you know, it doesn't matter anyway. Eventually, I'll probably start a new playthrough. So any of that stuff that I just kept forever would become overly cumbersome to keep it. So I would just be like, nah, I'm good. I'm just stacking a bunch of random resources along this edge here. Because I have a crazy ton of resources that I made before, and now I'm just trying to consolidate all this stuff into one long line of loots. And then as I use it up, I will go through and remove the boxes. There we go. All right, there we go. We consolidated all that loot together. Very nice. We still need an awesome sink. That's empty. I think we can just awesome sink this as well. Let's do it. We need to get our awesome sink clicked. There we go. And now what we're going to need is we're going to need some of those resources back. So we can go in and say, okay, we'll take a little bit of like that. That's good. We're going to get a bit of dish and a little bit of that, a little bit of dish. Let's get all of that. Some of that needs to be awesome synced as well. There's some more Christmas stuff we can get rid of. Definitely going to need a lot of those. A little bit of wire, a little bit of this. A little bit of that. She'll use this up. This we can awesome sync. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to create a little area over here for our awesome sink. Oh, we need to get plates and stuff. To output a bunch of this stuff that we're going to need to clean up over here. So we don't have to do what we just did, right? With all this extra resource. Oh, that's got to go. With all these extra resources here. Now, I could look through each and every one looking for the thing I'm looking for. Or what I can do is I can hit F, like I'm going to take it out, and it shows me the resources in that particular box. This is the one I'm looking for, which has my plates in it. Nope, I have to get this. It has my plates in it, allow me to reinforced iron plates, allow me to make an awesome sink right over here. Now, awesome sinks are great just to plop down and utilize for getting rid of excess stuff, so you don't have to do it manually. I'm just going to run that into there. I've already got power. It's now going to take a bit of that and run it. Now I need to also make sure I've got my cross power running here. I can see my power is off right there. I know this is my primary power that's coming up right here. And so I need to cross connect that over to there. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like the way that it's connecting. So I'm going to connect an extra one in the back and then run it up. Much better. And that's going to go ahead and kick in all the rest of my factory now, including my train station, which had stopped, and all my other stuff, which is actually running from down below. And all that stuff should turn itself back on again. Oh, yeah, see, I can see my locomotive moving in my radar, or in my my compass up there. There we go. That's running. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of all that petroleum coke. And then we're going to go ahead and create, let's do it this way. We're going to create ourselves a little bit of a line of kind of just junk boxes. Always missing that one last thing that I need. Even though I have a tremendous amount of resources over here, it's always that one last thing. And this one. Nope. Nope. This one. All right. And so I'm going to create some extra boxes just down at my level so it's a little easier for me to just feed stuff in there. And we're going to feed that into there, and then we'll feed it out of here into this box. And then we can just go in here and say, okay, what do we don't want, right? What do we want to get rid of? Well, the presents and stuff, we have to manually get rid of that. So we're going to put that in there. And then we're going to walk over here. And we're going to say, put this stuff in this box. And we're going to take out what we don't want. Put some more of that in there. I'm going to take all of this out. Take this box out. And we're going to go to the next one. Sort that one. This and this we don't need. And we don't need that. Alright, put this stuff in. Stuff we want to keep in. Stuff we don't want to keep stays out. Alright. Now, if any of this SAM ore, I don't think this is SAM ore. This is copper, iron ore. A lot of just raw resources that kind of builds up when you're working on stuff and rearranging stuff. All that stuff I'll just throw in there, and then it will take care of itself. Over time, it'll run itself into there along with all that other stuff, and that'll all run out. Now, this is actually lifting its way up to this top box. So I also want to go in and bring it down from the top box, not just from the bottom box. Because right here, it's going to pass through all the stuff from here. But all the stuff from the top here needs to work its way back down into here. So a good thing to do is to put a merger right there and put that down from up above as well. And we'll get to that in a minute. Let's get back to this over here. And then we're going to do that battle as well. We're going to consolidate some of this. This is all. Oh, we want to get rid of those packages there. All right, we're just going to go down the line here. See if there's anything we just kind of clean house of here. Oh, yeah. Those berries out of there. Lots of good loot in there for building future stuff. But there is some trash in there we just want to clear out. Oh, that's looking good. All right. That wasn't too bad. That wasn't too trashy. We got rid of most of it originally, so that's good. And then whenever we need to get rid of junk, we'll just run it over here. Now, I don't necessarily want to get rid of these. These I want to keep. The rest of that stuff I just want to go ahead and throw into there. Get rid of that. Let's run up here. We have plenty of power, so we can make bunches and bunches of awesome things. All right, while I'm running up here, let's go ahead and start a battle. Boom! All right, another win. Rotisserie G, Keyblade Knight, Techie, the Man of Steel Games, Riverdog, all getting 50 gold. Wow. Bass Worshipper coming in with an MVP status with 10 assists. Awesome job. More gold for you guys. Let's go. Get you guys some loot. Oh, boy. Yeah, this is this one. Now I'm going to pull in the Tycoon for this one. Yeah, there we go. Get you guys the win. Let's go. All right, so I ran up to my base up there, and I grabbed a bit of resources. And I'm going to go ahead and bring them down here. And the reason why I bring all the excess resources down here is so I can use it in my production level, so I don't have to run all the way up there all the time. And so I'm going to take out all of the stuff that I feel is something that I would use. This, no, maybe some of that, maybe this. Actually, let's put that back in. Let's see. So again, look how much resources I have just from what I built from before. That's a lot of resources. In fact, it'd probably be easier if we just did that and then take out what we want to go ahead and put up above. There we go. It's a lot of resources, just boxes and boxes of resources that we made before we even bothered to optimize the production of our plant. See, that used to go over there, all the way around the other side, all the way around the back, all the way around all the thing, and we condensed it into one area that runs a lot better. A lot better. Okay, we got a little something up here that we do actually want to save in the long run. And we got to fix these ones out here, too. Let's go ahead and see how much of that is in there. Not too much. All right. Let's take this out, rearrange how we have these out here. And we'll go ahead and just offset this so they'll kind of be their own thing. And we'll do a couple of those. Put that back in there. That back in there. Very nice. Put our... Oh, I have to go in the opposite direction. Wrong way. Even though I picked it up from over there, it actually changed the direction. I feel like it should pick up the orientation of the one that you click on. Like when you hit F, like you're going to take it out, and then your middle mouse button, which is what I do a lot of. It should pick up the orientation of the one you're picking up, meaning you should turn it in that direction. But it doesn't, so I often have to fix it. I assume that it does. I don't know. It's like my brain's set for it's just supposed to do it. Why doesn't it do it? Kind of thing. I think it should do it anyway. All right, we're going to clean up all of this loose stuff that we have everywhere. We've got a lot of it. Okie dokie. Now, where do we want to put... we should probably just leave that in this one. Okay, now, again, you're going to go ahead and make biomass, which will eventually become your biofuel. And this stuff you do want to keep. You want to keep this stuff for your MAM. Probably not this much biofuel, but I hate getting rid of biofuel because that's the second I always need it. I guess we'll keep that interesting thing there. We'll keep this. We'll keep those. Really need to keep an extra one of those? Probably not. I don't need to keep these raw resources anymore because I'm not really using them. That we'll put in there. This is other items. So really that's all I really want to keep there. Not all of this stuff. I guess I could keep this biofuel stuff, but I'm going to probably put it in a separate box. Let's put it into this box. Take out all this other stuff. And that's all biofuel stuff, so we'll keep it in that box just to kind of remind us. And then we'll go ahead and... oh, we need some plates and stuff for that. And let's do this. Just to remind us kind of what's in there. We'll run a bit of that out. Nope, going the wrong direction. Going the wrong direction. All right, we got some stuff in here we can definitely get rid of. But let's go ahead and put that in there. Get some cloth. We got this interesting quantum computer that we got from the event. Oscillator. See, I keep that kind of stuff. That's interesting. But, you know, like presents and bows and all that stuff. I have a feeling I'm not going to need that. Resin. Trash it. We can trash this other one of those. Keeping stuff becomes a burden. And that's why I don't like to keep too much stuff. And you'll see me throw away huge boxes full of stuff just because it's a burden to keep too much of it. We need some plates and some wire. Our awesome sink. All right, and we see we've got our stuff there. Let's go ahead and put the rest of our stuff here. That goes to our space elevator. I'm going to put another one in. Now, we moved all of this stuff at some point, so that's why it got all kind of separated from each other, and why I'm redoing it up here is because that does happen. When you move stuff, you end up with a bunch of stuff that you just haven't organized yet. It just fills up your inventory massively. Eventually, we're going to be running our crystal oscillators, I guess, up here. Yeah, I'll go ahead and give that spot. And what I do is I establish a spot for each and every resource so I can go to that spot and know exactly where it is if I need it in that moment. Very, very vitally important to have a good place to put all that stuff. Now, another good thing to have is the ability for you to awesome sync stuff. Now, I don't typically awesome sync up there because I don't, there's usually not that much excess resources. But down here, and when I'm taking stuff in and out and whatnot, and I have a bunch of excess stuff, like coal, not SAM ore, you can't awesome sync that. Iron ore, deuterium, extra canisters that I don't need, ignits I don't need any of this stuff, really. And I can get rid of that. Silica, I guess we'd keep that. Maybe we might use a little bit of that. Presence is trash. You know what? I'm even going to go ahead and run that black powder because we got lots of that too. All right. Now, there are some things you can't run in the Awesome Sync. I did find that you can't run the holiday event stuff in there. So we got rid of that as well. Got rid of a bunch of that stuff. Now, if you do have a comment or question for me in the chat, my name is Kismet. You can put Kiz, K-I-S, or K-I-S-M-E-T. I will usually look at it if I'm not super focused at some point. But you know, sometimes I am in the middle of stuff, so I try to stay on track. All right, there we go. Now we can get rid of that one. We're just trying to consolidate a lot of our resources together. Now, the SAM ore is a good example of something that I don't really need. I'm going to put it in there. Something I'm probably not going to look at for quite a long time. In there. All of this is good stuff here, especially these heavy modular frames. And we probably don't have enough space for most of this stuff. Because I do have boxes for some of this stuff, so I can just walk to that box and put it in there. Great example, heavy modular frames, a good one. We got computers over here, which has room. Now, there's other spots where the box is already full. They're already full of that particular resource. So if I go over here and I'm trying to put that in there, well, guess what? I can get a little bit of it in there, but not much. Same thing over here, deuterium are already full and whatnot. But we might be able to put back some of this other stuff. See if our motors are full yet. Oh, God. Okay. Motors are full now. See? Now, when you get to a full bunch of motors, you go, oh, God, Kismet, what do I do now? Well, now you need to divert that production into doing something else. Like just outputting the rotors and just running the rotors over here and then filling my box full of rotors. And filling it full of stators and filling it full of the various things. Or you move on to your heavy modular frames and stuff like that because you're going to get a huge backlog. Now, last time I did 4 boxes of backlog of each and every single resource, and I found that to be massively excessive. Way too much. Way too much extra. Let's see, take all. But it's a good idea to have a good backlog of stuff so that you can run to it in the moment. Like when we're working down here on our production level, this is where your excess resources should be. And as you run along and you use them up, then that's when you make more. There's no reason for me to make a bunch of steel pipes right now if I don't really need it, right? There's no reason for me to keep all of these resources way up there where I'd have to keep running up there every single time I need another screw or another thing or whatever. I have to keep running up there. That's not a smart idea. It's there as a backup in case I actually run out and I need it in the moment. So we're going to go ahead and grab all this excess resources and run them down here. And it's nice about having a hypertube and go back and forth. There we go. I always like how your access lines up with your hub, are all organized. Yeah, I love running it around my base. Why? Because this is where I am. This is where I want it to come to me. I don't want to have to go to it. I want it to come to me. And I typically will have every single resource all the way around. So I'm like, I need some plastic. Okay, hold on. Let me run over here and then just grab some plastic real quick, right? It's really nice. Now, I've already taken out the entire factory underneath this, so it's not every single resource is running up here anymore. But I did have that in the early stages. In the early stages, I typically will have this down below. And actually, I probably wouldn't have removed it yet, too. I would have most likely still left it down there in the lowest level. Oops. In the lowest level. And the reason why is because I'm not really working up here. I would only move it up here when I was actually working here. But we wanted to run some lines and figure out how we were doing our underrunning. So that's why we moved it up here, so we can run some resources up here. And so then I started being very selective in the resources I'm running, right? Like I skipped all of this, right? Other than concrete, which is something I need all the time. And I skipped that stuff in between, and I'm just running my plates at first. I was running crazy tons of frames. That stuff, this stuff I don't need to run. I got plenty of that. And I got more down there, right? Tons of that you get at the very beginning of the game. You try to backlog it. Same thing here with our steel. Plenty of all of that. Plenty of this. In fact, I got another box of that down below. And so on. Motors is one of those things you're going to need a ton of. And it's just making motors right now. And then we need to move now from the stage we're in into full-size manufacturing, meaning into the large manufacturers making heavy modular frames and making computers. And that's when things get a lot more complex, where you're doing a lot of mixing and matching of elements, right? We'll get into that. And then so on and so forth. Now, I very rarely do I make each and everything have its own industrial line. Why? Because my most valuable asset, my most valuable resource out of every single one of these resources that you see in the entire game is my time. I only have so much time. And so, since I only have so much time, I always think of it in that way. Should I go tap 24 more iron nodes? Or should I just retool the factory to make the thing that I need in the moment? And of course, sometimes later it comes back to bite you, because now you're like, oh, wow, I don't have production for this particular thing. But then again, I didn't spend all the time running all the lines and doing all of the stuff. So it did save me tons and tons of time. Very, very important to know what is more important to do in the moment, right? And I progress, and I've been through the game like, 20, 30 times, all the way through. I progress in such a way that is optimized, where I use the minimum amount of resources. Minimum amount of resources and the minimum amount of my time to do whatever I need to do. So you look how nice that is, right? Now I know that's where all my kind of better stuff is, and this is where all my biofuels kind of stuff is. That's what I love about also running a little conveyor out, so you can see what everything is, because there's no signs. You can't put a sign that says dot, dot, dot. Now here's my suggestion. I think they should take these lights out and make a little LED sign that says whatever this is, right? If they make an automatic LED sign, you modders, put it right there on the front of that thing, please. So I can just look over there, and in LED, it says circuit boards, right? That would be amazing. That would be absolutely incredible, right? So you don't even need to run it out. You just look, and it says screws. It says whatever it is right on the front of the box. How? Via science. Just RP it in as science. Okay, so we got that all looking good. We got a bunch of resources down here. We got our oil running. We got all of our oil products going now. We've got, or at least some of them. We've got our plastic going again, because we're going to need plastic, and we've got our rubber going again. We've very nicely set it behind our train here, which is bringing in our oil right now. That's all that train does. It has one job: go get me some oil and bring it in. Every now and again, you should glance at your overall oil supply to make sure that it's not diminishing. In this case, it's definitely not. We have way a lot of oil, and we just added this today, which is the four that fit the best together: 2 plastic, 1 rubber, and then a refinery which gets the excess residual oil, turns it into petroleum coke, and then you could use that for power, or you can go ahead and just run it in the awesome sink like I'm doing. And these all work together perfectly. And you get those all set up together, they'll run and run and run, and they'll never stop running until it fills up your box full of plastic. And rubber, of course, going to be actually, even though I have 2 plastics going, rubber is actually going to be the most. Because I use plastic a lot where I don't use rubber all that much at this stage anyway. So not going to use that much. Now, if I need more, I could just use that as a blueprint, 4 refineries and 1 awesome sink, and just make it again and make it again and again. And how many other times I want to go and tap into some oil. Now, I have so much oil right now that I could also double the amount of power that I have. So I could do the whole entire power thing again. And then again. And then again, right? Really a lot of power being run right now. So right now we don't need it though. If we don't need it, there ain't no reason to build it. That's what I think anyway. I don't need to make a bunch of rocket fuel or fuel for my jetpack. Why? Because I have a whole box full of it sitting over here somewhere. A whole box full of it right there. It's this one. How do I know? How do I know that was in there? Well, I hit F like I was going to take it out, and I could see it says 4,296 of those in that box. That's how I know that is the box. I can also go ahead and run a thing out the front, right, to give me kind of a gist of what's in that particular box, but they're mixed together right now. So I'm going to go down the line here, and I'm going to just go ahead and collect all of this stuff and just hit collect. Now, why am I doing that? Well, it's consolidating the stacks together, right? This is something you do like in 7 Days to Die. It'd be nice if we had a key for that too, like R would be awesome. And basically just kind of combining as much as I can into a single line. There we go. And I'm going to keep extending this outward, even though I'm going to be building out here in a minute. I'm just going to keep extending this outward a bit by combining this stuff together. We're definitely going to need this stuff later. So let's just kind of combine that a little bit down the line. Yeah, that's all looking good. Okay, so now we need to get busy over here. And you're like, well, Kismet, you got nothing in your inventory. Well, I got rid of that stuff on purpose because I'm going to be tearing all of this out, and in a minute, my inventory is going to be full again. We're just kind of taking all the resources and we're consolidating them at our production level, and then we're going to be moving our production over there. So we don't have to run all these power lines out here and do all this stuff that we're running out here right now. Now, we actually eventually need to fix this because I've also cut the power to my actual extractors because I'm pulling out all of this stuff over here. And so we've got a bunch of quartz and other stuff. Oop, didn't want to take out my hypertube. A bunch of quartz and other caterium ore running over here. I'm going to try to avoid taking out the boxes, but we're going to go ahead and revamp how we're running all of this stuff. Yep, there we go already. Oh, there we go. I accidentally took out too much of that. Now, here's another thing that we can do while we're working out here. Is the same thing we did over there. Is we can go ahead and try to get enough resources, or we can run back and grab some resources. Try to get enough resources to get rid of some of this stuff. I don't need to keep all of this quartz. This quartz can go bye-bye, and I can run way over there and put it in that awesome sink over there, but I can also run it over here so it's more convenient. I can just feed it over here onto this side. And we'll come back to that later on. Right now, we'll just go ahead and take out as much as we can. Put back in our foundations. So we don't go for a short trip. Take all this out. Now again, this is where I was running it on the upper side. But all of that now has been removed. Unnecessary, because we're running it down in a underneath level. Now this is full of wire, so I'm just going to leave that in. And I could probably get rid of all that wire now too, because you only need to save about a box of any given resource, I find. If you're saving more than that, it's just excess. Let's go ahead and use our control technique. We're just hit control, oops. Unless I screwed up. Control, release, etc. Trying to jump upon the conveyor itself. I know, I find this more awkward than taking them out one at a time, but it is more effective over a bunch of them. But I feel like if you screw up, then you got to do all this again anyway. But boom, there they all went. Just by hitting control. It's also good to get yourself lined up like this. And you get a bunch of these. Maybe hit a few of these on the way back, but it's going to take out your foundations. But if you do this like this, you're not hitting any foundations, hopefully. You can just take all those out nice and easy. Take out these back ones. Hit a foundation there. All right, now we're making some progress. All that out. I do want to keep my run lines here and my hyper tubes, so we'll keep all of that in place. And we got some extra resources, most likely. Yep, a whole bunch of stuff there. Look at all that stuff we can organize. Holy moly. That's a lot of heavy modular frames in there, and then concrete. See? We've been busy making some stuff. And that's got all of our raw ore. All right, yeah, we definitely going to need a awesome sink. Let's see if we got enough resources. Nope, we need one more plate. Where's them plates at? No plates. No plates anywhere? Aha. The man uses plates. But I don't have enough room. No, I got it. I got it. All right, we're gonna definitely need an awesome sink over here. We gotta ditch a lot of this stuff. Yeah, let's put it right over here. We can run a whole bunch of stuff to it. From a whole bunch of different places. I don't even remember what's in this one now. What's in this one? Oh, that's quartz. That's deuterium wire. So now, the great thing about running it into the Awesome Sink is that it always has a benefit of the fact that you're getting tickets. Right there. And we need some power. I know we got some power nearby because we were running some vertical power over here, and we can just easily tap into that because that power actually chains all the way from way over there. But because we have it attached to the roof, we've connected it all together all the way across. Ooh, we got some stuff that's red there. And then we've run it all the way across here, nice and easy, to the Awesome Sink. All right, get in there and get rid of that stuff. That's too much stuff. Too much extra stuff. And this is ore. Now, why do I go in and take the time to run all this stuff into the sink instead of just taking it and moving it? Well, the reason why I don't take it and move it is because it is just going to be too much of a cumbersome thing for me to do. To take it and move each individual item and to run each individual item and to move the raw stuff from one place to another. It's easier just to get rid of it and make it when you need it again, right? It's easier just to get rid of this stuff out of here, come back later, make some more when you need it in the moment. And so that's what we're going to do. See, we got any extra? We need some pipes. Let's see. Oh, there's some right there. So I'm always leaving resources around. See? Always leaving resources around, so it's usually pretty easy to find something when I'm looking for it in that area. Like in this case, I need another box. Put some more resources in. Put it right there. Now get rid of this stuff I don't want. That. I don't need these ignits. I don't need this. This. That's trash. I do want to keep that. Let's get rid of this. And we got a place for all of that stuff. Get rid of these presents. Just throw those away. All the rest of the stuff, we'll go ahead and keep that for now. All right, we'll go ahead and make a keep box. This will be our keep box. Boom. All right, there we go. And in here, we'll tie this box into that box. And thus, it'll go ahead and feed all that extra trash out of there. What do we got in here? All right, we got concrete. Let's take our concrete. Okay. Oh, let's just put it in our keep box. Take that one out. And build it over here. Actually, even better idea. Let's build it next to this one. So what I'm doing is I'm systematically going through and taking out... Oh, God, look at all those heavy modular frames here. Taking out all of the stuff that... that's kind of consolidated over on this side where I don't need it anymore to be there. And combining it together into these boxes. And then I'm going to move them from these boxes down to those boxes here in a minute. But it's just easier to kind of separate them from all the rest of my stuff. Right? Just separate them over here. You're like, okay, this stuff over here is different from that stuff over there. This is the stuff that I want to keep. Not this, though. This is the stuff pretty much I want to keep because I don't want to make it again, or maybe I want to get rid of it. I'm not sure yet on some of that, but most of it I definitely want to keep. And then I know I don't want to keep these little cans there. What do we got over here? Whoa, tons of coal. All right, that we know we want to get rid of. In there, this is all going to be quartz. And so we'll take these quartz lines out so they'll stop feeding. Doesn't have any power anyway, but it's all the way down the line, so you know there's a ton of quartz there. And then we need to run that from there to here. So we'll grab our run lines here. That's going to run in there, and that's going to run into the awesome sink. And then this one here, that's actually going that way. That's an actual input. Just run it out of that one into that one. What we're trying to do is just set it up so it gets rid of all the stuff that we don't need while we're clearing everything out, because it's going to be working away while we're doing other things. And so at some point we're going to look up and that's going to be done. That's going to have removed all of that excess resources that we don't really need anymore. And so let's keep going here. Let's keep removing all of this structure over here. We'll redo all of this later on. Don't need the MAM anymore. Gonna move all of these constructors. All right, we're getting there. Taking out all this production. Gonna move this way closer to our base so we don't have to run all the way out here. It's easier to manage when it's closer to your base. Only reason I ran it out here is this was a nice little convenient spot in the moment. Now this is probably something that I'm not going to run in the Awesome Sink. All of this gunpowder. That's probably a good thing for me to just run back to my base. And we'll get into that in a bit. I'm going to go ahead and just keep taking this out. And while I'm taking this out, let's go ahead and run another battle. Let's do it. Catch up, see if you can talk to me. Yeah, I try to organize my stuff nicely. Oh, it's an all-out battle. We getting it going on. Boy. Lots of stuff in that box. Lots of stuff in them boxes. We're going to have to run the Awesome Thing. All right, Grand Server Rewards. Let's see. Man of Steel Games, LOC, and JC Hunter getting some gold. Riverdog, MVP with 17 kills. Fantastic job. More loot for you guys ahead. Let's go. Maybe we get a boss battle. Oh, yeah, we got plenty of time. Plenty of time. Now, I'm not going to fall for that old trick from last time. I'm going to go... Oh, this is a 4 skull. I'm going to go way down here at the bottom. Do not go center. We've actually lost this one by going center. Pick a side in the lowest side of this. And the reason why you want to do that is because the dinos spawn way in the bottom or way on the top. So I highly suggest going centers. So I'm going to go center left on this one because it takes a while to fight through the guys to get out to kill the dinos. So I usually just start at the bottom now. Very, very helpful. Sorry for those who didn't hear it and already put one down. It's okay. It'll work out. It'll work out in the long run. All right. Put some more random stuff in here we don't need. More of that. And again, I just start going around and start using the boxes that used to have a bunch of stuff in it as like a drop zone for all this extra stuff that we don't really want to lug around anymore. Boom. That's going to clean all that up nicely. Okay. That's going to be a lot of tickets worth stuff right there too. Store all of that. These are both full. Yeah, fairly full. Here's what we'll do. We'll grab this. And this. Get that concrete in there. Got to consolidate all this concrete together. Into that one. Into that one. There we go. All right. Put all the rest of that in there. Now we got some room for some more stuff. Okay, what do we got back here? A bunch more concrete. And this is sulfur. Man, almost at this point we could get rid of some of this concrete. I'm not picking up any more of those presents because every time I pick them up, then I have to delete the thing. So sometimes it gets to be a habit too. You start picking that stuff up. All that concrete in there. Good stuff somewhere randomly in there. We'll probably use a second Awesome Sink over here too. Speed this up a little bit. Yeah. Might be able to get that going. We'll probably consolidate these lines together too. That sounds like a plan too. How many lines do we have going? Probably sulfur and deuterium. Yeah. Do I want to run that under? I think I do. I think I want to run that under and combine those all together. Yeah, have it run underneath to there, and then run underneath here, straight into my base. Okay, so we've got lots of stuff to take out. Let's take out all of this stuff. Try not to get something way off in the distance. Not sure we're going to have a long enough thing here to make it over here, but we'll go as far as we can. Let's say right there. Let's get some of this and some of that. And we're going to need more. This one. More of this. The darn thing is flashing, which is being annoying. Turn that off. There we go. Put it in another merger. Run that over there. This is that's out. And that actually I want to keep. I'm going to use that later. All right. Nice. Got that cleaned up. We definitely need more awesome sinks. We need way more awesome sinks. And we also need a hypertube run. Probably right where that storage is. And we have a hypertube that could take us to there. Or we could put it underneath. Maybe we'll put our hypertube underneath the road. Yeah, we could do the same thing with this one over here. We could have all our hypertubes underneath the road, and we run up there, and it drops us and runs us under the road, and then it runs us up on the other side. So you won't even see the hypertube. The hypertube will be down here. And I don't run anything typically where I have my roads, but I could run us right underneath between that belt there and run those down below. Yeah, right here. Right along that edge. Sounds like a plan. Let's go run this up here first. Our other awesome sink over there, churning away. Getting rid of all those extra resources that we don't need. Up, up, and away! Let's go! Pachooey! All right. Let's get, do we have enough stuff? Yeah, we do. All right, well, we're getting to the edge of our base here. Put that black powder right in there. Gonna need that later on. Go check on our other awesome sink here, see if it's done its job. I seriously doubt it's done by now, because that was a lot of stuff that we're telling it to do. Oh no, plenty more to go. This one empty? Yep, that one's empty. We can take that one out now. How are we doing over here? That one's empty. Wow, 2 boxes full of stuff already emptied out. How we looking here? That's almost done with that. This can come out. Oops. Why did that do that? Huh, that's weird. I must have been there from before. That wasn't enough to constitute have it make its own box. Actually, that I probably should have kept. Whatever. We'll run this down to here. Let us. Doesn't matter how we get it there, as long as we do. There we go. Now we're getting all 3 boxes emptied out. Let that run. Probably going to need another awesome sink here. What about 2 more awesome sinks? Sounds like a plan. Let's go ahead and look for our reinforced frames right here. That's usually the thing you're looking for the most. What else? Concrete. That's easy. And some wire. And when you discover the fact that you just hit F to see what's in boxes, it's really useful. Like right there, I can see my wires in there. All right, awesome. We're going to run a transport system under there eventually, but for right now, we're just going to walk. Just going to walk, go over here, create a couple more awesome sinks, because this is going to take a while. We got plenty of power. Take that merger out. Very rare do I use a splitter for the awesome sink, but we're gonna. Now, actually, that's not what we want to do. It's only going to run, because it runs at the maximum speed of the belt, so you don't want to use a splitter. That's why I don't do that. You just want to go ahead and run that particular line in there. Yeah, that's what we want to do. What do we got here? This is this, and then merge this into here. Because if we split it, it's just going to cut it into smaller segments at slower speed, and we don't want to do that. We want to have it go at its maximum speed. This one I would probably run into that one at 270, and it would empty these boxes way faster if we do that. And those ones are still emptying back there, so we can divert this one. All right, now we're tripling up our sinking right there. All right, let's sink like crazy. Let's go, baby. How's our coupons? Ooh, we got 10 coupons in there. Oh, look at it go. All right, now we're sinking like crazy. Now, I could create a whole system, by the way, that automatically figures out when I have overflow, and will keep everything running and just overflow all that extra stuff in there. We'll be doing that eventually. I call that the mega sorter. We'll get into all of that. But we want to just let that run while we're busy. We got plenty of things to do over here for sure. We also want to stop this from running into there and just take out all of this excess run we have here now. So we're going to divert all of this out of here. What was that? Oh, that was to go up there and to look at that thing up there, but we have to find a way to clear that stuff. We'll come back to it later on. Try to consolidate all these runs. Back that way up. Okay, and then we'll run a bunch of hypertubes underneath. Look at that. Whee! That's a long way down. It goes down even further down into that valley there too. I'm way up here. Way up here, because I found these 3 coal nodes, and I'm like, that's where I'm at, bro. 3 pure coal nodes, that's where my base is going to be. I can tell you that straight away. That's an easy to figure that one out. All right, and all of this we want to run underneath and whatnot. Are we running that one out? Yeah, we're running that one out. Okay, what do we got on us right now? We got anything we can just throw in one of these boxes? Oh, yeah. That one's still full of stuff. Ooh, mama. All right, those are still very full. I'm glad I had more awesome sinks. Those are going to take a while. How are we doing on time? Holy mackerel, I haven't taken a break in 4 hours. Might be a good time for a break. Petroleum coke there, a little raw quartz and whatnot. Just trying to put it in here so I don't carry this stuff around for an hour when it could be running into the sink. Okay, so what do we want to do first? First, we probably want to take a break. let you guys watch this stuff sink. While I take a break, I'm going to get up, just stretch my leg. What game is this? Oh, it's called Satisfactory. This game is an 11 out of 10. 11 out of 10, an instant buy from me. I highly recommend it. It's one of the few games that is already phenomenal in early access. This is better than some release games, especially some that have recently come out. But a lot of ones that have been coming out over the last 5 to 10 years, this one's already better in early access than ones that have been out for years and years and years. That's saying something. That is really saying something. I highly recommend at least put it on your wish list, if nothing else. Otherwise, I just snatch it up. You can get it on Steam. You can get it on Xbox. They did something really smart, by the way. I saw in one of their videos that I was watching when I was out for the holiday. And that people asked, are you going to have it for Xbox? Are you going to have it for PC? That kind of thing. And they said, no, what we want to do is we want to work on a really phenomenal game on the PC. And then once we have that phenomenal game that we really, really like, then we'll move it over to those other platforms. Smart idea. They were thinking ahead, weren't they? There's some other people who should have done that. Yeah, they should have done that instead. But, you know, such is how it goes, right? Such is how it goes. But that's a smart idea. That's why they're making it. It's only on PC. It's only on Epic Game Store or on Steam. Or you can get a Humble Bundle or something like that. But really phenomenal game. Incredibly great. I know eventually that this game will come to console. This game is one of those games you can play over and over and over again, especially when you're playing, one way and then you start in a different place and you're doing something else and you're trying to learn how to do your factory more efficient and stuff like that. Has a huge replayability. Plus, it has multiplayer, so we could all get together and build like incredible structures that would bring our graphic cards to their knees. You definitely could. Definitely want to snatch it up. Absolutely. Snap it up for yourself because you know what? You deserve it. All right, everybody. I'm going to go AFK here for just a moment. Just stretch my legs. I should have done that about 2 hours ago. Just to stretch the legs, have a good thing. Now I'm going to run an ad. If you guys can help out, I'm going to run this multiplayer thing. They got this new multiplayer ad to run while you're AFK. At least I run them while I'm AFK. And you can do the survey and all of that, and apparently it helps out the stream. I don't really know. It's something like it gives me bits or something. I don't know. But if you can go ahead and help out with that, that would be awesome. And I'll be back in like a minute. All right? Going stealth, boy. Here we go. I find that incredibly fascinating. I can just watch that stuff run in there for endless hours. Now, one of the great things about this game is if you get to a stopping point or if you get stuck, you're like, ah, gosh, I need some reinforced iron plates. I have like 0 reinforced iron plates and I got to keep making them myself. You can set up your factory to make those reinforced iron plates and then go do something else. Just let it run and you come back, even if it's at 5 per minute. If you let it run and come back in an hour, well, guess what? You're going to have a lot of iron plates, right? It's 5 per minute times 60 and etc. You have a bunch of iron plates already built. Now, what I'm doing is I have too much resources. I have too much stuff, and I don't want to micromanage it all. I just want it to go into the sink and basically be in the garbage disposal. It's going to grind it all up, and then I don't have to deal with it or move it from place to place or whatnot, because I'm going to get tons of this resource again anyway when I run it from my other lines. So we'll come back to all of that. But as we move further and further away from the base, we're going to need some transport to go from A, B to Z and all of that, as well as we'll want to run our lines along that as well. Oh, the mighty Monster Holic coming in with a massive 43 months of sub love. Let's blow up that chat, everybody. He says, howdy kids, wishing you and the family and all the tycoons a happy new year. Hope 2021 is better for all of us. Stay blessed and much love from the Middle East. Remember, I always have your 6. Take care, brother. Well, right back at you, Monsterholic. We got your 6 as well. Thank you very much again for your service. Stay safe in that Middle East, bro. Hopefully you did have some time to spend with family and friends over the holiday. Hope you're having a fantastic time. Thanks for coming in, as always, showing the stream some love. Blow it up in the chat, everybody. I'm going to sit right here and not do nothing till I see some love in the chat for Monster Hog. That's 48 months, bro. That's 2 years, or that's 4 years, sorry. 4 years of love here in the stream. That's a long time. Monster Hog, also one of my past mods for the stream. We still consider him an honorary mod, but he's deployed right now. He's in the service. So show him some love in the chat. There we go. There's some love in the chat. Now, all right, let's get going. Let's get it going here. Now, we need to get all of our stuff together so we can go ahead and run some lines. Actually, this would be kind of a good run line spot, too, to run all of our lines underneath our main freeway. Because this is our main freeway. I've colored it with yellow for that reason, to say, look, don't build anything there, Kismet. I'm reminding myself not to build stuff there. Now, I feel like that one could move closer now, too, and I could have just basically a junction right about here that takes me over there and over wherever I need to go. Yeah. So, maybe we could go ahead and put this, let's say, this side. And then we'll go ahead and put in our awesome glass wall. I love putting in the glass wall. The glass wall allows you to see where the heck your hypertube is going. I'm going to switch to my hypertube set down here, which is going to allow me to very easily put in a nice little hypertube wall hole there. And then kind of remove all the rest of this. Now this we've already got established, so we're going to go ahead and take all this out. It's also going to cause our power to cut and whatnot. What we really need to do is move our power somewhere over here where it's running up into here. Yeah, maybe from right there. Let's go ahead and run this across. Really get that filled in nicely. This I don't think is being used anymore. Replace that. And this is over here. This is right in the center of our power. I feel like that one can be turned now to the other direction. Okay, wherever that just went. Where did I accidentally just put that? Right there. I heard it go, but it didn't go where I wanted it to go right there. That was my bad clicking, not the game's fault. That's just Kismet's bad clicking. Alright, right there. We'll take this all out. We'll turn this more toward our center of our base now. There we go. Our power in there. I love like optimizing line runs and stuff. I don't know what that's all about. But I love doing this kind of stuff, right? Really optimizing it. So it's going in the direction that you probably most going to be entering it from. Very, very useful. And we'll connect that. That did not light up. If I see it not light up, then I know something's afoot. That one's lit up down there. It's like it didn't connect it. Yeah, oh, it created another little wall thingy. There we go. So you got to see that green light. That green light don't light up. You did something wrong. That was my bad. All right, let's test it out, make sure it works. All right, and it's still lined up along our road here, which is our lower end road, and then it goes all the way down to my coal power. And now this one is facing the right way. Now, also, do I need it to be over there? I could move it over here and line it up off the side of the road. Pretty much what I've already done. There's no reason that I have to have it there, right? Maybe lining it up off my primary road might be a much better idea, like that. And I could also, instead of running it from there, I can run it underneath. in a much better way than I've got now, right? So you always want to be kind of reevaluating how you have your stuff run. There's no reason to run it right there. I decided, nah, I'd rather have it over here. So when I'm tooling down my road or I come down here, it's going to put me at a stopping point down here. And then when I land here, where am I going? Am I going to go here? Am I going to go down into my power and all of that? Now, I could also run it right to here. There's, again, no reason for me to be over there. And I can also color code all of this stuff, right? I can go in and say, okay, purple is going to be my power and all of that. There we go. Purple's where my power is going to go, and so on. So let's go ahead and take all this out. Let's jump down into this lower level and figure out where our lines are running. Probably right behind here. Oh, where is that? Where is that line? Oh, over there. Oh, it's on the other side of this wall. Aha! All right, well, that we can fix. Here we get in there. Ah, I can't get through the doorway. I tried to crouch my way through there. Let's try it again. Come on, you. Oh, yeah! Ha-ha! For the win. Very nice. Okay. Now I need to run that from over there to over here. So, don't think our jetpack is going to let us get all the way up there. Yeah, we're going to need to run that line up there first. Now, if you get stuck down here, you're like, oh, God, I'm too far down. They added this really cool thing to the game called the ladder. And so you can just use a ladder. You can create a little quick ladder, climb up that ladder, instead of using all your other stuff you usually would use. So that's running to there, but I actually don't want it to run there. I want it to run over to here, which is going to be on the other side of this. So I'm going to definitely need to take this out. I'm figuring out the logistics of how I'm going to run my hypertube. Now, let's go ahead and do something like this. Now, see, if we put this here and then put one underneath it and so on, it's going to be like a visual reference of, look, that's where I'm going, right? See, that's a great way of doing that, so you can very easily see where you're aiming to right there. We'll go ahead and try to get our jetpack going now. We'll get up to this level. That we can reach with our jetpack. And then all the way up to here. All right. And let's see. We're going to say left side again there. Just dawned on me something else. Now that I moved all the way over there, why not just combine it into a single run? Right? Why have two runs? Why not just have one run? One takes me to my power, and then the other one takes me over to there. Even better idea. So let's improve upon our idea here by going like this and doing the same thing we did over here and putting in a wall. I'm just putting in some windows because I love using the windows for this. We'll take these out, put that back in, and that's given us our ability to go down. And let's say it's going to be the left side one. So let's say hypertube wall hole right there. And that one come down. And then that. And they go right to there. Okay, we just need some more sheets and we should be good. Now we no longer need this. Though it's probably a good idea for me to leave that there. You never know. There we go. Probably a good idea for me to leave that there because you never know, I might be down here and might want to run up. Leave it there for now. We're going to need some more copper sheets. Got plenty right here. We're going to be running some hypertubes. Boom. All right, let's go ahead and do this battle. We'll come back and we'll work some more on these hypertubes and run our runs here all over the place. All right, open captain chest. Boom, some love for you guys. Riverdog, Rotisserie G, Funky Buddha, and the Man of Steel Games, all getting some love there. Sneefy coming in overall MVP with 11 kills. Hopefully I'm not butchering your name too much. All right, boss time. Boss battle ahead. I'm going to call in the big guns, the Wasteland Tycoon. Oh, yeah, it's low side right. Right over there. That's where the action's going to be. Let's do it. All right. Now, I just had an interesting idea. Basically, instead of using this level, where I'm using for my conveyors, I can do a hanging level down here, which is my hanging hypertubes. Right? Look at that. That's cool. So I can just hang them up above and run them wherever I need them to run to on this lower level, and then bring them up in a convenient spot in between my sandwich level, so they're not taking up too much of my sandwich level for my actual line run. So it's actually having like a double level. So you have like a level that's running all your conveyors and all of your resources, and then a lower level or a higher level, either you can switch them either way, that is all of your really far runs for your hypertubes. Like that one's going to my power there. But I also want this one to come down, and I want that one to run in the other direction from up there, and I want it to run straight that way. Now, I can't quite remember where the thing is. It's going to have to be every 6 anyway. So we're going to go ahead and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, say about right there. Yeah, so say about 6 that way. Let's just do it from the ground level. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And we're going to need to add some of this. Maybe one too many. And then we'll have basically some hanging windows that we can use to align that across there. I'm going to need more poles. More poles. But yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's a good use of this whole entire level here that I'm not using right now. Now here it is in action. I've diverted it over this way, so it literally just pops me out right here in the central junction of all of my different stuff. And of course, if I added stuff that way, I could have this as like the central hub junction. And I like to have a stopping point. So then I can choose where I'm going next, as opposed to running one line for all of this stuff, and I'm running multiple lines for really far away. I prefer to stop, say, okay, where I'm going now, and I'll just have to remember where this is going, because it's going down, right? Some things just go straight, and I could see that it goes straight, but I'm going to just set the precedent as straight will be on the right, and then down is going to be on the left. And the same thing over here, straight on the right, which means it's going to go straight ahead. And then if you're trying to go down, it would go on the left. I'll just set that as my basics for now. Let's go ahead and get some more resources. Definitely going to need a lot more concrete. Oops, maybe not that much. We're going to work some stuff. We'll get this. We'll get that. That's good. How we doing on our screws? That's good. Nah, get that junk off of me. Let's see what else we can snatch up while we're at it. Let's get a full thing of wire. Right there. Need a full one. Get a full thing of Caterium ore. Definitely going to need a lot of wire. Got tons of this. What else do we need for our hyper tubes? Transportation. Gonna need some rotors and some steel pipes. Rotors. Let's get as many pipes as we can. There's a bunch in there. All right, boom. And rotors. Where are we hiding our rotors at? Right here. Bunch of rotors in there. All right, nice. Encased industrial beams. Bunch of those in there as well. A bunch of plates in there as well. All right, that's looking pretty good. That's going to allow us to run a bunch. What about our regular plates? Yeah, we're looking pretty good on those. Okay. So we want to take this out. We want to run that to that lower level and then actually run it in that under level. Then we're going to actually run the resources along our primary road. So we'll run our hypertube under there and then our resources under the main road. And then we'll feed it into this area. And this area will be our Caterium and our quartz and our sulfur production right here along our other base. And then that, of course, is going to feed into our central thing up above. I really like this idea where it's feeding underneath. That's cool. That is just too cool, brah. All right. Now, why am I running these at 6? I don't think I need to really run that at 6. I could probably run that at 12 and be just fine, since I'm running my hyper tubes by themselves and not with any conveyors. So we'll take all of this out of there for right now. And we'll create a better junction here of all of this. So, where do I want to do this? I think I want to have it... Yeah, see, this side could go back down again. So if I were to wanted to travel back that way, I could end up right here. And this one's going to come in this way. But if I wanted to go that way, I could go into there, back down over to there, or just run it here. But if I'm going to run it, I might as well run it all the same in a consistent way. And end up on the far side of this part of the factory. And just run it underneath. Now, one of the cool things about your power runs is, or your transport runs, is you can run them all on their own line, right? And that'd probably be a good thing to start doing right now, is to run them in, oh, that's perfect. Look at that, I can go down 2 levels right there, or I can end up down there in those trees. But yeah, I can bring that down 2 levels and then run that across. That's perfect. You can run them on their own line. Now, the reason why you want to run them on their own line, and I'd run it all from underneath, right, from that lower level, is because if my factory gets kicked off, my power lines never will. Because I can go ahead and cut the whole rest of my factory separate from my actual power run lines, and I never want my power line runs to run anywhere else. Now, a great place to do that, by the way, is by your hub. So wherever you have your hub, you have like a main power line come in, and it goes to where your hub is. And then one of them goes out to your factory, and then the other one goes out to your actual transport lines. And I feel like that's what we're going to do right now. And then we'll have a factory line that we can literally go to the hub and say, nope, factory off. And the whole rest of the factory will go off if it doesn't include something that makes our power run, right? Like, obviously, you wouldn't want to turn off your oil production because if you turn off your oil production, it's going to cut your power. You wouldn't want to turn off your coal production, right? You want to keep that on because that's going to be working with, you don't want to turn your water off because that's going to be working with your power. So all of that stuff would be considered part of the power lines. So while we're doing this, we might as well do that as well and run all of that. And this looks pretty perfect right there too. Take that out. Oh yeah, that's going to be cool. Okay. And let's go ahead. Well, we were going to work on that other stuff, but now we're having a moment of genius, so we're going to utilize that moment of genius and get going. Now, the toughest thing here is to go back the other way and to know that that's going to go back over that way, as opposed to just putting one over here, which tells you that you're going to go that way. Oh, I could just do this. Are we blocked? No. I could go right there and just put another wall. And just hope I don't get sucked into that hypertube. That's the worst part, is that you get sucked into a hypertube you don't really want to. So let's go ahead and do that. And then so if we come out here, we'll be fine. But the problem is if we're coming this way, it's going to suck us into that hypertube. But then we can also reverse and come back out if we don't want to. But most of the time, if I'm coming back this way, most of the time I want to go back that way. So it works great. It doesn't suck you that way because most of the time I won't want to go that way. I'll want to go and continue in this direction. But when I'm coming back here, there's a high chance that I'll want to just be dragged in there and run. So you can figure out all the logistics of that as well, which is pretty fun. And we'll go ahead and run some power lines in there. And we'll run all of our power lines from down below. And we'll run this all as a single circuit. And then we'll go ahead and bring this. Hang that off of there. And then this is going to come straight and then turn. So we'll say straight there. And then that goes up to that there. And this line runs down the center of that. Almost reaches. Doesn't really matter because this is not more than 2 lengths of that. So, I really want to bring that back somewhere like right here. We're having some fun, everybody. We're running some ceiling hypertubes. Oops, I'm going to have it way over there. My bad. Right there. So there. So we're figuring out our transport system and then putting it underground into this other sub-level, which I was using earlier for a bit of my production, but now I'm going to use it as a transport level. So I can go ahead and go from A to Z. That looks pretty good. And, oh, I'm going to run our power lines. And then we're going to have all of our power lines for our run lines just be down here. And this will be connected into its own central power. I'd love to come in here and color all this purple and all that stuff. I find coloring stuff to be like the last thing I would do because it takes up time and it's not really that effective or that great use of my time. But it is cool. I'll give you that. It's definitely cool. All right, and then this needs to run into that upper one up there as well. And this is our direct power right here. This comes directly from our coal plant down here. So this is definitely what we want to tap into. Now, also, you have the ability to put stuff on the ceiling now, which is just so incredibly cool. We've been using it a lot in this playthrough. And so I can just run that kind of central line right across here wonderfully. And then tap that in. And now all of those are going to be powered. And then back up here we go. All right. And then we'll go ahead and put this in the center. Bring that power up. Come down there. And then that power running across. Actually, we could run it from this one across. Even nicer, so it doesn't kind of cross the road there. You won't see it. All right, instead of just running that across like that, because this is coming from our direct power as well. This one over here was being run across. But if we run it around this way, it's going to come out way nicer. And that's also tying into our plant there. Yeah, I think I would like that better. Tie that over. It still has power because it's getting power from somewhere else that I've run. But I really want to have this transport system be separate. Let's go ahead and just cut that line and see if our... Now, see, that stuff didn't go off because I'm running direct line up here from the other line. Not that I want that to go off. I actually want all of this to be connected to each other because this is a transport line. But I think our thing lost power. Yeah. This is all generating more power over here. So this I would want it to generate, be separate, or be part of that main primary power. It's also making plastic and stuff like that. I could probably leave that all in the same circuit. But I don't think this needs to come from there. This should come directly from our power lines over here now. So let's go ahead. Where is that? Why is it way out in the center like that? Clean that line up a little bit. I love these vertical line runs. They're just so beautiful. Oh, there we go. Perfect. See, now I don't have to run that line across there. It's coming from up above, which is way cleaner, right? Way cleaner that it comes from up above and just drops down. You can see I've got a lot of my lines. They all just come from straight above. It's one of the things we've been working on. It's pretty awesome. But if you change the first paint color palette, it changes all the default color palette. That is true, King Spartan. It is very sure. I do know that. I have played through the game many times, like 30 times, but I appreciate you coming in, showing the love. Appreciate you hanging out in the channel. It's definitely not my first playthrough. Played through many times. I actually like the orange as my default color. I don't like to globally change all of my stuff away from orange. I feel like orange is a great industrial color that says, look, this is your, these are your default items. So I feel like they picked it well. So they actually are going to add, by the way, they're going to add even more colors, right? Right now, you only got just a few to pick from, the standard colors here that you can choose from, 16 different colors. But they're actually revamping and optimizing the way that they actually color items so that you're going to be able to pick any color that you want in the game, which is pretty awesome. And it actually causes less iterations of that particular object, so it actually reduces your overhead as a factory designer. So very cool. All right, so we got that, so we know we're going to run this down over here. We go ahead and jump on down over here, and let's go ahead and run this window down because we're going to run it like so. Again, what we're doing is doing a lot of called underrunning, where we're underrunning our power and all of that stuff underneath our primary base and our primary road here. And so I'm going to go ahead and run that over there. Let's go ahead and run that. Come on, there we go. Run that, say, right about mid-level there. And then we'll go ahead and tap that power into the center. So we can tap that into there. That to up there. This one's going to go right there. Maybe we'll have a second one. The left one will go to our quartz, and the right one will go to our other one. So it's going to get to the end. It's going to split one way or another. One will go right, and the other one will go left. And that's why I put them as I put them. I feel like that would be a good idea. So then we'll have 2 different spots we can get to. And so we'll have that come down. Now, great thing about hypertubes, by the way, also is that hypertubes... Oof, I don't like that power line. Hypertubes are bidirectional, so it's not like you have to say, okay, it's going this direction and all of that. Let's run this a little better. I don't like it. I don't like it, and if I don't like it, I'm going to run it a better way. Let's run it to there. And that's going to be nice and clean. There we go. I like it. I like it. Okay. That's pretty good. Let's get back to this. Okay. So we got our 2 lines coming down there. We got all these lines. We got our line from down here where we can get up above. We got our transport lines all tied together, and it's also tied into our central power. That's all looking good. Probably have a good backup plan too, would be to have some sort of ladder or something. That'll help you. If you get stuck down here, maybe put a little ladder action. Oops. Little ladder. That'll help me get up to that level. If I get stuck down here for whatever reason, I should be fine. Great little access way for your ladders. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and try to put in a wall. Probably can't put it in from there. Let's just put it in this way. And bring this down to here. That'll help us run some power. Down to there. I don't like how that power line's going right through the middle of that. It's because it's doing a crossover. Let's do a little bit of this action. Let's go ahead and run it like we're going to run a power line, but we'll attach it to the side, and then we'll run it right up the center, like that. Very nice. All right. And let's go ahead and climb our way up there. And then we'll go ahead put in, oh, our entrance is already in. Make sure we reconnect our entrances. There we go. Let's test it out. Just got a green light. Below the go. Boom! Ha ha! That's awesome. Ah, I love it. All right, fantastic. Nice. All right, put our entrances back over here as well. All right, I like that. That's cool. Takes you down to a whole nother level, runs you along. You never even have to look at your hypertubes. Running around on your upper level. It's just getting you from A to Z without ever having to interfere with your overall production. All right, let's test and see if it works the other way. But watch out on the other side, because it could just fling you straight off the side. Yeah. No, we're good. All right. That's good. All right, now let's go ahead and we already got an entrance on that one. Connect that in. We want to get this power connected across that way. From here to there. Oh, that's low. It worked as a double connector. What a genius idea there. I didn't even mean to do that, but that's awesome. And then this one's going to go way down here somewhere. Really, that far? No, really? That seems pretty far to me. I love these new ladders, by the way. They are incredibly useful. Let's go up there and see. Is it really that far? Holy moly, it is that far. It's way over there. That's a big factory on this side. Very big. All right. Yeah, it is way over here. All righty. Bada bing, bada boom. And we're going to have to add a lot of room now. How far off is that? That's quite a ways. That's quite a ways, and we've got a little bit of a problem there. I wonder if we could finagle it through there like that. Oh, that would be cool. Oh, that's too cool, brah. That's too cool. It goes right in between the two lifters. That's going to be fun to watch when you're zooming along there. We'll go ahead and bring our power forward to there. And we can run it above that line. We can run that above there. That's got to go way out there. All right, that's going to be a fun ride. Now, this foundation is more for me than really anything I'm going to build out here. So I can walk out here, make this work. Okay. And we're coming up on the right side. So a wall hole there. That coming down. Connecting our power. Down to there. And let's see if we can go from all the way over there to all the way over here. Yep, that would be a yes. That'd be a big fat yes. All right, then we can try to connect our power. Power line's not snagged or glitching through anything. Nope. That's all good stuff. All right, up we go. Alright, and I kind of feel like I want to add another one of these so it looks somewhat legit, like it's holding it up. There we go. And it's working, so let's go check out this ride. Let's go. Oh, that's cool. Right through the middle of that thing. And other side of the factory we are. Hello, little car. Alright. Other way. Oh, that's cool. I love the hanging hypertubes. That's cool. Yeah, seeing it grabs me there. But if I change my mind, I can hold down S and I can change to go the other way. So it's like a double thing. And if I want to stop it, I can just hold down S. It'll turn me around the hypertube, bring me back out. But most of the time, I would want to go back. See, and again, same thing here. I could change my direction and go this way. And then it's going to shoot me out past the other one. And then that one will grab me and then run me back to my primary base. Too cool. All right, that's working good. I like all of that. Getting a nice little central junction of all of our stuff. Now we got to go to work. We got to go to work on this one because we need to run this way over there. And then we're going to run our lines under there too. That'd be pretty fun. We'll use this whole bottom area here. For some hypertube runs. And so we'll just run this one right here. Definitely need more concrete than this. Wow, this lines perfectly up with our ramp out here. That's crazy. That's just pure luck. I didn't do that on purpose. But man, that lines right up. Awesome. Okay, let's head back this way. Oh, I forgot I have that thing over there. Probably take all that out now. Clean that up a little bit. What's going on down there, Fred? Hope you're having a good time. We got to get that coal run under here, too. Going to be using that as well. But what we need right now is we need some concrete. Definitely need another entrance from down here if I'm going to be working down here too. And some more lines there. Definitely going to need another entrance because if I'm going to be kind of going back and forth, we should probably put one on that lower level. Definitely need to get some jetpack fuel too while I'm at it. All right, concrete shouldn't be an issue. Oh, look at, we're kind of blocked though. Kind of blocked because of that thing there. We'll have to walk around, but that's okay. We got it. Boom. All right, don't need too much of all this other stuff right now. Probably actually need a good amount of that. Definitely gonna need a lot of concrete. Okay, so let's jump down again. And we need to think about where we're going to be running our lower lines as well. Where we're going to be hanging these distance-wise. Because this actually should come down to here. Yeah, that should come down lower. Because that's my line run up there for all my resources. So this is actually in the wrong spot. Glad I thought of that. We'll do that battle here in just a bit. And then we'll run that forward. And we can also connect this across. Cross connection there. Okay, that's better. Okay. So we got to do the upper line as well as the lower line while we're at it. Let's get those in there. Did I do it too high? Ah. Did one too high there. Hard to see. My bad. A little back pedal. Back pedal line running there. Let's just put in the rest of this so we don't fall. Okay, now we're going to start doing some long line runs, right? And we'll do that battle here in just a moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to act like I'm running a hypertube. I'm going to walk forward until it says too long, which is right about there. So let's say right here, right above this one. We'll go ahead and say, okay, say right here. Then we'll go ahead and put in our wall. And if we did it right, then we can go ahead and add our wall holes, our power. Actually put that up just a little bit. And then we should be able to go ahead And run that clear across there. Perfect. Perfect. All right, and then we'll bring our power line forward. Yeah, we're definitely going to need another area to go up if we're going to be working down here. But that looks pretty good. So now I'm just going to rinse and repeat that all the way across there, and that's going to allow me to go to my whole other side of my base. Let's go ahead and do this battle while I am working on that. Let's go. All right, running a bunch of foundations right there. Oh, that's a boss win. Sweet. How we doing on time? Oh, God, we have plenty of time. Let's see. Lawmans, bless us. Riverdog, all getting some epic love right there. And Big J-Dog coming in with a 26 assist MVP. Another boss round down. 537 bosses for all of you guys. Let's go. Path of least resistance. Let's go, baby. Come on, right there. Right here, some gold, some mystery. Oh, yeah. Right there. So we do this one. Boom. Mystery. Probably be the hardest one. This one, that one, this one here. Boom. That one to the boss. We go. Or we could go low side, but then we got a 4 skull there that we'd have to take out for that chest. Yeah, I'm feeling down, up, and across. That's what feels like good to me. Let's do it. Ain't going to do us any good until we get started. Let's go ahead and throw in the Centurion there. Lend you guys a hand. We'll kick some booty. Get you guys some loot. Don TV as well as Merchant Wolf coming in. Dropping that Dragon Hammer. Crushing that follow button. Becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons. Welcome, everybody. My name is Kismet. I am playing some Satisfactory. This is a really fantastic game. One of those games I played through probably 20, 30 times. And I love playing it every single time. Incredibly fantastic. Now, the other one you just saw is called Stream Raiders. That's a little side game we play. Everybody in the chat is playing it. It is a free-to-play game. You can go in and grab it. It's called Stream Raiders. You can see it in the chat there. Go to streamraiders.com. You get it for mobile and for desktop. And play along with us. Pretty fun. Pretty fun to do in the chat. Now, this game I'm playing right here is called Satisfactory, and I'm running a bunch of foundations way up here. Look at that drop off. Running way over here. And I'm running these foundations out here to where my resource first comes up. Way at the end here. And I'm using a bunch of concrete that I made from limestone. And it's going to make it really nice because I can run all of my resources in this kind of lower sub-level. I can run all of that underneath, and I can run all of this underneath, and you won't see any of the run lines, which will be kind of in this level, which is like a sandwich level, where we're going to be running all of our lines through all of our base. And it's really great to run it from underneath because you don't have the obstruction of your machinery or your hub or your space elevator, all that stuff, which gets in your way. So it's basically, have you ever seen those old computers? Usually underneath those old computers is a whole nother kind of subfloor, and that's where all the cables typically are run. And that's basically what we're doing here. We're using that kind of same technique. And running that stuff underneath. Now we're just going to jump down using my jetpack there to softly land down below. And we're going to go ahead and complete running our lower level here, which is for our hypertube. Now what this is allowing me to do also is to hypertube out and make a choice as to which direction I want to go. Right here I can stop at the end here if I want, or I can continue on down to my quartz. I usually like to have stopping points. So say I need to run out here and try to find some different resource. We see we got some sulfur down there. We got some bauxite there we're running, or I think that's bauxite. I think that's sulfur. And that's cadmium. Yeah, I don't think we've done bauxite yet. And so we're running both of those up, and we're running them across. But now what we're going to do is we're going to run them up, back down into this run level, and run them over there. And then below that level is where we're using our transport, which is the level that I'm on now. And that's going to transport us wherever we want to go. I'm most likely not going to leave this in here, but allows us to end up on our ramp right here. And see, we can see our lines running up. So instead of them running all the way up and all the way across the top there, we'll actually bring those down into that lower level, which actually would be this one. Right before the top, we'll run them right into there, and then we'll run them all the way across. Ooh, we're low on jet fuel, so we got to look out. Look out we don't fall to our doom. Now, I just went ahead and ran all the blocks first, so I can just very easily come back and run all the long hypertube lines. I'm trying to get close enough to where it recognizes that I want to build a hypertube. You can kind of hear it go doot, doot, doot. And then we'll go ahead and run it, and it says, okay, pipe is too long. So right about here. And so we'll look up above here. And we're doing what we call, running what's called a hanging hypertube. So we're kind of hanging it from the ceiling. Like that, or we are hanging it from the ceiling, I guess a better way of saying it. Like so. And we're running our power through the center. And we're just going to keep bringing that in. That allows us to run not only our hypertube, but also our power along with our main transport. Come on, you. There we go. All right, running that across there. And let's keep going. Definitely should have brought more jetpack fuel. Alright. Oh, can't afford. Oh, no. Okay, we ran out. Ran out, but that's okay. Here's a great little trick. I'll show you guys. You can bring your hypertube down. Like this. Put yourself an entrance in there. And use the hypertube to get back to get more resources. So we can test it out. I love this hanging hypertube. That's just so cool. Such a cool idea. All right. I just came up with that idea just earlier, just a minute ago. I'm sure someone else has already thought of it, but I just came up with it specifically for my base. There you go. Very cool. And I've done stuff like that before, but never specifically have it on its own kind of sub-level where it's running underneath the actual lines that are running, which is actually underneath the main factory. So it's 3 levels of stacking. You have your main factory level, you have your lines which are running all of your resources, your raw resources, and then underneath that is actually my hypertube areas where I'm running all my hypertubes around. All right, let's look for some more piping. We've probably got, whoa, we got 3,000 stacked up right there. That ought to be enough. Let's get that off of us. Let's see, what else do we need? Oh, we need some our fuel here, so that stops flashing. There we go. We got a whole bunch of it laying around here, right here. Let's get a couple more full stacks. There we go. Let's see. We've got that. We've got our other things there. How are we looking there? Looking good. All of that's looking good. So I'm just pressing the things that I typically would make. Probably need some poles and some more wire. So let's go ahead and fill up our wire stacks to maximum. Probably could use a little less concrete. We're definitely going to need poles. Or rods, actually, is what they're called. And we can go ahead and just max our rod stacks. Now, I like to maximize my stacks whenever I'm carrying them. Because there's no reason to carry around a little tiny stack of 5 of those things. It takes up a full stack in your inventory. So I highly recommend just putting it back in, taking a full stack with you. It takes a lot less space and a lot less trips back and forth. All right, now I forget which one was which. I forget which one we're actually using. But let's go ahead and put an entrance in both. Okay, being feisty now. There we go. Talking about my mouse. Mouse is being feisty. I'm going to guess it was the right one. Let's go. Doesn't matter. Eventually it's going to fire me out over here, and I have a jetpack. Look, there's barely any room down there, but let's hope it doesn't fire us off the side. Whoa, okay, we made it. That was a win. All right, nice. Got that going? Oh, we're running it out here to see how far we were running it. All right. Now, when you're running these really far like this goes a lot faster than when you're just running at real short distances. I find anyway. Let's take this one out. Put in our cool windows. And I'm using windows just because they're cool. It's really fun to fly along with the windows too, so you can see stuff while you're in your hypertube. I just find it very, very cool. You can see I'm just doing it section by section. And the reason why I do it section by section is because if I run out of resources, I can just stop in that section and head back and get more resources. Actually, I need number 6. Make sure that it actually does connect to that power line. Let's see, I've got 2 power lines there. Something's afoot. There. Yeah, make sure we get that stuff going. Otherwise, when you get to this side, the power line not going to work. That would be not good. See, I don't count anymore. I just run the line like I'm going to run it. And then when it says, hey, look, about right there, I'm like, all right, I'm good. It's a whole lot of rinse and repeat. But this is replacing a lot of stuff we have up on the surface level. That we'll be taking out here in a bit. Doesn't matter which way I run these either, by the way. Same thing with your power lines, they're bi-directional. Okie dokie. Almost there. Turn my light back on. I hate when it turns my light off because I don't even think about it, and then all of a sudden I realize, God, I had my light on all this time. Alright, that's probably a good stopping point right there. And so up we go. Go to there so my jetpack can refill. And then all the way up to the top. Alright, that's a pretty good spot. We don't want to be too close because we don't want to get fired off the side accidentally. But that looks pretty good to me. And so we'll go with that. Right there. Okay. And this one's going to be the left side. It's going to come to a stop. right there. We'll tap that line into there. And then we'll go ahead and bring that side up into there. Okie dokie. And put our entrance in. Connect it from the back so it connects nice and clean. And there we go. All right, so we're going to stop right there. We're going to take this hypertube out and all of this other stuff. Because this now all goes bye-bye. This all goes bye-bye as well. And so on and so forth. Boom. All right. Now we no longer need that because it's actually running underneath. It runs right to this point. And now we can choose, okay, stop here, do something else, run that way, whichever way we want to go. But I'm actually going to have a separate line that goes along here and then cuts over to that side. And so I can remove all of that over there as well. So basically it's going to either run me over there to that side or it'll run me to my quartz down below. So let's go ahead and readjust a bit on how we're doing this. And we'll look at where our hypertube is right there. And so on this, what we're going to do is bring this up to here and then push it forward by 1. And then our hypertube is going to be up above. So we'll let that come through. And let's say what side we're doing it. We're doing center there. So we'll do left side, left side. That was a little high. So right there. There we go. Into there. And then we'll kind of do basically facing hypertubes. So the hypertube will actually act as a stop. So I don't get fired off the side. Somewhat like this. And we'll connect that into there. Now notice I put them on opposing sides too, so it doesn't fire me. Ooh. It doesn't fire me into the other one. So I don't necessarily want to go into the other one. I just want to get landed like that. Right? Especially since I'm going up, it's going to slow me down. And then I can land here, and then I can choose to go in there. Or I can say, oh, wait a minute, I want to go build out something that way and get some more resources or do whatever I want to do from this point. I always like to have a good, decision points along the way. Unless you want it just to be a really long run, which I typically don't. I typically don't like it to be an endless run where I go to, man, I wish I'd put a stop there, right? And so this is a good place for a stop right there. Though I could always just connect it into the rest of the line if I want. And there we go. We've got that power. Now, another thing we want to do is to get our power, now that we have it all tapped in here, down to our extractors, which are currently without power. We'll divert that. Now, we could run a separate line just for our production line. But in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and do that. And now that has power. Let's go ahead and switch over to this. Let's bring our belts up. Now, it's actually kind of a fun thing to do to run your belts at a lower level when you're bringing them up an incline. And the reason why is they actually act as a railing to keep yourself from falling off the side, which is pretty fun. But I usually lift them up anyway because I very often I'll go underneath here and want to look down here for whatever resource. But it does work as a good thing. Now, we do have this right here also, which is coming along, which is our, we can kind of jump underneath here, which is our upper level. But we want to bring it down into this lower level under here. And so let's go ahead and widen that out. Let's widen that out just a bit. And we want to run our lines down there. That just gives me a momentarily access. Obviously, I want to put that back if I'm driving along there. That's going to just give me access to grab this, move this forward. So I don't want to take this corner one out. I do like to keep my corners in. And bring that up. And then these will go ahead and drop down to this lower level. And then you'll never see these runs running clear across your entire base. Of course, I'll probably eventually combine these two into a single line. But for right now, now they run down there. And we'll go ahead and just square this out just a little bit. Nicely like that. Give ourselves a little bit of extra room here in the corner. And now those are going to run down there. Now I could do the same thing down there. I could go down there and run it underneath all the way up and just have this as a road. But that's fine. I'm kind of tempted to move that down and move it down to be that railing. But that's okay. We'll leave it as is for now. All right. Now we're going to need our hypertube connection. And there we go. Now, let's go test it out. Make sure we can get to our quartz. And away we go. See, I like my hypertube to be up on the top so you can see all the cool stuff. Oh, God, we're going fast now. Look out. Bam! Take one to the helmet. I could have slowed down, by the way, by holding down S. You can actually slow down your character. Whoa. You can actually slow it down so you don't go flying off the edge as bad. Now, here's our quartz down here. Let's go ahead and just take a look at our quartz. It's yellow. That means it's actually got power. And that one's yellow. It's got power. These are pure nodes down here. Nothing else I really need to do here. I built that wall specifically so I could take a shot to the face. Right there. And back up we go. So all that power is tied together. That's perfect. Perfecto. And that's what we're doing right now. We're revamping all of our run lines and how our hypertubes run. So we can get from A to B and B to Z and Z to Z and Z to back to A again. Or however we want to go. All right. Now, another reason why I did a stop here is because this is basically the start of my run line. So if I'm going to have an issue, it's probably going to be with these lifters. So it's a good idea for me to have a place where I can stop there and get her done. Okay. Let's see. We got that done. That'll take us all the way back. That's working good. We need to go down below. Down here. And keep this going. And by the way, if you wanted to add something in there, you can unlock your crossways. You just put a nice little crossway there. Like that. Or you can say, Kismet, I'd rather have the railing. I feel scared. Okay, fine. We'll put the railing in. Add a cool little walkway. Like that. Whenever you run your stuff up and down. Very, very fun. Okay. And we're going to take this window out. And let's go ahead and back up. Now this right here, I can just cover that up because I'm not actually going to utilize that up here. Okay. We got that running there. And now we want to get it going over that way for our next one. And so we'll turn our light back on. So that one's running up into there. We want this one to keep going in this direction. So let's get over here and let's line up off the corner. Right here. Yeah, right there is a good little spot. So we'll go ahead and build out some of our lines here. And I'll widen all this out as necessary, but for right now I need a nice long line run here so I can run this hypertube under here. Be nice if you had signs so you could put a label on it, right? This one's going to power. This one's going to sulfur. I feel like they'll add signs at some point. That's like a given in this type of game. I'm sure they're working on the bigger overarching mechanics right now. Oh man, my misclicking today is on point. Getting spooky. I'm hearing animals. The glowy down there too. What's going on down there, huh? one of my resources up here. All right. Let's see. We got a hypertube down there as well. So that's where our hypertube is coming up from down below. So probably want to tap this into that. Let's go across here. Yeah. Let's have any power. Nope, no power. All right. Alrighty. Oh, and this ramp can come out. That's our old ramp we used to get here. Yeah, we could take all of that out. Actually, let's take it out while we're going that way. Yeah, we're going to need all this power to tap into all of this. Going to need to lift that in such a way that this can still get down to here. Sounds good. Oh, God, we're all going to die. Luckily, I had this thing here. Let's go. Whoops. Take all this out while we're at it. This is how we got down here originally, is we built a bit of a bunch of ramps here. Bunch of foundations, which led us over to there. And we take all this out while we're cleaning everything up. Trying not to accidentally take something out that I don't want to take out. Definitely don't want to take out the one that's underneath me. But then again, if I do, I got the jetpack, so I got a split second to react before I fall to my doom. I forgot that was even there. Look, I covered it up. Covered it up. And forever gone. All right. Nice. Okay, so that's done. Let's clear this side over here. Let's go check on our resources. Oh, I don't see any running down the line. That's going to tell me that this one's empty. Nice. That one's empty. Okay, how are we looking here? Empty, empty. Oh. Why did that middle one stop? Did I never run any power to that one? Possible. No, it's got power. But just Sam ore or something. Yep. It's Sam ore. Alright. Let's go over here. Drop that into there. That'll sink that. Darn Sam ore, always mixing in with my other ore. Yeah, right here. Take all that out of there. Take these lines out. Rerun that line. See, that can really screw you up. See, that just cost me all that time. It stopped running. But no worries. I've got plenty of stuff I can run. Let's make sure we got no more Sam ore in there. Nope. Let's put it away into here. Alright, working again now. Well, here's the cool thing. I can go ahead and cross-run this. Like so. Into there. There we go. That's going to empty that one out a little bit faster. I think we already got this. Yep. And that. This is all getting cleaned up nice. Looking sharp. Looking sharp. Take all that out. That's got a good amount of stuff in there. I think all the rest of this is clear. Yeah, let's get that running. Look at that, sunset or sunrise. Which is it? I think it's sunrise. Alright, take all this out. Take that out as well. What the heck? Let's just run it over here too. Let's just run it as fast as we can at this point. Boom. Run it over there also, and that's going to run out its own 240 per line. Really going to empty them boxes nice and quick. Let's go. Get them boxes emptied out. And let's see, we're pretty good resources wise. Let's go ahead and remove our redundant hypertube over here and all these extra lines that we used when we were doing our quartz previously. Now see, this stuff takes a lot of time, right? This takes a lot of time optimizing all of this and whatnot. But I feel it's worth it on this particular case, since we're going to be kind of establishing where we're running our transport. Definitely worth taking a minute and grab. Dropping stuff. I'm dropping loots. Some of that concrete away now. Quartz on me. All right, let's keep her going. See, when you're building it, you're doing a lot of walking from here to there. I should have got my skates. Doing a lot of walking from here to there. One of the cool things about the jetpack, too, is you can go up there and grab all that stuff. Got stuff floating around. Got 8 boxes that are floating. So you can't take those boxes out once you've already taken the box out. But you can fly up there and say grab all and all of that. It's better just to grab it the first time than to have to fuddle with that after the fact. Alright, that's good. Put those foundations in. Alright, we need to get that over to there. And then we need to run probably a ladder or something up there just as a backup. All of this is now back online. I'm glad I came back and checked on this, because it would have sat there and done nothing that whole entire time. I'm glad we got at least that going. So I can clear the rest of this out. Let's do this battle. All right, open captain chest, grant some awards. Let's see, LOC, Riverdog, Techie, and Lawman's all getting some extra love, and AKA for life, MVP. We're going low side. Let's go this side right here. A little catapult action. Probably just bring the Centurion or a Rogue on that one. Yeah, let's do the Rogue, because the Rogue can go in there and do a little pew-pew from far away. Maybe low side. Let's give that a go. Alrighty. Now, right here is a really good spot to create ourselves a nice little area to be able to get from down here to up there. And so we could go ahead and maybe create ourselves a little bit of a ladder. I love these new ladders they added, like that. Little access ladders, pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Maybe the other way. Yeah, I think it'd be in the way if it was the other way. But we'll go ahead and just create ourselves nice little ladders here. Just in case, you know, we're out and about, we lose power, whatever the problem is. Right, we can get up to here. We can get down. And so on. Alright, we need to also run this upper level. Maybe I should have brought a little extra concrete. I don't know, it might be pretty close. Yeah, I think we got it. Alright, perfecto. And then we're going to go up here. And once again, we're going to utilize our ladder. Get up here on top. Okay. So this one currently comes from this direction and stops right here. Take all that out. Take all this out. So we want to end up right there. Nice ladder right there, so we can get from here to there to up to there. And we want to run this way. A bit. And we want it to hang down from up there. Okay, and self-oriented in the right direction. Wait, no, it's got to come down from our run line. Like that. All right. And we'll run it. Let's just say we'll run it on the right side. Now what we're doing is we're running a whole sub-level, if you missed it earlier. We're running a sub-level of our hypertube. So our hypertubes actually run down here in this level that we're not really using. And then up above is where our actual resource lines run. And we get a bunch more resources and we want to run them down that line. We'll have plenty of room and our hypertubes won't be in the way, which is awesome. And we also want to run it. I'm going to run it along the side here and then probably divert it to here and then up to here. And we'll go ahead and bring that power line down, see how that does. I don't like it clipping through my thing, which it definitely is. Let's take that out. Let's move it to the other side. There we go. It's also running our power lines. So we're running those along as well. So we'll go ahead and grab this. And we'll run this way. Oh, actually, let's just cut it over early. I think that might be better. Let's just cut it over early and then we can run the rest straight. And we're running it left side. I'm just doing my transports. And my power. Love using these glass windows for transport. Looks great. Ah. Misclicked it. And yes, it does affect my vertigo. I get real dizzy when I'm standing like this. In real life, not just in game, but in real life, it really feels like I'm going to fall. So I just basically just try to manage it while I'm sitting here. I do have a constant ear imbalance that makes me feel like I'm always falling, which is not good. Always gives me a dizziness, kind of a combination double whammy. But I've learned to manage it. So I just do what I can do, right? My other option is lay down and die, so I opted out of that option. I said, no thanks, I'm not doing that one. I'm going to get up and just make it happen anyway. Whoa, that was one right there. Yeah, I felt like I was going to fall out of my chair. All right, let's see how far we can get this one. right here, and then we can just turn the corner. It's probably a good spot. Let's give it a go. That is just too cool. Too cool. All right. And then this is our through one that should come right to here. Our power is going to be an issue, because that's going to clip there a bit. Let's take this one out. Let's just use this one just for an extra bit of power. Curving here, so we'll go here. And we'll make a nice little power connection here that doesn't clip through our stuff. Alright, so that should actually run right now. That should actually be working. So it's actually going to power up all of our other stuff, our extractors and all of that over here when we reestablish the connection. Let's get over here and check it out. Catch up in the chat here. Oh, what's that? Just found out. Well, you guys aren't very talkative today. Hope you haven't been having. Hope you've been having a great holiday, everybody. I've been having lots of fun. Been hanging out with the family. Of course, I gave away stuff all month long. If you missed out on that, I'm sorry. Nothing I can do about it, bro. Nothing I can do about it. I gave away hundreds of dollars worth of free stuff to everybody in my chat that I could. I hope you all enjoyed it. All right, that's looking good. You know what? We could probably run that line. Instead of running that across, we could run that underneath. But you know what? Let's just run it across. Boom. There we go. Easy. All right, let's test it. Oh, that's cool. That is neato. Oh, man. That's cool when there's no floor, too, because you can really kind of look around as you're running. Yeah. I test all my stuff. Make sure it works. Right? That's you know you're an inventor when you always test stuff. Oh, look. There's a place down there we haven't even been yet. I don't think. Get ourselves some alternate recipes at some point. I typically don't use alternate recipes. This way, people who are watching the stream for the first time or watching the game for the first time are not going, well, Kismet, how'd you do that? I can't do the same thing that you're doing. And I was like, well, that's because I'm using an alternate recipe. So that's why I don't use them. I use them in the later game, though. They are incredibly useful when you have those ones later on. Oh, gosh, it's like just being suspended up in the air. So scary. All right. Working good, looking good. Okay, now let's go make sure that all the rest of our stuff is working good. Again, have that wall there to slow me down so I go flying off. That's got power. Probably don't need these workshops anymore up here. We'll take those out. That is fired up. What is that? That's a 240. That's a pure node. And I know I have another Hapatube over here, which should still be working because all those other connections are connected together. Yep. It's a working. Let's go check it out. Woo! Straight down we go. Whoa, boy. There we go. Let's go down here and make sure all this is working. Oh, yeah. Looking good there. Couple Cateriums. What do we got? That's sulfur, I mean. 60. 120, so that's 180 sulfur. What do we got down here? Ooh, a bunch of resources that we could take with us. Oh, or not. Well, we can leave that behind. We don't care about that. But, man, I saw some heavy modular frames in there. That's a huge waste just sitting down here. Look at that switchback that we did. Look at that. So you don't need switchbacks like that anymore. You can use the epic ladder action. I wonder if we could do a ladder from this far. Let's see. Let's see how far of a ladder we can make here. Can't see. Can't see which direction it's going. It's a little too far. Yeah, do it in sections. But you could, in theory, do a real long ladder there. Not what I want to do, but still cool. Very cool. That back in there. But yeah, so you can just eliminate all these switches backs now just by creating ladders and ladders and ladders. Just go up and down those really long ladders. But I'm also using this for my vehicle as well, so we're going to leave that in for now. All right, so we got our sulfur going on. What's up, baddies? Anyone wants to come and try to eat my face today? 180 sulfur. We should write that down. I'm going to be looking for that later. Hold on. Let's see. Satisfactory notes. I'm going to make a note. All right, what was that? Sulfur was 180. Because we're going to need that later. Sulfur, 180. Input. I'll just go double check it again. The reason why we need that later is because we're going to obviously be doing production based on that. That's a... Yeah. This is a Mark II. So that's a coarse node. That's a bad node. That's a 60. This is a normal node. Those are both Mark IIs. Yeah, so coarse node and a normal node. Sulfur, well, still, it's better than nothing. All right, back up we go. I don't know why this doesn't just go all the way over there. That's what we're going to do with it. No reason for me to run all the way over here every single time. Might as well fix it while we're at it. Foundation. Single window. That's going to fire me out this way. Got to be careful I'm not going to fire down to my doom. Let's put in some walls here. Always put in walls behind what you're doing. Really, I'm out of concrete. That's probably good enough. Good enough. All right, and let's just run that line. Yeesh. No. Let's not do that. Let's go test it. That's better. All right, we know the rest of that works. But does my sulfur still work? Did I cut the power off accidentally? We better go look. Just take a second. Nope, power's still running. All right. Just dawned on me that I might have accidentally taken out the power line, but I would know it because at the bottom here, that would be out of there. You know, this would be a great to do a ladder right next to your hypertube as well. You can put it right as you're running your hypertube line. You can run a ladder next to it as a kind of an emergency backup plan. All right, this is all looking good down here. This is all ready to rock. We also figured out what our sulfur input was. Oh, I forgot to look up what that was. I think that I said that was a pure node. Let's go look. And again, this is why I have stop points. So I can come down, I can stop here and look at my Caterium, which is 240. which is another reason why I came down here to try to remember that. Definitely want to write all this stuff down, because then you got to come back and look at it if you forget. Happy holidays, Luke Goblin. How you doing, man? What is this game? I just saw it on Steam. Yeah, Satisfactory. This is an 11 out of 10. This is an instant buy there, Kyle. I highly recommend it. Absolutely. And you're like, Kelly, what do you get if I buy it? I don't get nothing. That's how you know I'm telling you straight up. I'm not fully affiliated with them in any way. So I highly recommend this game. Is really, really excellent. It's still in early access. This game is better in early access than some games that have been released for a month, 6 months, 6 years. This game is already phenomenal. That is how you know it's great. The game mechanics are really phenomenal. The way that it works, the way that you build, especially your foundation building, and the way you're doing your hypertubes and all of that. And you can play through it once and then play it a whole different way the next time, and again and again and again. Its replayability is incredible. You can do cool stuff like this, where you run it down 2 levels and then run hanging hypertubes like I'm doing right now, which is pretty awesome. And then runs me all the way back to my primary base. And we can look at all the cool stuff down below while we're going. So we're doing what's called hanging hypertubes. At least that's what I'm calling it. And it will run me all the way back over here. And we're running a sub-level of where we're running our resources. And then we're running another level underneath that, which is our hypertube transport. We're going to go ahead and do this one now. Just testing my hypertubes. And then we'll start bringing our resources back in that upper level. We'll do that here in just a moment. And this is going to put me right here in the corner. Perfect. Now what we want to do is we want to get our resources. We can see we've got a couple resource nodes here. Quartz nodes. We want to run these quartz nodes right along here. Oh, there's a little bit of a problem though. I need me some concrete. Let's go. Back we go again. We could have grabbed it while we were there earlier. Let's get some of that. So yeah, having a great holiday. Hyundai Nightfall. I usually work for about 6 months to do those giveaways. And then after the giveaways, it's just like a chill stream because I'm exhausted. That's a lot of work. It doesn't seem like a lot of work when you're on the giveaway end, but on being on my end, it is a lot of work. Putting all that stuff, figuring out what you're going to do, sending that stuff out, keeping it organized and all of that can be quite the burden. But also very, very fun to do. I do appreciate everybody who does donate to the stream or subscribes or whatever. Allows me to do that every single year. Don't know why I'm yawning. I actually got a pretty decent amount of sleep. But, I don't know. Speaking of being tired, being exhausted, I probably just jinxed myself there. All right, way too many pipes here. All right, let's ease up on the pipes now. I want to kind of go a little heavier on the concrete. There we go. All right. And we're going to be doing a lot of walls. So let's go ahead and just put in a few of these, and we're going to be doing a bunch of these, so we're probably going to need a bunch more plates. So let's go ahead and look and see if we can find some more plates laying around. Yeah, right here. Grab a bunch of those. Take the lowest couple out. How we doing on our rods? Doing good. Alright, bunch of wall conveyors, plus we're going to be doing a lot of runs of that, which we got a good amount of that. Probably ease up on the copper sheets now since I've pretty much run a lot of that hypertube stuff there. Get another 100 out, put that back. We're going to do a lot of line running, so we're going to need a lot of stuff for our lines. Alright, looks good. That one's going to go all the way to the end, and this one's going to go all the way just to the straight. Right? So this one's going to go off to the right to take us way over there. But if we do the left one, that was just going to take us to the end. Let's go. Got to make sure we take the right conveyor, or the right hypertube. Boom. All right. Now we can go ahead and get to it. Let's get down here. And let's add a bunch of this. Big fail. All right. There we go. And luckily we ran it in such a way that the hypertubes are coming up not in the way of our conveyor runs. Should have grabbed my vehicle now that I think about it. But we're just going to go ahead and fill that in a little bit. And then we're going to also want to come in and tie these other lines in. So let's go ahead and fill this corner in a little bit here just to give us a little bit of working room. All right, that's looking good. And so this is going to come out and we're going to have certain lines run. So we're going to run some lines down below and some lines up above. Probably going to run these in the lower levels. So, or we could run them in tandem next to each other, but I kind of feel like I like them like that. Let's go ahead and run this one there. And run that one there. And you're like, well, Kismet, why are you doing the third one? Well, later on, I might want to add another resource, and then I'll have it already in place. So it's a good idea. If you're going to run lines, you might as well just run the 3. Most of the time, I find. And then we're also going to run some lines from over here. And so we'll go ahead and do a little bit of that action. And we'll go ahead and run way over here. And before we start to run the lines on that side, we might as well run this to match with that first. And then we'll run them all together. Okie dokie. I'll take both of these lines out. And we're going to go ahead and try to bring them so they match up down here. Our walls go. And we'll just run them as 3s. Right there. It's got that ladder in the way. Let's go this way. I feel like leaving the ladder. Okie dokie. So now we want to go ahead, and actually we could just run it right to here. Both of these, I guess we could just run right to there. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just run this to here now. And there. Take all that out. Take this out. Like that. All right, nice. Liking that. And this, you know, this is another good thing to do right here, too. This would be another good spot for a window. Why is it a good spot for a window? So you can see which ore is running to which one, right? You can just look through there and say, oh, okay, that's bringing up that ore, that's bringing up that ore. That is super useful, but also protect you from falling off. Very, very useful. All right, let's use some level 3s. And we're going to run that right there and right there. Okay, now we get to have some fun counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And we'll switch back to our line runs. There we go. And we'll just get her going. And we'll run a nice safety row. lot of line runs going in. Now, it's not really that important way out here in the middle of nowhere, right? Because it's way away from where the center of my base is. But your base could get this big. It absolutely could. It could easily get this large and end up over on this side, depending on what we're doing, right? Depending on how much stuff we're running. So, you know, you always want to build toward the future, I find. And we're going to be building this out until they come out with the next really big update. I think we're getting pretty close there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aha, one short. That's always how it goes. One short of perfection. Okay, so now we want to go ahead and bring this through. We could probably get away with not using this corner. Probably just use this instead to go there. And this one on the inside. There we go. Now, if we run another line, then we'll have to fix that later. But for right now, we good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, now instead of just running 2 lines, we are running a whole bunch of lines. Now I'm going to run these to the side here. Try to combine those together. I'd have to fix it later, but for right now, go ahead and run that. Do I really want to do that? Nah, let's just run it separate. We'll be fine. This way we don't have to fix that all the rest of the lines that go this way. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Always do the top ones first, I recommend. Otherwise, the top ones actually get in your way. The ones that are furthest away from you first. Otherwise, the actual lines that you run get in the way of you running more lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Nice and organized. Nice underrun here. No obstructions blocking us between where we're going and whatnot. Run way more lines here. Probably take a moment to fill in the rest of these foundations. Look how quick you can fill those in. Isn't that awesome? I love the effect too. The effect of putting it down like it's being forged and all the resources are flying off of your character into that particular thing. There's something really cool about that. It looks awesome every single time. All right, more battles underway. Let's go. Let's do it. While you guys are watching that, I'm going to keep running these lines. How are we doing on time? Ooh, I think we might even get this fired up today. All right, got a bunch in there on that battle. That took a while. Let's see. LOC, Turin, FN, and Techie all get some love. Sometimes that text is real small, hard for me to read. We also got Adam coming in, overall MVP with a 14 assists. Fantastic job. We're going right for that chest. Let's go. It's time. We got time, I think, for 2 more battles. Oh, I think this is going to be a Wasteland Tycoon right here. What are we feeling? What are we feeling? What level are these suckers? Level 5, level 5. That's a level 10. That's a 10, 10. This is a 5 with a 5. Ooh, okay. That's a good question. I feel like just right there. I just get right in their zone. Right here. Boom. Let's get up in their business. Let's just right there. And we can just shoot in all directions we can go. And just push into that. And then we got some peeps over here. Gonna wipe out some of that. I think we got this. Let's just get all crazy. Let's get up in their business, everybody. Try to wipe them out. All right. Now, while you were watching that, bam, I ran a whole bunch of lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we're getting real close now to our main base. You can see our other main lines coming through here that we're running in a crisscross that we're going to have trouble running. We're going to run into those at some point. But we're going to go ahead and just run the rest of this in. And then we're going to have to deal with it. We've got 4 lines coming in, and those lines are going to run into our pre-existing stuff. Okay. So, now we need to decide what are we doing? All right, that's an important one to figure out. Now, I know that's since it's yellow, I know that's a road, and I know I can just take that out and jetpack right up here and try to figure out what I'm doing. Okay, so I could build right there, but I kind of feel like I want to build... Oh, I forgot to take the candy cane thing out. Kind of want to build way over here on this side because we got lots of room over here to build out a bunch of good stuff. Searching on another... Oh, I have a ladder there. The ladder. Make that ladder a little bit more obvious. There we go. Yeah, we got this coming down. Do we actually have any coloring in our thing? We do. Okay. Cool. Oh, actually, these ones should not be colored. That's my ramp. Oh, wait, no, this is my primary road going the other way is right here. That should be colored. That's where that should be. Okay, back to the coffee cup. Yeah, I feel like I want to do that either there or right here. Probably right here. Yeah, we could back to back some of this right here. That's perfectly run there where we could back that up on the other side. We've already got some line runs under there. Which way is that going? Oh, it's going toward that. Yeah, we'll want to flip that to the other side. Flip that to the inside, run the other side out, run it down its line, and run it up. Run it in the other direction. All right, do we got a road through here? No. Road over there. We got a road on that side, so we can use up this whole space here. And we have 180 for sulfur. Oh, I forgot to go look at my my quartz. Luckily, we made a hypertube that'll take us right there. Let's go. Much faster than walking. Oh, there's one that came down into the lower frame. I think it was 2 pure nodes, or was it 3 pure nodes? I can't remember. Let's go. Yeah, I think we're just tapping these 2. I think they're both pure nodes. Yeah. Also, by the way, since we started, this is the advanced area right over here. We started over there last time. And since I already know that area, I know right where the pure nodes are. There's 3 iron pure nodes over there, a pure copper and a pure limestone, all right together. Literally right at the top of this area here. We can just go up, and right here is that limestone node. And right below that, down here, is those other nodes. So if we need some pure nodes, we just go straight right there. We add those to the line, and we just run them up this line. Really easy way to get more resources. And we'll do that later on. But right now, we've got to get all of our sulfur and deuterium and all of this stuff going. There's still some of this stuff we need to research. And we'll get into it. 240s input, which is a total of 480. All right. Save that so I don't forget. Save that so I don't forget later on. So what I'm doing is making some notes of the input speeds of all my stuff because I don't remember, so that I can do some production for them. But let's head over this way. Oh, getting foggy. Well, it's cool at nighttime too. Spooky. So spooky. Surprise! I'm back. All right, so now we know what we need to do. We need to get that going. Now, what is first? Probably we can do the lowest input, which would be sulfur. We go ahead and start with that, which is 180. Let's go ahead and pull one of these constructors over here. Let's figure out what we're going to do with our sulfur. We got all this other stuff turned down. Let's get that fired up. Anything else I want to make in here? I don't think so. Empty canister, maybe later. I don't want to make any of that stuff right now. Just this stuff up here. Okay. The only thing I'm really going to be doing is a quick wire from that deuterium. And we have 240 input, so that's a lot of quick wire that we can make. Maybe we should do quick wire first. That's a good question. Hey, Siri. What's 240 divided by 12?
240 divided by 12 is 20.
Oh my God. We can make 20 of these. That seems a bit excessive. That's way more quick wire than I'll ever use. Well, maybe not. That seems excessive. In fact, I kind of feel like I don't even want to do my quick wire production, but we will need it later on. That's a lot of deuterium. Let's look at sulfur. Let's look at that one before we get into it. We're going to need a sambala for that. Let's see. Consumed black powder. We need coal and sulfur to make black powder. And then we can make nobilis from that black powder and from our steel pipe. I think we're utilizing our steel pipe right now. Are we really going to do that? Make a bunch of nobilis. I think we are. I think we're going to blow up some stuff. At this point, I don't even need to make these lines. But I will need some copper sheets and quick wire for my AI limiters. What was the other thing we had left to make? I forgot for the thing. For the space elevator. We'll get into it. We'll look at that too. But this, we're going to need copper sheets and plastic. which we have going. I forget which one of these we're still working on. One of those. We already got rotors. We already got motors. Those are all squared away. We're definitely going to need a lot for our AI limiters later on. The thing is, do we want to take the time now? This is going to be 15 per minute of raw sulfur plus coal. Again, our sulfur is 180. So we're not really going to be using all of our coal. So we could divert some of that coal back into making more pipes as well, because we're going to need, we can make more copper sheets, but we're going to need more pipes if we're going to be doing that. So we could do a little bit of a steel production along with that as well. Same thing. So, but the first thing we got to do is figure out our coal and our sulfur. So our main sulfur we have is 180. So if we're going to do maximum sulfur, let's just do maximum sulfur because that's easy. Hey, Siri, what's 180 divided by 15?
180 divided by 15 is 12.
Is 12 of these. Okay, so that's a lot of assemblers. That's 12 assemblers. And if we're doing quick wire, that's 20 of those. Let's just make a note. Okay, this is 12 assemblers. And this is... Hey, Siri. Oh, wait. Yeah. Hey, Siri. What's 240 divided by 12?
240 divided by 12 is 20.
20 constructors. Good to make notes. And then if we're making quartz crystal, what are we at? 4, so we're at 480. Hey, Siri, what's 480 divided by 37?
480 divided by 37 is about 12.9729.
979. 29. So let's just call that 13. 13 constructors. All right, as you can see, we're getting serious now, right? We're not just doing 1, 2, 3, 4 constructors. We're doing 20. We're doing 40. We're doing 50. We're doing huge stuff. And this is 12 assemblers, right? Now, the more we scale this up, the more power we're going to need. And that's why we added all that oil power, because we're going to need that additional bump when we go to put this at maximum. So the first thing we'll probably do is figure out how to put 12 assemblers in here, and 20 things and 13 more constructors. So 33 constructors and 12 assemblers. All right, so 33 constructors and 12 assemblers total. Scroll that up so I don't have to look over the side of my monitor there. All right, so how many do we got right here? Let's see. 1, 2, probably get a third one in there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So maybe 10 across we could get there. Before we hit our road line over here. So that would work out pretty good. We could do 10 and 10. And let's get our... Why is that always reversed? No. No, 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 no. Danger. Construction area. Do not fall in. Oh, there's a crossroad right there. You little... Square all that out. This is a crossroad. That way. This way. Alright, getting that all pegged out. Oh, it ran out of rods. Too funny. All right. Okay, now we got that kind of sectioned off. Now for the fun part. I feel like I'm going to do the constructors first, and we'll do the assemblers at the end. Because that's 12 assemblers we got to try to fit in here, and probably could do that on the other side, right? Do the sulfur over there on that side and try to get 32 constructors in this one little spot, which we probably could. It doesn't look that difficult to make that happen. Definitely, since we could probably center this a bit better than what we've got going here, we could go ahead and just straight up line that up like that. Let me think about that for a minute. Probably want to offset those so they line up, so we could do this with them as well. But we kind of preemptively line up the end one, and then all the rest of them will line up down the road, so we can put in all of our walkways and stuff. Let's do that. If we're going to do this whole side over here, we'll have some nice walkways. So first thing we want to do is we want to go over here and look at where the walkway is, and then offset this one. And then I'll have to perfectly match across, just so that that's got a nice offset there. Kind of feel like that could be over a bit. All right, not bad, not bad. Huh. Something funky. There's something funky there. Yeah, these are all off. But offset is off. That's weird. All right, there we go. That's better. Huh. Look at the way that is right there. Almost looks like this lifter could go right in between that right there. I don't think I've ever noticed that before. You know what I mean? Like, it actually looks like it goes around the actual lifter itself. Right? Visualizing stuff. All right, let's go ahead and see how this works out. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on, I feel like you should work in there. Ah, so close. So close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, if we use that offset, it's going to give us 9. If we move it a little bit closer, which is not going to give us our beautiful things, then we could get 10 in there. I would rather have my 10 and just have that open. Oh well. You gone, brah. Alright, let's move this over. Then we're going to get our perfect 10. I feel like that could move back a little too. What we're trying to do is we're trying to set up our kind of alternate ores. Not the basics, but better. Oh yeah, much better. How are we looking on the front of this? Yeah, we're gonna look good on the front. We're less than halfway, so we could put other ones facing this way, or we can face them the other way. Yeah, that's perfect. Perfect like that. All right, let's do it. Take all these back out again. You'll see me build a lot of stuff and then take a lot of stuff out and build it up again and take it out. And just try to keep fine-tuning it until we get it to a point where it all lines up well. So what we're trying to do is put 20 of these suckers in here. We're going to make an obscene amount of deuterium wire. Oh, this is in my way. We already got an opening here, so we might as well utilize it to feed our resources up. Boom, there's 10 right there. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's just luck, everybody. That's just luck that just happened to be 10. I could say, oh, I master planned that and I lined it up in such a way that it... No, I didn't do that, everybody. That's just luck sometimes. Sometimes it just lucks out when you're doing other things that you end up lucking out on the next thing that you do. Okay, that's not too hard. We'll just fix that bottom part there so it's facing the other way. We'll run our lines under there, and we should be fine. Maybe we could run another lifter. No, it's aimed the wrong way. We'll turn that all around. So there we go. So we got 10, and we need 20, right? Yeah, 20 for our Caterium. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and I'll just I'll have them face toward each other because then they could merge. They could have a single line merge down below. And so let's do, say, this. And let's just assume where our merger is going to meet is right here. How much is this going to output? This is going to output at 60. Jesus. That's a lot of Caterium ore. That's 60 times 20. That's a lot. That's a lot of that. Hey, Siri, what's 60 times 20?
60 times 20 is 1,200.
That's 1,200. We don't even have a line that can run 1,200, so merging that together actually is not a good idea. That's a bad idea. Jeez, that's a lot. That is a lot. That's gotta be a lot. And I still also need to forge them down too, and turn them into ignits. But so here's the thing about when you're doing ignits that are matching up, is that it's going to be put both our smelter and our foundry down. Oh, we forgot our modular frames. There's some right there. It's going to come at a cost, and I think we better look at our smelting before we get too far and figure out our proper numbers just in case. Just picked this game up for the holiday sale. Really enjoy watching you play it. Oh, yeah. Well, hey, if I inspired you to play a game, then I'm doing it right, bro. One of these days, we're going to get private servers, and I'm going to flip on the mega server. We'll have a lot of fun. All right, so that just makes steel. This one over here makes Caterium. And it comes in at 45. So, see, the thing is I think it has a reduction. Now that I think of it. Yeah, it does. It goes from 45 down to 15. Aha, okay. There we go. I thought there was some sort of weird math problem there. Let's get this figured out. All right. Hey, Suri. What's 240 divided by 45?
240 divided by 45 is about 5.3333.
5.333. She either says 333 or 666. So that's 1, 2. Let's take this out. 3, 4, 5. All right. So there's 5. And that 5 is going to output 15. Okay, that's more like it. Hey, sorry, what's 15 times 5?
15 times 5 is 75.
75. All right, we're doing some bad math there. So 75 is our actual input. 75 ignits. There we go. And then, so our ignits are going to come in into quick wire. Hey, Suri, what's 75 divided by 12?
75 divided by 12 is 6.25.
6.25. So we could go another one, right? We could go another one and say it was 6 instead of just 5, but I'm just going to do 5, and then it's going to be 6 constructors. So we actually only need 6 constructors, not 20. So that's good. And then the output of this is going to output 60 per minute. And that's going to be 6 times that. So 6 times 60 equals... Hey, Suri, what's 6 times 60?
6 times 60 is 360.
360. So that's still too fast for my line. Anyway, that's still too fast. How are we doing on our retweets over there? Oh, we crushed them. Well, there's 1,000 Kids Cats for you guys crushing those retweets. Look at you guys go. There you go. Yeah, I highly recommend snatching this up while it's on sale. That's for sure. I do have a bunch of items, by the way. If you want to go on to the Discord, there's a bunch of free stuff in there in the Epic Game Store. There's a bunch of sales going on. Whenever I see them, I throw them in gaming deals over there. For you guys to snatch up. No, a lot of those don't even have links. They just say, you know, it's on sale on Steam or wherever. I don't. Sometimes I put affiliate links in there, but most of the time not. It's just a waste of my time. I find, you know, you go grab it for as cheap as you can find it. Go for it on the platform you want it on. Good enough for me. Let's see. All right, so that's more like it. So that's basically 6 constructors. Is what we really need. Man, I felt like there was something going on. That seemed like a lot. So 6 constructors is what we need for quick wire. And we've got that. That's easy. But our problem is our output. So we're going to need to cut our output down by, let's say, 2 of them. So that'd be 120. So that would go down to 240. Perfect. So 2 of these need to combine. And then the other 4 need to combine. I think I did that previously. So we'll probably do the first 4 will be together. Let's put them inward like that. And then these last 2... Oops. These last 2 we'll put in this direction. Just to remind us that's what that is. Okay, so we feed up all the deuterium ignits in the back. And then we get that going. So we only need 6 of those. So let's take these out. And what that's going to allow us to do is to do probably this. Now I always forget these deuterium ores and the ratios of these. So I'm always like refiguring it out every single time. The ones you do the most are the ones I typically remember. You know, your iron plates and all of that. But we'll get it figured out. There's 2, 3, 4. Perfect. That's what I thought. Look at that. See, that's 5 and 6. And so they perfectly fit together anyway. So what I do is I run the raw Caterium ore, since I'm running it right down the middle of this right here, and I run the raw ore into here. I run it up into here and then down the other side, and then I run it along the back of the constructors this way, right along there, and it goes into there, and then the final product comes out on this side, which is the wire. And then I take the wire and I run it away. And there we go. Perfectly set up. There we go. Again, I thought that was kind of weird. I thought that was a lot, but that was not correct, and thus now fixed. Okay, perfect. Perfecto Rooney. Let's go ahead and again run this down. And let's run that on the inside as well, so it'll look that nice and clean. Run that raw ore right into there. And then we can run those inline into mergers. And then those mergers can run into splitters, which will then split up into there perfectly. All right, that's going to be awesome. I could run it the other way too. I could put the things first and whatnot. But I'm trying to balance these lines so they all work together. All right, now these lines need to be turned around the opposite direction. So we're going to go ahead and flip these around this way. And we can go ahead and still utilize that one, though. And what is that? That is a splitter. I thought so. We can still utilize that for lining our stuff up. Put her this way. There we go. And so let's go ahead and rerun all of those. And run that battle here in just a moment. Let me get all my splitters back in here. Okay, so that's coming across from over there, so we can divert that into there. Take all these out. In theory, we did this correctly. Find out in a second. Take that out. And I never trust those. So let's get those into there. Now we've turned these all around the opposite direction. And we might have a bit of a problem with the one on the other side, though, so we'll see how it goes. Right there. This one up here. See, that's 1, 2, 3. All right. And we'll divert the line now. Over there. And running our lines again. So it'll run those ignits on this side. You might have to elevate that a bit. See how that works out. We'll just run it the opposite direction underneath. Why I ran it that way in the first place. Alright, that's all going to run up into there and keep that going. And this is going to come down. And these are going to go into mergers. Those are going to go back up again. This is all for lining up your mergers and splitters. I'll actually end up taking every one of these out in the end. I hope we're going to even get this done. All right, let's go ahead and do this battle. At least try to get one more battle in. Maybe I'll go about 15 minutes over just to try to get that other battle in. Alright, so we got to figure out where our feed line is. It's this side. While you guys are watching that, I'm going to figure out my stuff. All right, perfect. Perfecto. Okay, let's see. Man Steel Games, bless us. Techie, Turfin, or Turin, Lawman's all getting some love, and ha ha hi, or ha he ha hi, coming in overall MVP with the 8 assists. Nice job. All right, we'll try to get one more battle in here. This is going to be a tough one. Pulling in the Wasteland Tycoon. Let's go. Let's do it, everybody. Let's do it. Yeah, so again, if I inspired you to play a game, I hope you have lots of fun playing it because this game is awesome. I hope you don't have anything else to do because you're going to be absolutely obsessed with this game. Yeah, it's going to be like you play it. So I'm going to play it for about, I don't know, 5-10 minutes. And then all of a sudden, boom, 20 hours later, you're like, I just want to fix this one little thing in my factory. I just want to fix this one last little thing. Yep, and that's a good thing. That's how you know you really like a game, right? If you're just like, man, I've been playing this game for 20 hours, you're like, yep, that's your jam right there. That's your jam. All right, so what I did is I turned these in the opposite direction so I would know where my feed line ends for my stuff up there so that I can figure out where I'm feeding all of this. And I can see already that it's right over there. Let's go ahead and fill in the rest of all of this stuff. Nice. Okay. So we know where we're bringing our feed lines to, except for we got a bit of a problem. We have a line right here that's going to be obscure and it's going to obscure us. So we actually need to bring it back just a little bit. And we need to get it under that line or through the middle of that line. Now, there's no way to actually be in the middle other than doing something like this. Take all of these out. And this is a good time to use your stackable conveyor poles. That's now going to bring you to the middle, right? So there's no wall that brings you into the middle, but your stackable conveyor poles do. So if I go in and use my stackable conveyor pole and say bring it forward about that much, and the same thing with this one here, I can go ahead feed that right under that line, and if I run any more lines, it will be sandwiched in between. All right, great way to control that. Only problem also is we've now got these other 2 lines that we want to run in there as well. It'd be awesome if you could just snap that to the bottom of that. But you can't just go like this. Just run the lines. Because they just happen to fit right in between there like that, right? Convenient. Now this one over here is our Caterium ore, which is the thing we're looking for. This is our sulfur. Our Caterium ore, we want to get to right there. So we're just going to pick this back up again and run it how we were running it before. If we have enough resources. Did I run out? Really? Wow. Okay. Ran out of resources, everybody. Back up we go. It always astounds me when I run out of resources. It means I've been running lots of stuff. Been building lots of stuff, been using up those resources, but then again, that's what they're for. And this I'm just going to go ahead and keep separate now. Actually, no, we better just do it the way we did it before so we can remember what's what with what. All right. Well, you can probably just run this where I need to go. That's going to run over. That I want to run through. So this is going to run over. And this I want to run down. That's why I put it on the outside edge. And then I can run that down into there. And that is my Caterium ore. Alright, perfect. Perfecto! And then this stuff, which we'll be doing later on. Oops. Didn't even connect these. See, look at that. Isn't that cool how you can even do it from this side? You know, not every game can do that, by the way. Not every game can, you know, actually do stuff through holes in walls and run lines. You got to give them the love for that. That's some good stuff. All right, Caterium ore going in, looking sharp. Okay, now we got to get up here, and we got to do some work on our foundations here. Let's go ahead and run our foundations out. Again, this is the type of game you could just go and go and go. It's just so fun. It's just like you're always figuring out and solving all sorts of problems. But not the kind of problems that suck. The kind of problems that are fun. Not like, hey, my daughter just broke the window kind of problems. But, oh man, if I get this going here and I got that going there, then bam, it's making me a bunch of wire. That kind of fun stuff. I like the fun problems. I like solving them, obviously. All right, we're going to line this up. Right up here like a so. Boom. How's that looking? I like it. I like it. Get our light on. Now, see, they got vertical wires now, so I'm just having a great little field day with vertical wires. And just every single one has its own power connector. And it's just so cool, because you can just connect them all together. And we can see that offset now, so we can just use that offset for each one of these. It just creates a whole bunch of circuits of power. Now these are going to be the other way. That's good. Let's just get over here. All right. Makes it so easy to run power, right? You just put a foundation over your stuff. You just run your power and then connect them all together. And you got a giant grid of power going on. Do a little cross connect. Boom. All this stuff working out perfectly. There we go. Now this already has power running across to our other stuff. So we just do a nice little cross connector there. Boom! That stuff's off and running, brah. We just need to tell it what to be. And then it's going to do its thing. Right over here. Boom. All right. Caterium ignite. Go. Make me some of that stuff that I basically ran into the awesome sink earlier. Like a full box of that stuff. They're like, Kevin, why'd you do that? Because I didn't want to carry it over here. I'll make a whole bunch more right now, I'm going to tell you. More than I would ever need in the short term. Alright, so that's working there. So we got that going. Now we want to run that down. Down below here. And we want to re-merge it. And then split it over there. So we should have enough space for a merger. Right here. And look at that, how nicely we already got it already lined up from the other side and all of that. Pretty sweet. Go ahead and put that merger right there. Uh-oh. Change the direction of my merger. No. No, no, no. Where are you going? Throwing me off. That way. I'll change my merger direction. Game. I might have accidentally bumped it, actually. I might have bumped it. It might have been me. These are all mergers. Like that. Alright, awesome. These are real close, though. Real close, but such is the way it goes. Take all those out. still work. Merging those down. Now, if you do have any comment or question for me, feel free to throw it in the chat. Don't mind at all. All right, looking good. And then there's where our inputs are. Let's connect these together to make sure they're working. Want to look on every conveyor belt to see if you got something moving from conveyor belt to conveyor belt. You are. Look on every single lifter here. Where's the rest of these? There we go. Every single lifter, all of that stuff, make sure that's all coming down. So raw ore coming in, going up, being converted, down it's going, merging down here into one single line. And then we're going to be doing some splitting into all of these. We need that to go that way. I don't always trust that green line because it's not always correct. All right. Now we'll lift these back up again. Always take these lifters out. All right, that's a merger, so we know that one's good. Actually, should be grabbing it from up there and bringing it down. That's way better. I just find it easier to connect it, and you have a higher chance of not screwing it up. But you'll screw it up anyway. I do all the time. One little thing that I missed, one little thing I didn't click, and then the whole world's in trouble. All right, there we go. So we merge all those together, and those are now going to fire into there. They're going to lift up into all of those. Now let's go tell it what we want this to be. We've already got them all plugged in as well. Quick wire over here. That's already running. Quick wire. This one's already running. All right, boom. See, we did all the power, did all that running. Boom, quick wire done, bro. All we got to do now is combine it. And run it in two separate lines because it's making so much quick wire that we can't run it in a single line. Let's go ahead and fill in the rest of our bottom part here of our factory. Look at that. Look how smooth. Look how smooth it goes. How quick and easy. You could be building a big, gigantic factory just like me. Easy peasy, right? And, of course, we put all of our resources here because I knew I was going to be building right there. So I put my resources nearby. And we're going to need a lot more concrete. And keep those resources nearby so you can just do this. Just like throw in a bunch of these babies. Clean this place up. It's like being in the spot in between your walls. Where you have all your electricity run and where you have all of your stuff run. That you probably never even seen in your apartment or in your house. How much stuff is running in the walls right now. Not counting potentially some uninvited guests. There's certainly a lot of wires running in there. All right, nice. Now we got our quick wire lined up. And we're going to fire it off here. Let's see. All right, we're going to combine these these two first. So let's go ahead and merge these two together. Right here. Let's say there. And there. All right. Those two are going to go together. Now, here's a little trick on this one. On this next one here, that's going to be turning this way, but I'm going to turn the output so it's going that direction. And that's so it can be on its own separate line. Because these two are going to go to the end here, and then those will merge into their own line. And this one will merge these four, and then this line will run there. Now, another thing I could do, by the way, is to run it up above. So I'm running them in tandem. So I could run a line, say, like that, like this, and I can take this, combine that in there, and run it out on, right when I clicked it. Like that. And then you can just run this up into there. Like that. I actually prefer the tandem run lines, so I'm going to go ahead and leave it like that. Very nice. Let's hope these are all actually lining up. I guess we'll find out. That one looks good. We take out all the lifters because we don't trust them. Does that one look right? I think did we rerun that one? I don't know. I'm taking it out anyway. Taking it out just in case. I don't see anything running on it, so I'm going to say no. I see something on the thing, then I know it's working. If I don't see something on there, then I know it's not. That's all I need to see. Alright, there's 1 into 2, 2 into 3, 3 into 4, and then running up in that top side, running in the bottom side. That's done! That's GG! Got that, everybody. We crushed it. What's up, Creepy? Coming in, yeah! Super looting, exactly. That's what we doing up in here. We super looting this quick wire. Okay, so we got quick wire. Now, where the heck do we want our quick wire to go? Well, we wanted to go way over there on that side into our box of quick wire, but we're not really using it right now. And eventually we'll go and we'll divert the quick wire somewhere where we actually are going to use it. Let's go ahead and get back up on top here and think about where we're going to eventually use our quick wire. Now, in here, there's really nothing we want to make other than quartz crystal. So eventually we'll want to use our assembler. We're going to use 12 of these here in a minute. Or maybe not because we're out of time. We want to use those for our AI limiter. We want 100 per minute. And right now we're producing 60 times 6. So we're producing a lot. Where is it? I thought I wrote it down. 360 wire right now. So we're producing 360 quick wire, which means we can create a lot of AI limiters. Now, AI limiters actually allow us to make smart splitters later on. So I'm just kind of holding off on that for right now until we get to the point in which we're making tons of AI limiters. And then we'll make a bunch of smart splitters, and then we'll do the Kismet Mega Sorter down the road. But very, very fun to do that in the long thing. So you can actually run stuff on the same belt and just have it sort itself into wherever it needs to go, which I don't recommend, especially early on. I would keep all your stuff separate because it's just like you start mixing stuff together and it starts becoming a nightmare. Just even when you mix it in your inventory, after a while, you start getting a bunch of a certain stuff and then you got it all over the place. I find it's always better to keep it as separate as possible, as much as possible. But it is really great to be able to take your inventory and literally drop it into a box. And I did that I think it was my last one or my one before, where I literally just drop it into a box, anything randomly, and it puts it away for me into the proper boxes. Any resource in the entire game, it would just put it away into a box where I could use it later. And anything that left over, like if you had like say like boosters or things like that, it would just put it in the last box. And the last box would be right next to my hub. And then I would just like pick up whatever that was, which is great. Really fantastic. And we'll get deep into that later on. But right now, the thing we want to make use QuickWire for is our AI limiters. And so we'll just leave it in there. We don't need any QuickWire right now. And thus, it's going to burn up a lot of power if I'm just letting that run and just for no reason running it into the Awesome Sync or whatever. But we have it as part of our main production line. And that was our big goal. How much time we got left on this battle? We still got 11 minutes. All right, what can we do in 11 minutes? Let's go ahead and see if we can get 13 constructors going for quartz maybe. Or do we want to try to do our sulfur, which is our 12 assemblers? Let's see how many assemblers we can get across here. Let's do it. Assembler. Let's pop over here. Those are going to run out. So to run those up, we'd have to run it on top of those. I'd be able to run those straight up. That's a good question. That is a good question. What if we just run those straight up from that bottom level? Not what I wanted to do. Thank you, mouse. No. Stop lagging. It's save lagging. Save lagging. And they're going to fix that, by the way. They said they're going to work on that save lag. Yeah, I think you could just straight run that. I think you just lift it. You lift it all the way up and then straight run the resources straight in. I just need to move it over just a little bit. Just a bit. Line that sucker up. And then we need another one right next to it. I'd have to take this line out temporarily. Snap that one in between. Run that up. Oh, it's a not a splitter, but take those out. Put our splitters in. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we get away with that. Stacking that. I don't think I've ever thought of stacking that all the way out. Now the reason why I'd have to do that is because I'm running already 2 tandem lines underneath this line, but I could run 2 tandem lines above that line, and then that would feed those particular lines. The only problem is when you're running it along and then running it up is going to be the issue. But really it's just going to be running across. So it's really the issue is at the end, is attaching it at the end or running the resources in at the end. Because these are all going to be running on 2 separate levels. So I can run the top level straight, the level underneath it straight, and then lift at the end. But that's only going to work on this one. Oh, got to reload. Mid-patch. Reloading Stream Raiders. See, the problem is the lifting, is the getting the resource from up there. I feel like the best thing for us to do is just to offset that underneath there and then turn it underneath. But that is an interesting way of doing that. You can just run it straight. And then, see, but what it's going to do is it's going to block the other resource, right? I have a secondary resource it's going to block. But I could also lift that up to this upper level. Like that, and then just run that straight too. That's a good question. I think that would be blocking itself a lot. I mean, the first line would be fine. It's the second input that's going to be the problem. And if I'm going to do that on the second input, I might as well just do this down here anyway. Take that out so we have our connection here at the bottom. All right. Good question. Good thought process there. All right, let's go ahead and let's just do it the way we know we can do it. We can go ahead and bring this down and turn that. And then turn that. The problem is again, you have your multiple levels. You have your, I'm going to do a splitter. That one would need to go there. And then that one would go there. Take this out. Just have that go like that. Yeah, I think we could do that. Because, again, this already has a line. But when we get down here, this one's going to be up on the second level, which is going to be blocking us for our lifters. That's that's the whole thing I'm looking at, is that's going to be black. What the heck? How many patches we got to do here? It's another patch. That's going to be blocking my my lifter there. Again, we're just figuring out logistics. Okay, how many of these again we got to do? 12. I know we're not going to do them all in a row, that's for sure. There's 3, 4, 5. All right, we get quite a few of them in there. There's 6. And see, I would do them 6 and 6 across from each other. This is not the way to do this. Don't do it like this. This is not the way to do this. The better way to do this is the other way. I'll show you why. All right. So we turn it around the opposite direction. Like this. And we have our inputs on this side. And then we got these on both sides here. Inputs on both sides. You won't be able to double merge, but that's okay. You'll be able to double split. So we can go ahead and run our splitters over here down the center line. Oh, that needs to go back just a little bit. We're going to run our splitters down the center line. Like that. Do something like this. Yeah, that's going to run into problems. Problems. Now, why won't that go up on that side, but it will on this side? Interesting. Let's try it. We can move that over a little, too. Let's go ahead and try that. All right, Vince, you got to go. You're in my way. All right, we're figuring stuff out here, everybody. We want to just do a center split down the thing. And so we would do something like this. Then we would do something like that, which is not lined up. Again, if you do it the other way, those are going to be in your way. It's just not going to be worth your time to go in there and fuddle with that. It'd be easier to, because you have more lines running together into a central line. Of course, I put it the wrong way. It would be easier to just run it on this side. That's on that edge. This is on this edge. And that's coming down into there. And then you want to put a splitter right in the center of those two. Beautiful! Perfecto! Yeah, okay, so that's what you want to do. And basically what it is the sidelines, though, will have to merge and then run back to each other. But the easy thing is all this has to do is come down and merge down there as a single line. Right, so you could run that down. Now the problem is this is going to have trouble running down in there because it's too far in that direction. It's one too far this way. But if we want to angle that side, it's going to have to be that way. It's going out of the other side. It's going to have trouble. This one's going to have the same problem. Yeah. The output is a problem. Output is a problem. And move it closer together. Now that's going to mess up my split. We Could put a small line in there. Yeah, see, that one's going to be right in the way of this one. Because we brought that up. I don't like this at all. I feel like we'd be better off doing all of our quartz over here. Yeah, that would make a good tandem input line of the quartz. And then push this back over on the other side. Let's see if we're able to do our battle. How's our time looking, man? We're running way over now. Oh, man, that timing. That timing was dead on. Bam, let's go. Battle time. Let's do it. Yeah, not liking this. Not feeling it, everybody. If you don't feel it, don't waste your time doing it. If you don't feel the vibe of it, you're like, I don't like the way that kind of works out. Just like I didn't like the pipes we did last week. I did not like that. And then we made it 1,000 times better today with a single line pipe. It goes up. It goes all the way from the source. Has one pump on it. Makes it all beautiful. Works out phenomenal. I like the merging there, though. I like the output merging. All right, thinking that through. Open Captain Chest, Bam, Techie, Turfin, Harry Poppins, and Gamertech all getting some love. Take it easy, River Dog. Boom. Oops, somebody was MVP and I missed it. My bad. Let's go check the store real quick. Sorry to cough in your ear, everybody. There was no way I was going to get to that mic mute button in time. Let's see. Grab a bunch of scrolls. Looking good. Yeah, actually, I think we got a level up there now, too. Who we got? Oh, Barbarian level up. Go, baby. Get that level ups. Anybody else? Nope. All right. Sweet. Man, Centurion getting there. Level 29. Flying Rogue 27. All right. Trying to max those babies out. All right, we'll come back to that tomorrow and do some more. I feel like I don't like this at all. I feel like the smarter thing to do is to do what we're doing here, which is really nice. And the reason why this is nice is because this is feeding the same input in two separate directions. So when we're running our coal along there, right, we can just go ahead and feed our coal in, which will probably end up feeding it in from maybe over that way. We'll use a lifter there and run it into there, or we can run it from the other side. But when we run our coal in, we're going to be running it in every single one of the assemblers down the line. And then also our other item, which is our sulfur, down the line as well. All from this one line, we'll be able to feed 12 at the same time, which is nice. And then we'll have the output. But this needs to move over. This needs to move away from this right here, since we're running that in tandem. It needs to move that way. And I think we could probably get away with our constructors here and then maybe move this to the other side, or maybe try to squeeze it in at the end there. How much more room do we got? Maybe that's the problem, is the way it's landing on those foundations. That it really needs to be centered on the foundation and moved forward. Yeah, so we need to do this. Grab this. Move forward just enough to where we're not going to impede our ability to run it down. Still run that down. And then we take out the back. We're still able to run that lift. Like that should just hang off a little bit. That's gonna not give us enough distance to do that, so let's move forward enough to where we can get this to go off the side. Let's say that. We take this out, we take that out, we run this, we run that down. Got that lined up. Put that splitter right in between again. Oh, perfect. Boom. That's how you do it, right there. That's how you do it. And then you just go ahead, give yourself enough room. Darn these fence lines. Darn, these fences are in my way. Just give yourself some extra room there. So to have that kind of be a bit more open. I feel like we could fit that right there. Or we could do the constructors in there, but those look like they fit. Always should finish your thought when you're doing something, because it's hard to come back and do it again later. It's always good to finish the thought. So we're going to finish this thought first. Then we're going to peace out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Going that way. That is going to eat a lot of power. That's going to be some serious power right there. Now let's double check we're doing this right? What is this? This is sulfur, right? So this is sulfur, and this is making these things, right? And we have 180. It's a 15 input. Hey, Siri, what's 180 divided by 12, or 15? Sorry. Never mind. Hey, Siri. What's 180 divided by 15?
180 divided by 15 is 12.
It's 12. All right, that's right. That seems like a lot. But that's what it says. And it's taking the raw ore. Raw sulfur, raw coal. I have 240 coal and I have 180 sulfur. How many of these it makes per minute? 7.5 per minute. Jeez. We're definitely going to have a lot of bombs. We're just fully tapping each node. Our Caterium over here, our wire is just cranking. Yeah, I feel like I could do that, or I could put the constructors here. And that's going to be 12, no, 13 constructors. And this is 10 across here. So we could do them all in line, maybe if we did them on the other side. Because this is not part of that, so we could run them longer. Do 13 across. We'd run in the same road, so it'd still be 10 across, unless we just kept going this way and we ignored the crossroad this way and just said there was a road there but no road here. Might be able to get 13 in there and then just kind of block that off. Good question. While we're thinking about blocking it off, let's get over here on this road. We know that's a crossroad that way. It's a crossroad that way. But really starting to establish itself, isn't it? I mean, every little piece as you go along, it starts to establish itself a little bit more and a little bit more. What the actual look of the base is and how it's shaping up. I feel like, yeah, that's what I want to do with that. That doesn't seem lined up to me. Those are not lined up. Nope. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope. Those look lined up. Sometimes you just gotta eyeball it. When that eyeball doesn't work out, you definitely want to go back and fix it. Next time I log in, this will all be screwed up. Alright, that's better. That's better. Okay, that's all lined up. This is going to take a lot of missing foundations to work. Take all of those out for next time. That's going to have a couple channels of missing foundations. But it'll fit there. That's for sure. That's going to be awesome. You can just run that at two different levels. Two different levels of, and then it'll just run into the various different ones, splitting its way all the way down. And then this will run a line out of there. How much total stuff is this going to make? Again, make gunpowder. And we have 12 of them, so... Hey, Siri, what's 7.5 times 12?
7.5 times 12 is 90.
Oh, okay, so that's plenty. And we can just merge it back underneath on both sides, and then we'll merge it to a single line, and then we'll run that single line out. All right, we're going to be doing all that tomorrow. Let's do it. Let's call this the sulfur 12. All right, confirm that. Let's go to my office, give you guys some love, and head on out. Let's go. I just want to spend the next 20 hours fixing that up, everybody. I just want to finish that last little bit for the next 20 hours. You know how it goes. All right, everybody, let me show you some love right here in the chat. You can find my schedule right there, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. To about this time, 4 p.m. in the afternoon, as well as Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But this Friday and this Saturday, I will be off. I might be off on Thursday as well. We'll see how it goes, but do want to play some 76, so we'll see how it goes. There's also all my social media. You can do me a huge favor if you follow that Twitter link, hit that follow button. You go ahead and hit that YouTube link, hit that subscribe. Does help me out a lot. You can also check out tons of epic stuff on Kismet.gg. You can become part of the entire community by going to the Discord. You go in there, read the rules, a little rules section. You go down and say, Kismet, I can be awesome. I like to work together as a team. Boom, you hit that green check mark, gives you access to the other parts of the Discord, and you can go in there and post your favorite pet picks. You have some mega builds that you've done, maybe in Satisfactory, maybe you just got Satisfactory. Like one guy said in the chat, well, hey, post your screenshots in there. I look at every single one. I think they're awesome. I love to see other people's builds as well. Very, very fun thing to throw in there. And that's it for me, everybody. Let's go ahead and give you guys some love, because still have not got that. Just so exhausted, everybody. 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. I've not got that Kismet Love Train revamped yet, but we will get into it. Hopefully after the beginning of the year. But we're just going to peace out. That's where I give you guys some love. I appreciate each and every one of you came in and hit the follow button. Thank you, Hermit Frog, for the follow. Thanks, everybody, for the subs and resubs. Thanks for just coming in and lurking in the channel all together. That's it for me. I'll be back at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Playing some more Satisfactory. We'll finish that. We'll add some more stuff. And then we're out of nodes. Then we got to go find some new nodes. That's going to be real fun as well, because we know right where some pure nodes are, and we're just going to pump them right into our base and build out the whole other side of that production area as well. All right. Probably not all tomorrow, but we're going to get a lot of that done. 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll see you all then. Bye, everybody. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.